What's up, Stu? What is up? You already know what time it is. You know the rules. It's Custom OG, and we're back with another live stream, motherfucker. Another nighttime stream. So let's get into this. We can start by chit chatting in the chat. Fucking, it's a good start, motherfuckers. Do a little chit chat. Do a little dance. Do a little dance, make a little love. Nine, nine, nine. So what's going on, Stu? What you up to, motherfucker? Motherfucker. You're stoned, that's the way to be. You're stoned to the bones. And you know that you're grown. And you know that you're gone. And you know it's strong. Smoke it out the bone. And you can sing along. Boom ba da bing ba dang. Bum ba da doo ba dee. Motherfucker boo ba doo. Skibby la ba doo ba dee. Boo ba doo ba doo ba doo ba doo ba boo da boo da boo da boo boo da. Doo da dee da dee da dee dee. Do 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 do. Psa, 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 psa. Ba 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 ba. Ba ba. Kyle, what up, motherfucker? What up, motherfucker? Let me phone a friend. Phone a friend. You need a phone a friend, then phone a friend. If you need a phone a friend, phone a friend. If you need a phone a friend, then you need a phone a friend, then you need a phone a friend. If you need a phone a friend, don't tough shit. If you need a phone a friend, tough shit. If you need a phone a friend, then you know you need it again, and you know a phone a friend, tough shit. Motherfucker, you are a bitch. Motherfucker, you are a bitch. Motherfucker, you are a bitch, and you know you are a snitch, and you know you are a bitch. Sup, shrooms? Why are you dumb? I don't know. I don't know why I'm so dumb. So I gave someone access to my life and now I'm regretting it. That sounds like a fucking horror story. Like the title of a horror story. Mm, 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 Love DB. Yeah, me either. I keep people at bay usually. I don't let people in my life much. As you can see, I'm a pretty quiet person. I don't talk much. I try to talk, but it just doesn't work. I try to talk, and I'm just not talking. Why don't you go play? You had your treats. You had your treats. Now go play. Motherfucker, it's not too late. You pig. You going over to your treat dish? Looking to see if you got more treats on there, you fucking pig.
grade lubricants to LED lighting, and every product in between, all in one place.
Food grade lubricants. No thanks, no
Y'all
thanks.
already know what it is. Jay Williams, let's live life, and we're back. Damn, I'm glad to be back. Shout out to all the dentists that work on people's mouths and make a couple hours of their life living. Hell, I still got like 2, 3 more appointments to go to. They did a deep cleaning, scaling, like getting down under the teeth and under the gums. It's very important for people to do. You got to keep your teeth. I can't be on YouTube trying to talking to y'all, and all my chicklies is missing. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody trying to have no straw hole. A straw hole being where you shove that straw through without even having to open your teeth. Just straw in your mouth. Today we'll get into a couple different things with it being Friday. I want to get into first timers guide to jail. I've touched on this before, but I didn't feel like I had done it justice. So we get more into, for guys that have never been to jail, how to move, things to do, things to not do, the feelings that come with being incarcerated. I want to get into some of these old heads. The old heads being these guys that have been down a long time, came in as young men just like yourselves. Time passes, they become old. People think, oh, he's old, I can take something, you know? Not knowing that man has been in prison longer than you've been alive. He done seen more and done more. And
No, I haven't ate yet.
violence
I'm gonna eat.
and survival
My
than most
food's in
people
the
ever do in
microwave right
lifetime.
now.
So that's what
Dun,
we'll do
dun, dun,
today.
dun, 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 dun,
First
dun,
timers
dun,
guide to
dun.
jail,
Food
how it
in the
is being in jail or prison,
microwave.
and them old heads and lifers.
Food in the
Y'all know how to seen it,
microwave.
you know how to lived it. So let's relive. When it comes to jail,
Motherfucking bitch
prison,
ass trick.
incarceration in general, there is every type of attitude, every type of lifestyle, every type of person you can think about. But when it comes to violence and the types of people, I've narrowed it down to about four. You've got the guys that will not fight. No matter what happens, they're not fighters. They're not made for it.
Oh my
They're
chicklets is
scared. They
missing.
will not fight. You take everything from them, and some of the people watching might be that guy. Man, I would just get everything taken from me. I would never be able to fight. You have those guys. Then you have the guys that make a lot of noise and act like they'll fight and try to use the scare tactic, but don't want to fight and won't fight. They'll talk all that, threaten everybody, do this and do that, but then when it's time to actually fight, they talk their way out of it. They find a way not to fight. They do this or they do that. Hey man, look, let's talk about it. Pull you to the side and it's, I'm sorry I disrespected you. I shouldn't have done that. You know, I won't do that again. I apologize. I don't want to fight. You got those guys. Then you got the guys that don't want to fight but will fight. That can be a lot of different people. That can be a man that doesn't like fighting but will fight. That can be a man that's done a lot of fighting in life, says, hey, that's over with, but if you push him to the limit, will fight. And then I've seen guys that had never been in a fight in their life, fought for the first time, won, and realized that wasn't that bad. I got hit in the face a couple times, so what? That's the I don't want to fight, but will fight type. Then you've got the aggressors, the violent ones, the guys that look for problems, look to fight, love to fight, are good at fighting. They're either big or skilled or crazy in the head, like victimizing people, taking things from people. They're always in the middle of something. Those are four different types of guys you're gonna definitely either be or deal with. Every type I just mentioned, if you're watching this, you're gonna fall in one of those categories. With every single one of those type of men, they all have one thing in common. You're gonna make friends. Friends while locked up can be the gift or it can be the curse. With the guy that isn't gonna fight. Y'all already know what it is. Jay Williams, let's live life, and we're back. Damn, I'm glad to be back. Shout out to all the dentists that work on people's mouths and make a couple hours of that.
University of Phoenix is built for real life. At some schools, to save money, you have to move fast and load up on courses. We keep it simple. Take one course at a time with fixed, affordable tuition. Get started at phoenix.edu.
Lee Clumping. Is that Carl's Jr.'s Western Bacon hand-breaded chicken sandwich? All white meat, crunchy,
Man, you already know what it is. Jay Williams, let's live life, and we're back. Yeah, it's been a little minute, man. We're gonna get into all that for today's video.
It's been a minute.
Before we even start the video,
What's up,
y'all
Vincent?
you know what the video's about. Just want to take a second to kick it with y'all, man, and talk with y'all, because a lot of times, some of the best advice I receive is from you guys, the viewers, subscribers. Y'all guys show me a lot of love, and y'all have never led me in the wrong direction. So I've been battling myself, should I say, lately. Pent up aggression, anger, emotions towards a certain individual, right? Having a lot of bad thoughts about wanting to do something to this person. I know I can't, nor would I ever act on it. I'd never jeopardize my freedom, put myself in a position to be taken away from this world over my kids, my wife, anybody that loves me. But it's like the old me is, as far as this guy goes, I'm fighting him. I'm fighting them demons, man. That you shouldn't say you hate somebody, but I hate this person. They've done so much bad that I really, legitimately, I hate this person. And I wish nothing but the worst for them. And I shouldn't say that, but I'm just being honest. I shouldn't feel that way because it can mess up my karma. It can, you should never have hatred in your heart. It poisons you. And I know that. But I can't change how I feel. It's had me in a real dark
What's up,
place as of
DB?
lately.
Is the place to be?
Mentally. I go to make a video and I can't even really be myself and smile the way I
Can't
want
be
to because
myself.
the situation has so much
I'll wipe you off the
mind
shelf.
control over me, like Debo.
I'll Debo your
So y'all pray
ass.
for me, man. If you don't pray,
Motherfucker,
just
Debo
give me any
that
thought,
ass.
send me some advice on what would you do, man? If there's somebody
Bad.
running around that you just, and I don't even have to see this person, just knowing that this person exists. After everything they've done, all the bad
Get
they've
hit with
done,
a bash.
they
Get
get
hit
to
with that
breathe this
cash.
air and live their life like nothing's
Lo
wrong.
and behold,
really
and you go in
eating
the
at me,
toad,
man.
and
I
you
guess
know that
forgiveness
it's
is for me.
gold,
That I know. I have to
and
forgive
you
this person
know
for
that we
myself.
told,
But I'm struggling.
and
what I'm
you
getting.
know that you
And it's
fold,
effective.
you
Then
know
on
that
top
you're
of it,
old.
I had somebody that was once very dear to me. Somebody that I once cared about. died this past weekend. She's a girl that I was messing with prior to prison that even while I was in prison, I tried to run off and she just would not leave. She wouldn't give up on
Run
me.
off the bitch.
I remember her coming to see
Tried
me
to run off the bitch.
and I just denied the visits.
It's just not
She drive hours
working.
to come see me. I always felt like
She
she
drove
was better
hours to come
She
see me,
placed the
Vato
light
Loco.
on somebody that was locked up in a convict. So I wouldn't even acknowledge her. I wouldn't write her back for the longest time, man. And then I did start talking to her again, and we became really good friends. And then you know how it is, man. Life just takes you in different directions. Towards the end of my bid, me and her were together, and we couldn't see eye to eye. And I didn't want to dislike her, have any animosity towards her. So we split, went our different directions. Woke up on my wife Sunday morning and tell me that the girl passed away Saturday night. So I talked to some people and dug a little deeper into what took place. For the person that was there with her that night, I know. Don't nobody else know, but I know. And you know who you are, and I know you're watching. But they said that they found her in the bathroom, her back against the wall. She was slumped down in the floor with her legs stretched out in front of her. Her head was back, her eyes were wide open. She was staring at the ceiling, and her lips were purple, almost a shade of black. Her heart exploded. She died right there in that bathroom by herself. With all that being said, that's what I'm dealing with. That's where my mind is mentally, the mental image of her sitting there. This girl had this great big smile. Everybody that knew her loved her. She had a heart of gold, was very close to her family. She is now being buried. She had to have her memorial service coming this weekend. She was very close to her family, like I said, and they are left to put the pieces back together. A lot to take care of, a lot to deal with, a lot to deal with mentally. So with all that being said, man, with all the negative that's taken place, I thought back to the first person I ever seen die. I'm not in the streets, but actually, I didn't see a lot of people die throughout the years in the system. I did see people die, but it's not like I saw a person every day. Throughout the course of 10 years and all my time incarcerated, there was a total of 2, 3, 4, 5 different occasions I saw someone lose their life. Today we're going to talk about some of those situations, and we're going to talk about the first guy that I ever saw lose his life, what led up to it, and just all of that twisted into one big ball of chaos. That is today's video. Watch someone lose their life while incarcerated. It's crazy thing to anybody that's ever dealt with it, was up close and personal and seen it, and actually watched like the life leave from someone's body. It is something that sticks with you forever. It's something that no matter how much time passes, it doesn't haze over, it doesn't get less clear. You still see it all those years later, just as clear as you did the day it happened, the day I'm going to share some of these situations with you. With all that being said, that long opening, keep me in your prayers, man. And for the dude that I spoke about, I guess keep him in your prayers as well.
Keep them in your prayers, I say.
Anyways, you know I've seen, you know I lived it, so let's relive it. All right, so with this first story, due to the serious nature of it, I'm gonna leave the institution of Allen. I'm not gonna even mention where I was at. If I do say any names have been changed because I don't know what the outcome of it was. I ended up going home from this place after all this ensued and the investigation was taking place. The police from the outside came in. We call them the Men in Black. Feds, all these different people came swooping in because so many people got hurt. And before they could ever get to question, they go cell by cell, pull you and your cellmate out and take y'all down, interrogate y'all about what y'all saw, what y'all knew, who you seen do what. And the convicts, you know, we just stay quiet. Before they ever even got to where my cell was, I was released and went home. So I don't know what the outcome of the situation was. I don't know if anybody was ever charged. So I have to be careful on what I say as far as dates.
I gotta get my food out of the microwave.
Because I wouldn't want to see nobody ever get in trouble, man. It's just not why I do this. So way back when I'm at this institution and I'm locked up, been there for a while. The gangs weren't the issue at this place. They were not. The issue at this place were the Muslims. These dudes were savages. Now that's not what you think of when you think of Muslims. You think of bean pies and, you know, bow ties and peace and all that. That was not where I was at. These were not the Muslims that, for people that haven't done time with these type of Muslims, these are not the Muslims you're thinking of. These are dudes that, majority of these dudes had bodies, gun charges, dope cases. They were dope boys in the streets, killers. Now, even in the streets, they made salat, you know, they worshiped Allah, they did their thing. We put them in the prison system. The difference between the streets and the prison system is there's a lot more of them. The strength in numbers. There's so many of these guys, man. If you mess with one of them, you mess with all of them. And these boys would chop you up, poke holes in you, mow you down. I had seen it time and time again. Anytime you heard somebody got to beefing, one of the first things you'd ask, well, who they beefing with? And if you would hear a name and you knew it was one of them dudes or somebody that was with them, you'd be like, oh, this is bad. There's no winning that. The most you can hope is that you get your thing off on them and that the guards come running up before these dudes kill you. So every year the Muslims have what's called Ramadan. Ramadan is a religious holiday. They fast. They do not eat from the time the sun comes up till the sun goes down. Every morning they would get up and they would go to the chow hall before everybody else would still be dark outside, and they would eat their meal. Then after it got dark that evening, they would all go over there and they were fed a certain meal. And then at the very end, they had a big feast. At least this is how it was where I was at. If it's not how it was where you were, we just didn't be time in the same places. The first day the guys go over there, the stuff they're supposed to be served, they're supposed to be served a certain diet, certain foods. The stuff wasn't there. They tried to give these Muslim dudes the same food they were giving everybody else. These guys are not eating, and now they go over there and you're trying to feed them beans and hot dogs. They weren't going for it. Guys refused the trays, had a big uproar in the chow hall, started tearing shit up, throwing shit. Goon squad comes in, guards come in, they lock a bunch of the guys up, take them to the hole. And like, I guess, I don't know if you call them the elders or what you call them, but the dudes that were, you know, more mature, older dudes, stepped in and said, hey, y'all ain't gonna carry us like this, man. Y'all gonna get our food here. When we come here tomorrow to eat, the food better be right, or we'll tear this place up, man. The guards agreed. Look, the food didn't come in the food truck. It's not us, it's not the prison. It was mixed up in the order of the order. The food didn't come in. What would you like us to do? They told them, we don't care what y'all do. If this happens again, it's gonna be an all-out war inside the prison, and this ain't something y'all want to do. Y'all better fix it. We're all back in the cell block. When we get wind of what's happening in the chow hall, dudes start coming back from chow at night. They're amped up. Several fights pop off because other dudes, man, y'all act like it's that big of a deal. Like y'all should be eating different food than us. Think y'all super privileged and you know some boys digging up their mouths. Some dudes got stabbed. A lot transpired just in that first night of everything taking place, right? If the word came out quick, it got around real fast, and we all started hearing it. Especially, it was like they made it announced, and then some of these dudes had said it out loud. Come tomorrow, they felt like it was like almost like a jab at Muslims. If this ain't right, anybody that ain't Muslims getting it straight up. We're gonna start, you know, laying people down and they slaying people. We start chopping y'all down. so they know we ain't to be played with. They go over there that morning and they gave us cereal. They ate like this dry cereal with milk and all that. So that was straight. Come that evening, we're all anticipating. I'm not Muslim. Dudes I rock with ain't, I know a lot of Muslims, I'm cool with them, but I rock with dudes that aren't Muslim also. So that puts us against each other. Now dudes that I'm cool with, it's a very good chance I'm gonna have to go head up against for something that got nothing to do with me, all because the prison messed up their diet.
Everything seems like a good idea after dark. Denny's actually is. Only good decisions here to unpack the wild choice.
That evening before they go to chow, them dudes tell them, they pretty much tell everybody, we go to chow, that food's messed up. And they try to disrespect us again, and everybody in this place better be ready, 'cause we come back, we grab the swords and just start killing shit, and straight up. Everybody wants to play us, drag us. Don't mess with the Christians like that. Don't be messing with the white boys or nobody or the Puerto Ricans.
Go,
They're just
go.
like mad at everybody else. We ain't got nothing to do with it. They're singling people out like we had something to do with it. Let that food not be right. When we return back to this pod, swear to God we're gonna strap up and kill everything that ain't Muslim. They stayed true to their word, right? Everything initially pops off in the chow hall with them fighting with the chow hall workers. The chow hall workers aren't Muslims. They don't have anything to do with what they're serving them. So they start by going at the chow hall workers, attacking them, fighting with them, right? The guards intervene, some guards get hurt, and they pop the gates and tell them, get them all back to the building, right? What they should have done is isolate everybody in that chow hall and start locking people up. They should not have sent guys back. But by the time the guards reacted to what was going on, the other guards were fighting, the inmates were fighting, the servers that were working in the kitchen. A bunch of the guys that knew they had a mission to do, which was go back and try to kill everything that wasn't Muslim, had fallen back. Put their hands up, hey, we ain't got nothing to do with it. Peace, you know? They sent all these dudes back to the building. As they're coming down the hallway, and this is a lot of guys, you're talking upwards of 40 or 50 guys branching off to different pods. They've got the door, the main door to our unit open, and all these Muslim dudes are piling in. They've already told us to lock down. It's now after count time, these guys are coming back, this incident's happening, we should have all been locked in. I've already gone to my cell. My cell is located by the stairwell towards the back, right? Like right by the stairwell. When these dudes come in, the doors open, that's how it's locked down. These dudes run to their cells, get whatever weapons they had pre-made, knives, pokers, razors, you know, the locks and socks, soap and socks, different weapons, and they come out and they just start attacking dudes. Dudes are out there sweeping up, boom, hitting them upside the head. The guard pushed the button, shuts all the cell doors. One cell door was already closed. These doors were on the old chain system where they go clang, 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 and they shut. They push one button, all the doors shut at once. Kind of like vibrates until it closes, right? Boom. Then once it closes, you can't open it. So I'm standing at the door and I'm watching, and there's probably upwards of probably 25 Muslims out there in the pod strapped up with weapons, chasing dudes around, trying to stab them, firing them over the locks, boom, popping them on top of their heads, stabbing dudes, cutting them. Got several dudes on one dude over here jumping them. A bunch of dudes ran to the back, right in front of my cell, where it's like the very back of the pod, and they're trying to get away from the stuff going on. They ain't got nothing to do with it. These dudes are like cleaning up out there, cleaning up the area, wiping off the tables. That is their job every single day. And I see a bunch of the Muslim boys come rushing towards the back where these dudes are standing out in front of my cell, maybe 5, 6 feet, and they're way off in the corner, trying to stay away from it in the hopes that if it does spill over here, they can run in a different direction and get away from it. When these dudes see these dudes, they all runs back there, and all these dudes go to running, and I see this one young dude. This dude must have been like a damn baby, maybe 19, 20 years old. He's kind of cool, and he goes to running. When he goes to run around with one Muslim dude, another dude steps out and swings a banger, hits him in the side of his throat. A banger is just a sharpened piece of steel. Just looked something about maybe 8 inches long, round like a pencil, but it was a piece of metal. And he hit the boy one time in the throat, right? The dude took off running, took maybe 7, 8 steps, and was like, still, I don't think he even knew he had been stuck. You can see he's panicking. Dude start punching him. Now the dude just stuck him in the neck has moved off and is chasing the other dudes that was with him throughout the pond. He's stabbed several people now, and these dudes start jumping this boy, and at first he's like, got his arms up, and you can see he's trying to defend himself, but he's been stuck inside of his neck, and he goes from having his arms up and trying to defend himself to, you can just see he just kind of collapses and falls over. Dudes continue to kick this dude, kick him in his face, stomp on his head, punching him, holding him by his shirt, hitting him, and dude's unresponsive. At first, this stuff was like really, really coming out of his neck, like something out of a movie. Movies do no justice to what this stuff looks like. Those are special effects. In real life, sometimes they amp it up in movies, or when you're seeing something like this, and like in real life, when you see it, it's way different. It's no shock value because TV. It's life. They finish attacking the dude and they roll out, and I noticed now that this is when I knew the boy was dead. As he was standing up trying to defend himself, the stuff was coming out of his neck real fast. After they jumped in, he was laying on the ground. It was like instantly, it went from coming out of his neck real fast to it just being a slow trickle to the bleeding just stopped. This dude's laying in front of my cell. At this point, from him running from them, he might be about 10, 12 feet from where I'm at now. And I'm looking out my door, and I'm looking at this dude as he's laying there. One of his eyes is completely closed, and his other eye is barely open enough that you can see the white of his eyeball. And he's just laying on his side, laying dead. Goon squad come rushing in, and these dudes start fighting. And it's the first time I'd seen this also. They had this big ass canister. It looked almost like a fire extinguisher that you would take and put out a fire with, but it had a big cone on the end of it, and this thing administered mace, like pepper spray. And they were just hitting everybody. And they hit it, this big yellow cloud would come out, and it would mess everybody. It messed all of us up in the cell. And then they, do what they do. Guards are not playing. They're smacking dudes in their head, flashlights, walkie-talkies, the billy clubs. It's full-fledged. Do whatever we got to do to get this under control. They get all the Muslim dudes rounded up. A bunch of them act like they didn't have nothing to do with it. I watched it all. I know who did, who didn't. I know who stabbed the boy in the neck. I watched it take place. I know who assaulted him and he was laying there poked up. I watched it all take place. The crazy thing is, one of the dudes that was kicking his boy in the face and hitting him was a dude that I used to laugh and joke with. Kicking, smoke with, eating a long time. I thought he was all right dude, but after I watched him do that to this defenseless man, it changed my view on that dude, right? They come in and they start cleaning up the mess. Now, when there's a body, they don't move the body. They bring the doctors, the nurses in, they check for a pulse. The man ain't got no pulse. I'm still standing at my door looking out, and the guards never look up at me, and I kind of move away from the door because I don't want them to question me about nothing. But then you got everybody standing at that door now looking, and everybody just get there.
Everybody standing up at the door looking.
Behind their back. And leave them out, right? Dudes are coming in other
Keep
people's
it
blood,
cooking.
their own blood. Don't think these dudes wasn't fighting back. Some of these dudes, these Muslim dudes attacked, had wanted this rat. They was ready for it. So they had their fingers on.
Keep it cooking, keep it looking.
Right? They started
Keep it
taking
looking.
them out of there. Now they're doing damage control. Looking at how bad the pod's been torn up. There's blood here, blood there. Blood trails throughout the pod, blood leading in the cell. They're finding other people now. They got the cell doors open and started letting people in. As I told you, they shut the cell doors. They're finding trails of blood leading in the cells. Going and checking. Oh, we got one that's in the cell now that's stabbed. Man, I don't want to get no trouble with this man stabbed. Meanwhile, this dude is still laying out front of my cell. Doctors, nurses, they do everything they can, to try to work on him until they realize there's a hole inside of his neck that went through a vein. He is dead. His heart is bled out. He's done. His brain's dead, right? They come in, they sit that boy up, put him in a bag, and they toted him up out of there. I remember watching them pick him up, and from the time that he died until the point that they finished their investigation and got him in a bag, it was about 6-7 hours. It was a very long time he laid there on that floor, to the point that the blood that was all around him went from the color of blood to being almost like a brown color, like a brown. It's the only way to explain it. They zipped the boy up and took him up out of there. They start their investigation. First thing they do is they start questioning
all the guys that were stabbed and cut, as far as what they seen, why it took place, anybody they took into custody that had blood on them, whose blood is this, what happened. They're gonna deal with all them guys first because they clearly know what happened, right? Who stabbed you? I don't know. Why'd you get stabbed? I don't know. They had already got ready because it's gonna pop off had they not.
It's gonna pop off,
Guys,
motherfucker. Don't you understand that, bitch?
and they didn't do anything about it. And it's not a shot at the
It's gonna
Muslims, 'cause I
pop
don't
the
judge
fuck
anybody
off.
based off of what some people do. I've met good Christians, bad Christians, good Muslims, bad Muslims, mean Muslims, peaceful Muslims. Like, I don't judge nobody off the actions of some people. But they go through and they start questioning about them. They start to sell one.
Virtual sleepover time.
Bring them out to the handcuffs. Take them to the investigator's office, bring them back. And it just so happened when all this transpired, those was like within days of being released. I'll never forget that man, caught my door, Williams, bag, you out of here. And I walked out in the bar and I looked around and there was so many different people. All right, Jay. And door yelling, all right, be safe. Don't forget to call such and such. Dudes always want you to do something for them. Hey, don't forget about me, man. Holler at my people when you get out. All right, bro, be good. And I just remember like looking around at the room and looking back over where my cell was. I'm thinking about seeing that boy later. Boy didn't do nothing to nobody. He was scared to begin with. He tried to run from it. The dude that I initially thought was just going to hit him wasn't even the one that got him. One of the dudes behind him stepped around him, just one quick jab, hit him in his throat one time. I don't even know if he realized he killed the boy. Stuck him one time and kept him moving, took off, chasing somebody else. But just like that, they released him. I remember going to the front, getting my property, changing back into my street clothes, that little brown bag with my stuff in it. And I stepped out front of this place, right? Watching the cars going down the street. I'm headed across the street, jump on the bus, right, to head home. I remember standing at the bus stop, just looking over there thinking, these people out here don't even know what's going on, man. They live a nice, peaceful, quiet lives. None of this hit the news. They have no clue what's going on right inside there right now. They have no clue that as they're driving to work, drinking their morning coffee, that there's men in there dying, men in there killing other men. Could be one of your family members that got locked up with something real stupid. And just like that, kid got hit in his neck, laid there and died. That is always stuck with me. Like I told y'all at the beginning, there are certain things you're going to see in life that no matter what you go through, where you go, what you experience, you'll never shake that image. I didn't want to see that. I didn't ask to see that. Seeing that doesn't make me tough. It's just part of my history. It's just something I had to witness. I'm gonna be honest with you. Download. I'm glad I was in that cell.
Ebony, download now.
Why would I act like I wanted to be
I already
out there
downloaded
next to
Ebony,
running around sticking,
motherfucking
stabbing, cutting,
Ebony,
getting cut, trying to hurt somebody?
motherfucking
But I was
Ebony.
glad that I was in my cell. I was glad that I was on the inside looking out. I wasn't glad to see people fighting for their lives and all the violence taking place. It was literally like watching something out of a movie. There's so much going on. You got guys just running. You ain't never seen a man really run. So you've seen 2 or 3 dudes jump on him and trying to hurt him with knives, razors, pokers, things like that. Or a guy that ain't been stuck trying to maneuver and run away from somebody that's got a weapon. And he's trying to swat at him as this dude's trying to stick him. Or you got somebody that's already been stabbed 3 or 4 times, screaming for help, laying on the ground. You look around and there's just people getting punched, cut, stabbed, poked. And here you are behind the safety of the door, just watching. Some of them guys I'm watching running around fighting for their lives, I know I'm all right with. Some of the guys that are chasing them, doing these things to them, I know I'm all right with. That was what I signed up for. Had I stayed out of trouble, done what everybody told me, not wanting to be this dumb criminal, I would have never had to witness that. But sadly enough, I did. The man lost his life. Stayed right there in the penitentiary on that. You know, it's crazy looking back on events like that, those moments, that being my life, and where I am today. You know, after telling that story, thinking back to how I opened this video, I have a lot to be grateful for. A lot of y'all have got a lot to be grateful for. I've come so far, but I've got so far to go. I went through all that to get to where I'm at today. I had to go through that to become who I've become. I do want to leave y'all with this real quick, and I feel it's very important. For anybody struggling with addiction, I understand it's a struggle. Please stop. Please. Think about the people that you could potentially leave behind. That girl did not do that with the intent on dying. If you would have told her Friday night, tomorrow night, you'll be dead if you do drugs, she wouldn't have believed it. Even with you watching this, if I tell you, tomorrow night you can be dead if you do drugs, people are still gonna get high. Take back your life, take back the power that the drugs are taking away from you. Reach out to someone, get help. People care about you. You may not think so, and you won't even realize it until you're dead and gone. Everybody else is left to put the pieces together. You are loved and you will be missed. She was loved and she will be missed. We're the ones that are left behind to deal with it. You don't feel anything. You don't feel any pain. And if you do, it's only temporary. Can you imagine what was going through her head as she was sitting there and her heart was exploding fast, breathing all messed up? Then everything just faded to black. Don't become a statistic, man. Please listen to what I say, please. Somebody cares about you. And if you don't think that anybody cares about you, let me tell you this. Even if I don't know you, I care about you because I'm human. I don't want to turn on the news and see that somebody had something bad happen to them in their past. You know, this is so normal that it doesn't even make the news anymore. She didn't make the news. These things don't make the news. There's a reason I didn't even mention her name, because I don't want that to be how she's remembered. And me saying her name, somebody be like, oh, damn, they talking about her? No, I don't want her to be remembered. But that is the sad reality. My heart goes out to her and her family. God bless you. May you rest in peace. You didn't deserve to go out like that. The war that you have fought for many years is finally over. And it's sad to say, you did not win. Nobody wins when these type of things happen. I'm gonna leave y'all with that. But anyways, these jails, detention centers, these prisons, these facilities, they're all just crazier world inside of this already crazy world we live in. And as always, y'all know what I'm doing. Just trying to keep y'all entertained. Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained?
This is Jay Williams. Let's live life. And to all my real ones, not awesome real ones watching. Because y'all still watching me. Oh, y'all now.
Salute.
Salute. Rest in peace.
QuickMD connects patients with a doctor online for opioid use disorder. Start medication-assisted treatment backed by science. No judgment, no stigma, and no insurance is required. Take
virtue. Stealing is altruism. Murder might be excusable. Burn it all down. These.
Imagine when they're pulling off the lot, the new coming out the top. It's on, I ain't never gonna stop. I'm on, I ain't never gonna stop. I'm the man. Man, y'all already know what it is. Jay Williams does live life, and we're back. Happy Saturday. I do feel like one of the most overworked but blessed men there is. Do I work? That is a dumb question. Yes, I work. I also do YouTube. You know that, and that's why you are here. Let's get into the purpose of today's video. Y'all seen the thumbnail. Today I'm gonna give y'all some of these gang stories, things I saw. Very, valid reasons on why I never joined no gang. Gang. Nah, not here, not me. I wasn't that guy. Now, if this don't apply to you, let it fly. But if you feel some type of way about this video, then that means you were probably doing some of the that was mentioned in this video, or you're one of those type of guys. Like I said, if you didn't do none of that, you didn't act like that, conduct yourself like that, doesn't apply to you, let it fly. But if you do catch feelings, then you're probably one of these type of dudes I'm talking about. I seen a whole bunch of nonsense when it came to the gangs. Things that just made an unpleasant situation, which is incarceration, prison, the penitentiary, the penal system, even more uncomfortable. There was a time when all you had to be was a man. All you had to do was stand up for yourself. Mano y mano, you versus him. And then as the gangs integrated and got woven into the fabric that and the fibers that make the system what it is, all that changed. You get to beefing with him, and because he's affiliated with them, you and him can't even see each other one-on-one. You got to deal with him and all of them. But we got smart when it came to the gangs. Some of us. And we figured out how to deal with those types of situations. That's a no-win situation. There's too many of them. So I'm gonna catch him by himself. And I know that after I do what I do to him, I'm gonna have repercussions coming at me from them guys. So when I get a hold of him, I'm gonna make an example out of him. That's what I'm gonna give y'all today. Some of these examples, some of these times when what you crying for? Stop screaming. The homeboys can't save you now. That sex shit don't mean nothing. It's me and you. I deal with them, I'm telling you. With all that being said, man, you know how to sing it, you know how to live it, so let's relive.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. First, go to Riverside and open an account. When you're ready to record, just hit rec to capture high-quality audio and video, all from the comfort of, anywhere. Even if the only camera you have is on your phone. With Riverside, you'll still look like a pro. The equipment doesn't matter. You'll get a professional-looking podcast using anything you already have at home. When it comes to editing, it's truly idiot-proof. Even with zero experience, you can create content like an experienced editor using Riverside's AI tools and intuitive editing features. Get transcriptions automatically and use them to edit just like a doc. Or use the chapter timeline, which makes it easier to skim and scan. Ready to share? It's okay if you don't have an audience yet. Everyone needs to start somewhere, and Riverside has the perfect tools to help you reach them, like live streaming or automated social clips using AI to create engagement on YouTube Shorts, TikTok, and Instagram Reels. Your podcast really is just a click away with Riverside. Just bring your idea, and we'll do the rest. Try it now. It's free.
Are you researching dental implants?
There's a lot of dental offices that'll talk about doing their teeth in the day process. A lot of times what they mean is they'll do the surgery and give you some sort of teeth the next day, but those teeth are not permanent teeth. They're temporary teeth that you wear while you're healing.
In the old way, you would get a set of acrylic or temporary material teeth that gets screwed right onto the implants.
In reality, you're getting, let's say, a converted denture. These small-to-day teeth that you get to, they're made with dentures. It's basically plastic. It's going to break. Here at Nubia, we're able to deliver permanent teeth in 24 hours.
24 hours after my surgery, my beautiful arches were fixed in my mouth. And not only did I have a bite and a smile, but a lot less mental anxiety.
People are always asking me, are those permanent? Are they going to last a lifetime? Well, yeah, they are. 2.5 years later, and then just like the first day I got them, it's as strong as ever.
During the surgery, you're not only going to be treated by your treating surgical doctor, you'll also have a CRNA, a nurse anesthetist there as well. So you'll have two people that have certification in keeping you safe during your procedure so that you make sure that you're safe during the entire process.
Nubia is offering the final permanent teeth. These teeth are basically indestructible. During the 4 to 6 month period right after your implants get placed, osseointegration is happening. So those implants are in the bone, and your body is creating new bone that grows into those implants and locking them in. Nubia has thousands of 5-star reviews and over 50,000 Facebook members for you to connect with. Not to mention their 99.13% success rate to back it up. Nubia's new way of doing things actually helps the healing process along. The reality of it is, back in the early 2000s, giving you a set of teeth, either the day or day after you have your surgery, that was incredibly controversial. Back in the early 2000s, that was the new way of doing things. 20 years later, there is definitely room for improvement.
It's literally the day of surgery. We get the implants placed. We get the scans. We get all the records. We send this to the lab, and literally, just overnight, they'll make the zirconia prosthesis, and they'll be delivered the next morning.
What do you think the best way for those implants to integrate is? With a set of teeth hanging on them that has some microflexure to it, or with a rigid splint that's going to keep those implants perfectly in place and still so that your body can maneuver them? Old way, new way.
Damn camera does make me look like I'm losing weight. I've been 197 for months now. I can't seem to drop below 197. I'm like 197.1. Anyways, in my life I have traveled. Hear me out now. I've not traveled as much as a lot of men. I've never left the United States, but I've traveled. And the stupid criminal lifestyle that I led, it caused me to have to run a lot. I'm one of them guys that I'll take off. I didn't the last go round. I manned up. I knew I was going to prison. I knew in order to ever be a father, I had to answer for what I had done. I had to get it behind me. But I traveled. I lived in different states. In the streets of Philly, never seen the gang stuff. Never. Shout out, salute to Philly 215 in the house. Illinois was way different. Living out there, you seen a lot of GDs, Gangster Disciples, BGDs, Vice Lords, Latin Kings. There was more of those than anything where I was living. I was living in Danville, Tilton, Champaign, Urbana area in Illinois, off of Oak Street for my Danville dudes that are out in Illinois. A lot of BGDs, GDs, and Vice Lords, Latin Kings, all throughout there. You didn't see a lot of the Bloods and the Crips. Going into the jail here in this state, that's primarily what you saw was the number one gang being the Blood Cats of all different sets. There's a lot of Bloods. Second coming in would have been the Crip sets. Then you had the GD sets, Folk Nation, all this and that. Didn't see many Kings, Serenos, MS-13s, yada, yada, yada. I seen a lot of that. Early on, it wasn't in the jail, and it was like, I'm one of the guys that would do a stint, come home for a couple months, and I wouldn't be out long, and my ignorance would have me locked right back up. So as time progressed with the jails, the gangs grew. I remember being a teenager and going to jail for the first time. You didn't have to really worry about the gangs like that. You had to worry about the other dudes in there that were savages. And if you got into it, there might be a chance that that guy would have a couple homeboys that were going to try to bank you or jump on you. but you really didn't have to worry about having an issue with a man and what 50, 100, 200 other inmates might think. Throughout my jail bids, I seen the gangs start to grow. And one thing, and like I said, if it don't apply, that most of this had in common were the guys they were recruiting. It's not like it was guys that were coming in there that were knocking dudes' head off on one-on-one occasions, or guys that were really known for getting down and gritty that were running over to join the gangs. The gangs were more or less recruiting the guys that were coming in that were real quiet, standoffish. That in another world, in another universe, without the gangs, another time, they may have became victims. So you can use your common sense. You come in there, the gang is going to extort you, the gang is going to rob you, they're going to beat you up. How do you avoid that? You go join the gang. Right or wrong? I'm right because I've seen it. Then you got guys that are just plain out scared. They don't want to see that one-on-one. They know that if me and you have a situation and you're not gang related, I can grab a hold of you and I can do whatever I want to. But all you have to do is have ties to any organization in here. And well, they're not going to allow that. You can run your little mouth. I might think twice before I do something to you. Because damn, there's a lot of them that I know what you need to say you. But we'll get into that. Going into prison, prison is flooded with gangs. Everywhere you look, you see certain handshakes. You see people throwing up gang signs, gang calls. There's different calls they shout out to acknowledge each other. Each set has their own. What does the sets people throw up? You learn who is who just by watching who these guys were affiliated with. As soon as I come in, I see dudes that they throw up this certain set with their hand. All right, I know what they are. I see guys that walk from over here and go hang out with them. All right, I know what he is. And so on and so on when it comes to the gangs. You can literally look and spot the gangs. When I came through receiving, and here in Virginia and most states, you have to go through a receiving center. A receiving center, there's a lot of different places that do receiving. This is the place that no matter what your crime is, everybody has to go through receiving. That's where you get classified. If you're a guy that likes to steal out of Walmart and you've got petty crimes, well, they're going to send you to a level 1 prison on a level 1 yard. That's receiving place classification. Then in the next 30 to 45 days, they're going to look through your file, figure out where you're going, and they're going to make sure you get off to the right prison you're supposed to be to. But everybody starts off there together. So you could be Mr. Sticky Fingers, Johnny Steals a lot, and be bumped up with somebody that likes to kill a lot. They mix everybody in there. And that's one of the most chaotic times of being incarcerated. Because you got guys in there that don't really understand how serious this is, that might have been sentenced to a year, running around playing like stuff sweet. And you got a man sitting on there in his bunk that's still trying to mentally come to terms with the fact that he was just given life, or life plus 600. That man's not with the gangs all day. But these guys were joining the gangs as soon as they got to receive, which made me question a lot of the authenticity of these gangs. I've since learned that a lot of these gangs aren't even real. It was real to them. These guys get out of jail and they're claiming this and they're claiming that, and somebody that's really with that set pulls up on them and says, "Who's your big homie? Who are you under?" And they check their knowledge, and the next thing you know, they're getting stomped out because they were misled. They got jumped in this gang in prison, did their whole bit thinking this gang was real, got out of prison and got beat the hell up because turns out that was just a prison gang. Receiving is when I got my first real dose. And I told you they went to jail. My first real dose of how prison was going to be. Receiving set the tone and it set the pace for what was to come. Now, I can respect, and I don't agree with it. I don't think it's right. But if you're going to take something from a man, take it from him. I can respect that. Walk up, make yourself known, and if you're man enough, take my stuff. The stealing I can't respect that. In no way, shape, or form do I respect a thief. If you've got to wait till my back is turned, or until I'm not around to take my stuff, well, to me, you're a whole entire bitch. And you know that. I saw the gangs doing this. The gangs. Y'all are 30 deep. If y'all want that man's stuff, go take it from him. Test his gangster. Go make yourself known. But they weren't doing that. They were waiting until guys would go to chow. They were waiting until they would call yard and would go out on the yard, and then they would creep up through the aisles, go to somebody's locker, have somebody standing there watching. Operation Steal the Chips and potato chips and soups and sodas, candy bars, crackhead stuff. And they would peel these boys' lockers open, steal their stuff. Then these dudes would come back. Who stole my stuff? Whoever stole it, your mamas, your daddies, I hope your kids, they would go in. And you know what these dudes that stole their stuff would do? Meanwhile, homeboy's over there snapping. He's a real savage. Snatch a hold of any one of them one-on-one and break them in half. They stole his stuff. He's disrespected. They're not saying nothing. You so gangster, where's it all at? I couldn't respect. So let me re-straighten this, because I just realized I said something I don't fully agree with. If you want to take my stuff, you come take my stuff. You plus 30? I don't respect that. You picking on somebody weaker than you with 30 guys behind you? I don't respect that. I remember a time when equaled up guys of the same caliber would go at it. Not just go pick on somebody because he's smaller than you. Not just go pick on somebody because you know you can beat him up. Or not go do it because you got all these guys behind you. I don't respect that. I respect the mano y mano, me versus you. We've had words. Here I come. This is what it is. That's what I respect. Receiving was chaotic. I've seen every and anything you could think about take place when it came to disrespect and receiving. I hated receiving. And then at the very end of my bid, I had to go to reentry, which is very much like receiving. A lot of these guys in there have only been locked up 2 years and now they're going home. Here I am at the end of a 10-year sentence, having to be around guys that are playing all day, that have barely done any time, and they don't know how much time I've done. They don't know that guy over there is at the end of a 40-year sentence, and these guys are still in their little childish mind state. I ran into a guy in Greensville many, many years after being in receiving, that for the longest time, I couldn't place where I knew them from. Now, Greensville was gangland. When I say gangland, it was gangland. The chances you getting a one-on-one fight were slim to none, unless you got into it with a guy that was not gang affiliated, or grabbed a hold of him and made sure nobody else could, intervene. But I run across this guy named John Black, and I think I talked about John Black in the past, that I could not place. Where do I know this guy from? Is he from my city? Did I do time with him in jail? Was I in a detention center with him? Where do I know him from? I heard people say his name. Hey, John Black. And I recognize the name. I remember the name. He had this crunchy ass skin. I say crunchy. Looked like he had real bad acne as a teenager. And he had all the acne scars. And he was just midnight, no moon in the sky, black. Hence is his name, John Black. But I couldn't place him. We have a conversation one day because he keeps looking at me. So general rule is me and you make eye contact more than a couple times. One of us is going to go, hey, check the other. What's up, man? We keep looking eye to eye. Would you try to take me on a date or something? Do you know me? Something you want to get off your chest? But we kept making eye contact. And that was because we both, I could tell it wasn't no beef. It was, we recognized each other somewhere. Friend or foe, state your biz. So I approached him. I don't know gangster stuff, not aggressively, but I approached the dude one day in the pod. Hey, where do I know you from, man? And he said, he's like, you do look familiar. I've seen you somewhere too. Where you from? He's from Tidewater. I'm from Richmond. So that's dead. I don't know you from the streets. I don't know you from the jails. I don't know you from the detention centers. I haven't been in the same detention centers or jails that you have. What are the prisons you've been in? And while he's naming the prisons, he names the prison in receiving. I know where I know you from. You made the little gang dude cry. You was there for that? Yeah, we were at the same receiving. And the receiving we were at, got shut down. We were in the category of the last 90 guys to ever do receiving at this place because the receiving section of it was shut down and they started shipping us immediately. Overnight, the reception center emptied out and they turned it into general population. He had a situation when he came in with this gang situation, with his stuff getting stolen. And I made an announcement. I talked in that video. I watched all these dudes get their stuff stolen. I made an announcement one day addressing the sneak shit, the thieving, the little sneaky rat type style they had when it came to stealing. I addressed it. I would not be the only guy to ever address the situation. Now I'm receiving, I had some dudes that I stood alongside that were good men, that had done bad things in the streets, that had broken the law and that were doing their time. Guys that were from Richmond, rest in peace, Goldie, my old head. I more or less fell up under actual convicts. I like to surround myself with men that had done time. I wasn't into the games. I was 24, 25-ish at the time. I wasn't into running around playing all day. I've always been told I have an old soul. So I more or less flocked and had convicts gravitate towards me. I didn't play the games as little dudes did. And I wouldn't be the only one that made an announcement. When I watched somebody's stuff get stolen one time, I remember I stood in front of everybody and I said, hey, you steal my stuff, I know who's doing the stealing. We're not going to talk about it. I'm not going to make another announcement. I'm going to come straight to you and I'm going to do what I got to do. Try me if you like to. Try me like you tried him and you'll see what happens. My homeboys, Goldie and them, they also made the same announcement where they said, we can't respect no thief. The stealing in here has got to stop. You want somebody's stuff, be a man and go take it. Don't be a thief. Nobody respects a thief. John Black stuff got stolen when we was on your own. He knows who's doing the stealing. I know who's doing the stealing. We've all, at some point or another, seen somebody creep over there and steal somebody's stuff. John Black didn't waste no time. He came straight in, noticed his stuff was missing, his lockers open. They would bend these doors. It's a tall locker. They would bend the top, and then they would bend the bottom. And we used to take the doors, and we would line the inside of our doors. We'd take the razor shake with it, pop the razors open, and use tape and stick razors all on the inside. So if you grabbed it and peeled it, it would fillet the meat off of your little thieving ass fingers. And then we're just gonna follow the blood trail to your bunk and beat your ass up because we know you did it. Your blood's all on the locker. The trail led to your bed. That's your ass.
Welcome to Wix Harmony. Take the speed of AI and pixel-level control. To go from words into a full website that's entirely yours to shape. Need a new page, section, or a restyle? Ask Aria, your personal AI agent. And boom, there it is. Flow naturally. Between generating and doing it yourself. This is the new way to create. Wix Harmony.
Hey, what's up, guys? You want to see this super sick van that eBay got for me? Under the hood, a Takeda. This gives this a little bit of a hum, a little bit of a... You can actually get an entire van like this on eBay through their secure purchase program.
John Black comes in, his stuff has been stolen. He's looking for the dude that he knows does all the stealing. He yells up front to one of his homeboys, hey, you seen such and such? This dude is at a program. They would, when you first come in, you have to do TB shots. They have different little programs you do while you're in receiving that also helps classify you. This dude has stole all John Black stuff, and then they call program, he slid out to the program. Well, in the meantime, Brett comes back in. You gotta wait for these guys to come back from the program. He's heated, waiting on this dude to come back. Mind you, now I'm telling y'all, this is where I know John Black from, right? He's made this announcement, and as he's made this announcement, the guard in the booth overhears him. She calls in another officer and tells them there's something going on. We got a guy in here snapping. He's probably about to lead to violence. You need to come here and intervene. He's making this announcement. The program dudes come back. John Black approaches the dude in the front, shoves him. This dude stumbles backwards, and John rushes up on him. About that time, a guard comes in and, hey, stop. He intervenes and saves the little gang dude. Matter of fact, both of y'all step out to the vestibule. Now, most of these buildings, the way they're set up is a big square, and there's a wall that divides the middle. Then there's a control booth right in the center when you first come in. When you first come in the building, there's 2 sets of doors, and that's just a big waiting area. And there's a door to your right and your left that lets you into either 100 or 200, or A unit or B unit. They tell them go into the vestibule, which was a rookie mistake. You're supposed to stand there with them. If you see they're about to get to violence, the last thing you do is put them two in a small area by themselves and think that everything is going to be okay. So the dude that did this stuff stepped into the vestibule, and John Black stepped into the vestibule. And meanwhile, you got all these gang members coming from the back, because that's their homeboy, right? He's trapped in the vestibule with the dude that he just stole from. The officer gets on the radio, and we're all standing in the front of the day room where the payphones are, and there are little tables where we play chess, and there's a bookshelf there, and you know, you got the TV on the wall, and we're kind of just watching all this unfold. All these gang members coming from the back, because one of theirs is trapped in the front. He's in a section to where, in this little cubby area where they got these 2 inmates standing in this vestibule, they can't get in there to help him. And the guard is standing there in front of us, and he's talking to the lady control group. What did you see? What's going on? Is anybody else involved? When all hell breaks loose, John grabs his dude and slams him against the window and just commences to doing what he wants. When he hit the dude screamed like a girl. Boom! Ah! John Brady ricochets him off the ground, picks him, slams him over, and just sits down on him and just starts beating on him. All this dude's gang homeboys are beating on the glass. Open the door, Tell the guard, open the door. The guard's not going to open the door. And they're watching through the glass as John is just feeding these things to this dude, beating this dude's ass. All us non-affiliated gang members that have stood there and watched these dudes steal the stuff time and time again were smiling. Look at your homeboy crying. Dude was crying. John punished this dude for about another 30, 45 seconds before those 2 doors on the front of the building opened up, and a whole bunch of guards, they call a code, and when they do, any officer near that vicinity comes running. Doesn't matter what's going on, unless you're in a control booth. If you're an officer walking the floor, walking the yard, out front of the building, you report to that area. This officer is radioed, and all these officers come running because there's an active fight. And John by now has done completely wrecked this little rat thief. He has demolished him right there in front of all this dude's gang homeboys, right? They run in, John stands up, backs up, dude is on the ground, all pissed up, pissed all over himself. Used to wear these dark blue jeans, and when you pee or you got it wet, just a little bit of, you spill something on it, you see it, it would almost turn black. This dude is pissed all over himself. And he did this because, well, he thought he was safe. He was stealing because there's no way you can get your hands on me one-on-one. You see all these dudes over here? Yeah, gang, gang. But no, the officer messed up, put them both in the vestibule together to see what was going on, thinking that it wasn't as big as what he just saw. He figured they were standing there. After a few seconds, he would step in. Hey, what's the problem? Why y'all arguing? Can't be fighting. What's going on? But in the time it took him to put them in there and ask the other officer what was going on, John Black saw his opportunity and went in on him, which is what he should have done. Because had he had done it inside that dorm area, oh, they'd have mobbed down on him. He might have got a couple hits off before they started stomping him. And that many people, you can't win the fight. The most you can do is just try to get your thing off on one of them or grab one of them and use them as a shield. I've done it. I know other guys that have done it. You grab a hold of the smallest one in that gang, or whoever's closest to you, that you know you can overpower, and you kind of use them as a shield to protect you from the other guys. You fall to the ground, take him with you, and roll him, and keep him on top of you. That way, as they're kicking, you can use him as a shield. John Black demolished that little gang dude in that vestibule.
For all of us, it was 100% a win. We're tired of watching the games bogged down on dudes. We're tired of watching these nobodies that if you didn't have these dudes stand behind you, act like you're somebody. That without them, you wouldn't do nothing. That on a one-on-one tip, you would get all this. Bro, John Black would be the first one to show them you're not untouchable. They ended up putting him in the hole, which it didn't matter. They was shutting down the receiving section anyway. It wasn't going to be that much longer. And he ended up getting shipped off to another prison. And then he ended up getting shipped to Greensville, where I ran into him in Canada. And I talked to him about it, and I asked him, I said, "You ever get any flack off of that? Like, we got to the next prison, I know to beat up a gang member, there's usually going to be some repercussions for me. Nah, no problems. Anywhere I've ever got jail, I've held my down just like I do here. I don't respect that gang shit, man." That was the story of John Black. John Black, the man that grabbed the hold of one of them, made a piss all over himself, made him cry. That dude cried. Dude was in that vestibule screaming like a little, Was it worth it? You signed up for that game, you signed up thinking that could never happen. But it did, and it can. Let's get into it. John Black. If you're watching, man, shout out to you, John Black. Let's get into the next story. Now, not everybody joins gangs for protection. Not everybody. I have talked to guys that grew up. Get a little more comfortable. I have talked to guys that grew up in their lifestyle, that grew up in gang-infested neighborhoods. Richard Cabral had a spot on the Mayans series on TV. Is now a motivational speaker. I think he was from East Los Angeles. I watched some of his motivational speeches.
In Orville, you do have a rare opportunity to experience a wide variety of recreational activities. Like I said, we have 5 large lakes and a river runs through it, all to be enjoyed, from powerboating, water skiing, sailboating, rowing. The after day has the windsurfing activity that goes on, to the golfing at the golf course, to just plain kayaking down the river.
Playing on iPhone? Now you can play Unlocked with Google Play Games on PC. Unlock rewards with Google Play Points. So the more you play, the more you earn. Go play on PC with Google Play Games. Download now.
Powerful. Hearing his breakdown of why he joined the gang, what brought him into the gang life, really changed how I looked at it. Some guys grow up in that. Some guys have no family, no loved ones. Their household, their home is chaotic. There's no love in it. And the streets, their neighborhoods are filled with children just like them. They go through the same things they do. So they resort to the streets. They find their family in the streets. And they join these gangs. Same thing happens for some guys in prisons. They never really had a family. They never really had anybody that cared about them. So they're easily influenced. They're easily, easy to seek out. They're easy to spot. They're insecure. They're afraid. They're standoffish. They don't act like everybody else. And the gangs will pull them in, show them love, unity, protection, brotherhood. I've met some good gang members. I've had a lot of different cellmates. I've met some dudes that's what they were, that was their set, that's what it was. They didn't agree with everything the gang might have done, and they were good dudes. And I've had some dudes in my cell that gang bang that was just like, the sooner I get this dude out of my cell, the better. I hate this dude. I hate this situation. I hate everything he talks about. This dude is a complete moron, and it's clear he's only part of this gang because without them, he would be a victim in this place. I've had very few occasions where I got a one-on-one with a gang member. General rule is if one of them rides, all of them ride, which I do not agree with. I agree with the thought process. If the man he's beefing with is 7 foot tall, he's 5 foot tall,
then I could see where it would warrant several guys getting involved. I mean, I guess I can see it making sense. But I don't see where when it's I'm my size and you're the same size as me, and we have a problem where there should be a problem with me and you handling. Especially when a lot of these guys only run around starting stuff because they know their gang's not going to let me do anything to them. They know they can say it, do it, get away with it because they got a small army behind them. Certain games, hands down, you're not getting a one-on-one. Okay, what the situation is, what happened, not going to happen. You want to fight, we're all going to jump in, we'll go mob one, you're going to stomp you. That was the general thought process of the games. I can't say this. A lot of the Crip homies, the bigger homies, were famous for letting their Crip dudes get one-on-ones. A lot of these Crip sets believed in the one-on-one. They had to show the people around them, the other gangs, the inmates, look, we ain't bullies. Everybody we got with us, if he ain't solid, will show us. What he do? And they'll all get together and congregate and come to an agreement on whether they're gonna jump you or they're gonna let you get the one-on-one. I'm not gonna put any names, but I'm gonna talk about a story that happened here recently with a homeboy of mine, right? That's locked up that I talked to the other day. He ends up at this camp, and I've been there before, and I'm talking to him, and I'm like, place is a nightmare. I said, it's just, there's a lot of youngins there. The gangs are out of control. 7 out of 10 inmates there are gang affiliated or in a gang. And he was like, nah, this place is laid back, Jay. I like it here. I said, it must have changed, man, because it wasn't like that when I was there. I stayed getting in trouble because you had YOs, youthful offenders. So you got juveniles and then dudes 18, 19, 20, 21, whose brains aren't fully developed, that are still acting like children, surrounded by grown men. And you're not trying to deal with a bunch of childish games all day. It's a dorm environment. So there's really no peace. I will take a cell. I don't want to be incarcerated, but if I have to choose a setting for incarceration, put me in a cell. I hated the dorm environment. I hated bunks lined up all the way down one wall, lined up down another wall, and then 2 sets of bunks lined up all the way down the middle, and just as far as you can see, an ocean of bunk beds, and just no privacy like I talked about with receiving. Homeboy says, nah, I like it here. Things I just laid back. I'm doing I ain't here. I chill, I'm bidding here. I talked to him last week, and all that has changed. These young boys like to play a lot. And these young boys are gang members. They're easy to draw in. A grown man sees somebody 17, 18, 19 years old, and he's easily influenced. So that's an easy target. He's someone you can take, mold, and make him do whatever you want to, wind his back up, and take 20 of these little young dudes and send them off on missions to rob, steal, stab, do whatever, jump people. They just cause chaos throughout the prison at all given times. Talk to my homeboy, and he's like, just got out the hole. You know what happened? Everything was good. I said, Jay, they play too much, man. He said, you're trying to sleep in the middle of the night. You got dudes running by your bunk, which is a no-no. You don't walk in between somebody's bunk at any given moment, because if something comes up stolen and you cut through where I live at, you're suspect. So if your bunk is on that other wall over there, walk around all the bunks to get to your bunks. Do not cut through the aisles. Do not cut between the bunk beds. You don't do that. That is somebody's personal space. Guys will sit chairs there to let you know don't go through there. And guys will move the chair and go through there. That's a sign of disrespect. He said these guys were playing all night long, playing shootouts, ducking behind bunks, throwing things at each other. And there's a certain set of gang members doing it. And he got tired of it. So he said he stood up in front of everybody like I did, like many had done before me, and he made an announcement. If you're going to say something, don't be a coward doing it. Address the room. Say it so everybody can hear you, so everybody knows what it is, so there's no miscommunication. Lines can't get blurred. Somebody else says this, says that, and it's not what I said. Say it loud, say it proud, say it with your chest. Say it so everybody can hear it. He said, hey, attention, such and such pod. I'm not feeling the playing, man. We're all grown men, we're all locked up here. Stop playing. Don't be beside my bunk. Don't be in my area. We don't have much privacy. Respect the next man. Stop the playing. Act like grown-ups. Regardless of what your age is, we're all locked up together. Don't make this time harder than what it has to be.
Carry yourself accordingly. Act like a man. And if you got a problem with what I just said, my phone number is such and such. Come holler at me. Now's your opportunity. And I know he said this. Homeboy's not a liar. He's never told me something that if I check the facts on somebody else, he's going to tell me something different. When he tells me something, I know that what he's saying is true 100% without anybody else having to verify it. And he's built like that. He's built like that to stand in front of a whole room full of men and challenge them, gangs and all. He's been down a long time and he is not gang affiliated. Just like myself, did a long bit and I never ever joined no gang. He said he made his announcement, said if anybody feels any type of way, y'all know where I sleep, come holler at me and I'll give you the one-on-one. Anybody can get the one-on-one. I respect that. That's how men are supposed to do it. Crickets. Nobody makes a noise. He said the next few days, one of the bigger dudes that's in this particular gang, he keeps hearing say little slick stuff, but he's not saying it to him. He's saying it indirectly. Man, I ain't feeling that shit homeboy was talking. Yeah, man, I ain't really feeling like how he addressed it. Like I feel like he was talking to us. The homeboy said he heard it several times. Now, when he told me, he's like, Jay, they're deep. He was like, in my dorm, there's 30, if not more, of them where I sleep in my dorm. 30 plus of that gang affiliated with that dude that's making these comments. He's like, so I let it ride a couple times because of how deep they were, but you know how I am. If you're saying something indirectly or directly to me, I'm going to eventually speak on it. I said what I said. Now I'm going to stand on mine and I'm going to trust you. He said, so dude indirectly said a couple times, man, I ain't really feeling what homeboy's talking about that. Man, y'all know I sleep, blah, blah, blah. He said, so we stepped the dude. I was like, who you talking about, man? You keep saying you're not feeling. Are you talking about me and what I said? Because if you are, you already know what it is. Like, he said, but before he could finish his one-on-one altercation with this dude, he comes all the gang members all out the woodwork to stand behind this dude. He said, you know what? Don't worry about it. I'm going to go to your big homie. Because I'm tight with your big homie. And I'm going to line it up so that me and you can see each other since you got a problem with what I said. And you want to disrespect everybody else in here. And we'll go see what it is. He goes to the big homie. The big homie is the guy that oversees all of them and says, hey, I addressed it. I announced it. You was there. You heard what I said. Dude keeps running his mouth. You can check him. Well, I'm going to check him. But either way, something's got to happen. Dude says, this dude is also, the big homie is going home in a few days. He says, you know what? I'm going to let y'all shoot for one. Great. But some of the other homeboys ain't feeling that, so you might have to fight a couple of them. He said, I don't care. I don't care how many I have to fight. Let me get the one-on-one. And then anybody else that feels type of way, after I'm done fighting him, I'll fight him. If he feels type of way when I'm done fighting him, I'll fight him. And I know he will because I've seen it done with my own eyes. I've watched him do it.
What's with all the hands?
I'm getting a hand from LegalZoom.
Why? There's so many smart influencers who give advice.
You need an LLC. Cool. LegalZoom helps you find the best way to start your business.
Really? For a legal hand to form your business, visit LegalZoom.
What in the hell is this? I can't believe it's not butter.
New and improved.
Not butter. Spoon, thank you. Wait, this is really rich. And rich, you need a prenup.
Oh, it's actually NutriRich, rich in vitamins A, D, E, and B12.
Basically every letter in the alphabet. Wait, what are you? A genius panini. Can you believe that's not butter? Amazing. That's Gordon. Did you taste that stuff? Absolutely delicious.
The big homie goes home before anybody knows. This just happened. The big homie goes home unannounced. Everybody knew he was going home, but they didn't know he was going home so soon. He said he wakes up one morning, looks back there, and the dude's bunk is empty. So now, the little bit of order they had is gone. The one guy that called the shots in there that controlled everybody, that kept the violence to a minimum, that was responsible for what everybody else did, has now gone. There's nobody now to see all these little knucklehead dudes. He said, so now when he realized the big homie is gone, the whole atmosphere has changed. Like they're 100% going to bank him. He said he knew what it was. He heard the whispering. So at this place in particular, we have the lockers, and on the lockers you get a combination lock. They're either red, blue, or black. Never know which color you're gonna get. Them locks, them locks are dangerous. That lock tied on the end of a belt or looped through a sock and tied in a knot and turned into a weapon is a game changer. One in each hand is an equalizer. You can lay down the wall with two of them in your hand versus a whole squad full of dudes. Doesn't take long. He said a couple hours into the morning, he hears the rumors. They're going to jump him. They're going to do this and that. So he grabs his lock, grabs the dude he shares a cut with's lock, puts them both on socks, ties them in knots, drops them down the front of his pants, and says, "What's up? What's up?" I said what I said. Y'all disrespecting everybody in here. I've been down too long to be disrespected like this. I'm tired of the games. Y'all bickering, whispering like a bunch of little bitches. I'm supposed to be scared because you're in the game. What's up? When y'all want to do it? You ain't said nothing. Let's go in the bathroom. Y'all trying to bank me? Y'all want the one-on-one? Now you know what it is. Ain't no one-on-ones popping off. So y'all some bitches. Y'all want to bank me. You won't see me. You'll stand there and talk, but you won't see me one-on-one. You're basically telling me it's a bank game, right? That's what y'all gonna do. Bank time? Yeah, you know what it is. We mobbing down on you. We all one right here. He told him, "Pussy shit. I'm not. Nah. All right, that's what it is." Said he goes in the bathroom and says, you know, the walls are low in the bathroom. It's about maybe right at 6 foot high, the walls, and the top of the walls are open. Said he goes ahead and says, I'm not ducking none of this, man. I'm gonna get this over with right now. He goes in the bathroom and says, y'all know where I'm at. Come on, come get it. He said before he could fully finish making his announcement, the doors open and they flooded in. He said, Jay, I was honestly gonna rock out with dude that just rumbled the dude one-on-one. But when the doors open and all these dudes come flooding through the doors, like, he said, Jay, I'm talking a lot of dudes coming in at once. He said, I pulled them locks out and I went to work in their asses. He said, the first dude comes to the door, I hit him, boom. He'll be home soon enough, and I'll let him tell you this story, word for word. He said, I hit the first dude, boom, right across his face, and I hit him in his mouth, and it broke his teeth. He said, I took the other lock, and he said, I got one in each hand, I brung it down across the next dude's head, boom, popped the top of his head. He said, blood went everywhere. He said, from there, I just started swinging. He said, now you got one dude standing there with blood coming all out of his mouth, teeth knocked out, another dude laying on the floor with his head cracked open. He said, I'm whooping their asses with these locks, Jay. He said, now they're running out the bathroom and running away from me, and I'll come out the bathroom and I'll bust them. Boom, boom. Going at them with these locks. I'm tired of these little dudes being disrespectful. I'm tired of thinking they're going to run something because they're game affiliated. They took him and threw him in the hole. He just got out, called me from somebody else's PIN number. We kind of talked in a certain language, referencing himself as someone else, so that he could break down the story on what had just happened and why he had just gotten out the hole. I love this dude, man. He is family to me. And I know how he is. And I have not wanted to be locked up since I've been free. But for the first time since I've been out, I kind of wish I could teleport myself back into prison for just a few hours. He came out the hole. There's a war waiting on him. He honestly said, Jay, I thought they would shit me. Like, I just got sent to the hole for knocking dudes' teeth out, cracking dudes' head. He said, but the gang members kept it silent. They didn't tell on me. They want me back on the yard so they can retaliate. Got a dude walking around here now with no teeth in his mouth. Other dudes got staples all across the top of his head. They want some get back. Comes out the hole. But now he doesn't just have beef with this gang, he's got beef with another gang as well, because them being the gangs, they're supposed to set the tone. They're supposed to be the alphas in there. So now he's got two different gangs that feel some type of way. Well, the other gangs still got it. Big homie there, so he goes and hollers at them. And they got two actual Crip dudes that are talking shit on the other side of the compound. He says, you know me from another spread being another prison. Two dudes you got that fall up under you, or run their mouth, words made it back to me. I ain't no bitch. I want to see them one-on-one. Grant me my one-on-one. Be a man about it, and don't let them jump me, and let me see your dudes one-on-one. Since they're so tough, since they're about that life, send them to me. Let me see them one-on-one. We agreed. And the big dude came over there and brought the two dudes. And these two dudes have to fight. Because if they don't fight, they're going to get violated by their gang. Their gang is going to jump them for ducking the call out, for ducking the fade. Dusted their asses off on them one-on-one. Fought the one dude, punished him. Left him looking like Willie Lump, knocks all over his face so mangled. Said he ran through him like nothing. He said when he got to the second dude, he was just getting started as they squared off. He said the first dude didn't even land a punch. Jay said, I punched that boy like that boy didn't know what he was in for. He did not know who he was messing with. He said, when I got to the second dude, I just got started. He said, my adrenaline hadn't even peaked yet. He said, I just wrecked him. I no longer have beef with that gang. He said, but Jay, still got beef with all these other dudes. He said, now they put me on the other side of the yard, so I know it's going to pop off. It's either going to pop off in the chow hall, it's going to pop off when we're walking down what we call the boulevard, which is a section of concrete that everybody's got to travel when you're going to chow or you're going to class. There's just one section of concrete that most compounds call the boulevard. He said, and inmates are passing, and you might pass a group going back to another building where that building used to be in. There they all are. There they come by. He said, it's got to happen, Jay. And I'm going to show him what it is. And I gave him the best advice I knew how to give him. And y'all can call it whatever you want when I say what I'm about to say. I said, do it out in the open. Bro, do it out in the open. You want to do it where if it gets too crazy, the guards and them can step in and stop it. Because you don't need to kill nobody. You don't want to permanently mess somebody up like that. And if you ain't got nobody backing you, you versus 30 people, it's a no-brainer. It's too many people. Do it out in the open. You know who you primarily have beef with. The first time you see him and you cross paths with him, he's most likely not going to have everybody with him. If you catch him coming back from the visiting room, he's going to be by himself. If you catch him coming back from the program, he's probably going to be by himself. And if not, he's going to only have one or two of his homegirls. When you see him, you know what you got to do, man. You have to finish this. You have to set it off. You have to shut him down. Because he's the ringleader now, right? He's the one everybody else that's in that gang falls under now. He's the one, since he's got the biggest mouth and he's got the most pull and he's making the most noise that you're going to have to deal with. Shut him down.
You know, it's kind of a funny story. I was scrolling on eBay looking for a car. What? No one was right. It had to be an Alpha. I found one on eBay. It just needed to be a bit more bellissima. Gave a quick tune-up. The essentials. That I drove down every winding road I could find. And eventually bumped into you. Yeah. Thousands of cars, millions of parts, all in one place. eBay. Things people love.
How long have you been sitting here? I just need to make my video known as West the Collection. What about Subway meets Forest? Let's see what Firefly can do. Maybe animals? Yeah, like panther, lion, tiger. I need something urban. Taxi, street sign? I have an idea. I should come from the middle of the jungle. That's the one. That's sick.
This story right here is to be continued. It will go down here soon. He will do what he knows he's got to do. Not all of us need a gang. Some of us do stand it for ourselves. And I have no problem banging. You do what you want. That has nothing to do with me. That's not my life. Kill somebody's life. That's not my life. You want to join a gang? Cool. I don't care. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about certain individuals, certain situations. And if you're one of the ones that carries yourself according to what I've been talking about today, then I guess you could catch feelings. But the story I just told y'all is something that just allegedly transpired, something that will allegedly play out. Dudes feel like when you put more guys behind them, they're untouchable. Like they're King Kong. You get on like John Black did on some one-on-one. Every now and then you can catch one that's solid. There are some of them dudes are solid and can stand on their own and don't need that game. But a whole large majority of them need that gang. And they won't let you get that one-on-one because they're scared. That's why they joined in the first place. Some of y'all, not all of y'all, some of them joined because they were scared. Some of them joined, not all of y'all, some of y'all, because they needed that extra backup. Because without that backup, the goldfish swimming in a pool full of sharks. The motor convicts, the men that have been down 20, 25, 30 years, they're sharks. You come in there with that rah-rah, making all that noise. You're a goldfish, they'll eat you alive. So what do? You go find all the other goldfish and they work together. Y'all become like a little pack of piranhas. I don't miss those times, man. I don't miss the gangs. I don't miss the fighting. I don't miss the chaos, the stupidity. That all comes with incarceration. That was my fault. I committed my crimes. I left behind this beautiful world to go be a part of that. I did that. I have no one to blame but you, the guy watching me right now, rant and yell at this camera. You, the guy that breaks the law and thinks he's untouchable. You are the guy that will ultimately have to walk in my shoes and look back on my videos as you're watching it play out, just like I said in real life, as you're going through it. As it's you versus everybody. You're gonna look back on these videos. Remember when I tell you to stop now. Stop. Live a normal life. Don't do what I did. Don't have to spend all those years incarcerated only to realize it's stupid. It's stupid. You're gonna live a life full of regret. I wake up and I go to sleep every day regretting leaving my son out here to fend for himself for a decade. I regret the time I can't get back. Can't get that time back. I can never go back to when he was 7 and be there at that football game. I can't. But I can make sure, damn sure that moving forward, I'm the best father in the world. I can make sure for my youngin', for my little boy that I've now got, that I'm there for that game, to make sure that I never leave him out here in this crazy world by himself. Everybody ain't gonna make it. Everybody's got an excuse on why they do what they do. Or I was just trying to feed my family. What happens when you get caught? Now what happens to the family? Now the family's got to come together to try to feed you. Use your brain, people. Use your brain. Now, today's video, I gotta say this because some people are just so narrow-minded that they'll take it some type of way. Today's video was not aimed at any particular organization or gang members as a whole. It was aimed at these dudes that do this type of stuff. If you joined a gang because you're scared, that's what it is. That's why you joined. If you joined it because you needed to feel unity, okay, that's why you joined. If you joined it just because you saw something in there that you felt you needed to be a part of, that's why you joined. I can't speak for everybody. Everybody's got a story. Everybody's got a reason for why they do what they do, why they did what they did. So if it don't apply, let it fly. Me, my opinion, and this is my opinion. You can listen to him, listen to her, listen to them. You don't have to be in no gang to be solid. You can rock out by yourself. I started going in at a very young age. I came out in my mid-30s after a decade had passed. I went in solo dolo on my own 10 by myself, and I walked out solo dolo on my 10 by myself with no affiliations. I don't live in a state where when you go in, you have to be a part of this, you have to go over there with them. I live in a state where when you come in, you have the option of what you're going to do and who you're going to be. I could have chose to gangbang. I had so many opportunities, so many offers. There's times I fought 101 and it would make its way back. I've had dudes come to my cell and be like, what's up, man? You're a good look for us. We need you with us, Jay. Come be with us. You don't have to deal with it no more. You won't never fight one-on-one again. We got you. And I turned it down. No. Because I wanted to come home and be a dad. I wanted to be normal. I wanted to be a civilian with no ties. No ties. I didn't want to come out here and forever be attached to something that I partook, in prison. I didn't want that. So I said no. With what my friends deal with, I've been there, I've dealt with it. I got jumped my first day. And hadn't done nothing to nobody. I got jumped my first day. Because I wasn't in a gang. Had I been in a gang, had I thrown up some sets, I'd have never got jumped. But I stood on my own. And to this day, I stand on my own. I'm not who I used to be. I ain't a killer, but don't push me. I spread a message. I come on here to try to help others. As I talked to my homeboy the other day, it brought back so many familiar memories, so many familiar feelings, because I've been in this situation, and I hate that I can't be there for him. But I also hate that he didn't listen to me. Just like I preached to y'all, I preached to him before he went and caught this new bid. I preached. You listened. And now he's in the situation he's in because he didn't listen. A lot of y'all will find yourselves in that situation because you did not listen. It's up to you. You wake up every day. This is your life. Live it however you want. You have the option to do all these different things. All you got to do is make the wrong choice once, and all the other options you have, they go away. Now you're going to have the option of, do I go eat beans for lunch? Do I go to rent? I got this little bubble sheet. Do I want chicken soups or beef soups? How many Dr. Peppers do I want? Yeah, there's your options. There's your options. But anyways, these jails, detention centers, these prisons, these facilities, they're all just crazier worlds inside of a already crazy world we live in. And as always, y'all know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to keep y'all entertained. Oh, you're not entertained? And like always, this is Jay Williams. Let's live life. That's all my real ones. And there are some real ones watching. You're still watching me. And y'all know how we do it. Salute.
Opioid addiction doesn't have one face or one story, but there's always that moment when you feel sick, when you feel like you're losing control, when you know something has to change. With QuickMD, you can take back control. Connect with a doctor online and start safe, trusted Suboxone treatment from the privacy of home. Stop cravings, stop withdrawals, start living again. Every story deserves a new chapter. Start yours today at quick.md.
Virginia Department of Corrections just put out a SORT program that has brought everything to light. Now you got some guys in here that do not, and when I say do not play well with others. Man, you already know what this Jake Williams was. Life, man, we're back. This is part 2 of Prison Exposed to them. Oh, they put them all out there for the world to see. Prior to that, we knew of some of them. You just look at him and tell, like, yeah, he definitely did something he shouldn't have done. We all did something we shouldn't have done. But he did something that went way past what a lot of us has done. And then the guy over there with a couple of glasses, yeah, the one that walks around with the coloring book all day, he's suspect as well. Old man clutching the Bible. Don't talk to nobody. that every time he sees somebody reading a piece of paper, you see him get all nervous, he's suspect as well. We knew who a lot of these guys were. These guys were paying rent. These guys were being extorted. Some of these guys were just whooping boys. It's not what you wanted to be. You didn't want to be locked up to begin with, but you definitely didn't want to be locked up with those charges. But lo and behold, to all of us, there was a whole bunch of these guys, a lot more than we ever imagined, flying right below the radar, just blending in with everybody else. You would ask them what they were locked up for, and they would feed you as crocodiles, home invasions, caught a body, firearm charges, narcotics, arson, vandalism, you name it. What guys weren't telling you was what they were really locked up for. But we would come to find out on this day in general that a third, not 3 or 4 guys, a third of our population inside that pod had been lying about their charges. A third, 26 men out of 86. At least 60 of us that got various different crimes that we've been found guilty of, convicted by a jury of our peers or a judge, and here we sit in prison. That's 60 of us in this single pod. And there's 26 others in this pod that got the unthinkable. Crimes that involve everything from women to children. And with some of these guys, they even involve men. So if you haven't seen Paul, go ahead, push stop now, go back, catch part 1, and then come back to this video. With all that being said, this is part 2. You know how to see it, you know how to live it, so let's relive it. So at this point, we're all standing at the back. You got all them standing at the front. All their names have been called. You got some guys that have been in the cell with some of these guys for extended periods of time. I've been in the cell with you for 3 years. How did you trick me like that? I feel fooled. I feel stupid. I feel played. Now everybody else in here is looking at you. If you're one of those guys and that's your cellmate standing up there, not only are they looking at him like disgusting piece of trash, but now they're looking around to find their cellmates. Because we all expect the guy that he lives in the cell with to handle that. Now, we don't care if you're 80 years old. We don't care if you're 18 years old. We don't care what the situation is. General rule is each man handles his own. So if he is housed with you, he lives in that cell with you, oh, you gotta take care of that. No. There will be no, well, I'm gonna talk to him and find out what's going on. His name is on the list. He's part of the SOAR program. He's going over there to get mentally evaluated because he done been touching and putting things where they don't belong, and he's been violating. He's been convicted of it. But he could be innocent. There are very few men in this place that's innocent. Very, very few men in this place that are innocent. Matter of fact, the majority of the men in them places boast about their crimes. Let's just be honest. They cry in front of the judges.
I can't take back what was done. I wish I could. I would give my life.
Cry in front of the family. I'm so sorry. I wish I could take it back. And then when they get to prison, it's like a badge of honor they slap on there. 187, 211, you know, I'm a savage. I took somebody's life. You never hear nobody say, yeah, I'm a 6-time convicted offender. Oh yeah, I did. I broke in that woman's house in the middle of the night. You don't never hear nobody say it. You don't never hear nobody say, man, I was babysitting these kids one time. We all stand going out for nighttime rec. It's one of the best rec periods there is. You go outside, you catch some fresh air. The sun is starting to go down and set behind the tree lines. The sky gets that pretty bluish, yellow, green, some fresh cut grass. You can smell blowing in the distance because they keep the grass on the outside of the prison yard cut. They keep the prison yard cut. So that's where we're all headed. Out to just get a couple hours of just trying to somewhat feel like a human being. And that's the closest you're going to come to feeling human is when you're out there and you're just staring up at them clouds. And you're looking out at the woods.
and you're just taking in the nature that goes on around you that we don't notice. So we stand here and we're looking at these guys, and they have them all standing up front, huddled together like a little flock of sheep. And you can see some of the guys are trying to argue with the guards. Hey, why y'all call my name, man? No, I ain't got no, don't make me embarrass you. Got your papers right here, got your face card right here. There's your convictions, don't make me embarrass you. You might want to get away from the control booth before I say your charges out loud. Man, but I ain't supposed to be, I ain't got no charges like that.
Everything seemed like a good idea after dark. Denny's actually is. Only good decisions here to unpack the wild choices along the way. Denny's, open late.
Smart founders know something most people miss. Get your domain name even if you're not ready to launch your business. With Wix, you can grab yours now and then get to work. Here's why it matters. Back in 2019, I had this killer business idea, but I delayed getting the domain name because I wasn't ready. That was a huge mistake. Someone else grabbed it, built the exact same business I planned, and now they're making all the money that I could have been making. And that's why I'm sharing this. Locking down your domain name is crucial. Now, Wix, it's super fast. They handle all the tricky tech stuff for you, making it seamless. And honestly, having a domain name gives your idea instant credibility. A domain name isn't just a name, it's a way to claim your space and take your idea seriously. Because once it's taken, you're stuck paying a premier price for it or losing it. So go to Wix right now, search your idea. If the domain is available, grab it.
Man, so again, step away from control. There's several different guys that were kind of talking over top of each other, trying to talk to the officer in the booth, causing more chaos than we already had going on. Trying to debate the fact that, no, I'm not a sex offender. I didn't do that in 90s. No, this is a mistake. Y'all done called the wrong name. No, they ain't called the wrong name. They went through every single inmate's file in here. One after another, after another, after another. If you've got those type of charges, you're going over there to this class. And then you've got the gang members, which we knew was going to be the worst of the worst. That guy standing up there has been running this show for 2-3 years now. We've watched him take part in doing this to things. We've watched him run up in the cell of Chomos with other gang members, stomp them out, take their stuff, laugh about it, brag about it, put it all on display, and you got the same charges. So they pop the back door, we all head to the rec yard. Now they're not letting, this isn't happening all across the penitentiary all at once. I'm in 7 building, 100 pod. So if you go in order, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. You're the first pod with the call from. We go out, we break the news to the rest of the yard. That's all you hear on the yard as you're walking. Hey, man, it's a blade. Pulled him out. Swear to God. Hey, dog bite. Pulled him out. Swear to God. Swear. I found my life on it. Double AK clip. Shoot him up, bang, bang. Pull him out to the program. Swear to God. That's the talk of the yard. So you got these other buildings and these other pods and all these other hundreds of men go out there in the yard, and guys are literally just walking around, putting all the guys we just seen, these 26 guys, 6 we know about, 20 we didn't, on full blast. Now you look off and you've now got the gang members all broken off over here. You got Bloods in this corner, then you look down that way, you got Crips over here, you got GDs over here. All the gangs have now broken off into their own little squads, I guess, to figure out how they're going to deal with the guys that are in their set. The ones that are convicted of everything that they're supposed to be against have to be dealt with. Then you've also got other guys that their cellmates were just called out that are now walking with their homeboys making plots. I'm going to put hands on him tonight. Hey, we're going to run up in there together on him. Hey, y'all can just come up in the cell and take whatever you want. I'm overhearing everything. I'm talking to my own boys and there's a couple of different dudes that they called that if I had to play Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and had to pick the person in the room, out of 5, I would have lost. The first fight would take place over at the school. There's a guard on the yard, we hear the code get called. He takes off running in the direction of the school. Now all these guys have to go down this hallway and into this classroom, and outside this classroom is a a series of other classrooms. You got the gymnasium, you got the visitation room, which is also where they hold church, and then you got the bathrooms in the hallway. I expect everything to pop off when these guys got back to the building. Things started popping off way before they ever returned to the building. We got an old head named Green that mops the hallway over there. He mops this hallway all day long. This man ain't never going home. Don't really bother nobody. Has made a name for himself. Has been locked up longer than a lot of us have been alive. One of the dudes comes out the classroom, goes to go to the bathroom, we in taxi with the mop hand. So they call the code. We see the officer running down the boulevard in the direction of where the class is. And cut through the building, the side door, run straight to the metal detectors. Metal detectors going, they're running in the direction. Mr. Green's down there, just wailing on dude with the mop hand. Now they know they've got a problem. These guys haven't even made it back in class yet. And one has already been assaulted. You've got one now going to medical. He's got severe lacerations. He's got his head all busted wide open with a mop handle. These are big, thick, old school wooden mop handles. They're hard to break, but you can use it almost like that thing is like a baseball bat when you flip it upside down. And then you've got Mr. Green going off to the hole and got life. What are you going to be doing? You're going to ship him somewhere else, and in a couple of years, they'll be right back here mopping the same hallway again. That would be the very first incident that took place. They blow the whistle. Everybody back into the house unit. Now, this is at about 8:15 to 8:30. Night records come to conclusion. Everybody back in the house unit. Records ended. Everybody back in the building. So they pop the door. We start. We got some stragglers. We're out there. We can still smoke the time, finishing up our smokes, doing whatever we're doing with our homeboys, kind of dragging ass, dragging feet. We don't want to go back in the building. We're not getting back out the building until tomorrow. We got some guys that are very anxious to get back in the building because they've got cellmates they need to talk to about what's going on in here. The gangs will be the first ones to pop off outside of what happened in the hallway over there. We get back in the building, these guys still aren't back. We're all in there. Guys are going to guys' cells, standing at the door. What you do about your cellmate, man? He's over there right now, so it ain't no, he didn't. Like, he's in here with us. He did. What did he tell you he got locked up for? So guys are not preparing stories on why they thought guys were locked up compared to making up their own version of what these guys are locked up for. Like, you don't know exactly what he's locked up for. He could have been 19, the girl could have been 17. But your mind automatically goes to the worst because, well, these guys have lied. And I can get why they lied. If you were 19 and she was 17, ain't nobody trying to get that. Just because you got that offender stamp on your jacket, you're retarded. Because everybody is making their rounds and going cell to cell, getting the things they need before we got to go in. We locked out at 9 o'clock for the count. We hear the front door open. Shh, clang. And for a moment, it's like the room just froze. As you hear that door slide, you see everybody's head is just kind of turned towards the front. And the first guy through the door, David Baker. Well, everybody knows he's a sex offender. He's been beat up, tormented, tortured. He's been through the ringer in here. He deals with it daily. Part of his life. That's what you signed up for when you did what you did. And then a couple guys behind him are also other guys that deal with the same thing David Bickley does. We know about them. Then other guys start coming in. Like 3 or 4 guys that didn't return. You got 3 or 4 guys that after Mr. Green went upside his head in that hallway over there, told him, I'm not going back to that building. No way, you're not sending me back over there. I'm not going. Y'all can go pack my stuff up, take me to the hole. I'm refusing. I'm staying right here in this classroom. Do what you got to do. So now they're over in the classroom locking these guys up, but not all of them refuse to come back. The first dude to get attacked in the pot would be a blood. He comes in and hey, big homie, let me holler at you real quick. The dude was like, yeah, we need to holler at you. Come over to the cell real quick. No, holler at me right now. Look, come here, man, go in the cell. No, look, man, y'all need to listen to me. Look, man, go in the cell. He knows what it is. When you go in that cell, that's when they can just completely take your life if they want to and just slide up out of there and nobody knows who did it. But when you're out in the open like that, the guard's gonna see it, she's gonna hit the code. The officers have just dealt with the one situation, they're gonna come running over here. This is gonna become a constant thing real fast. They take old boy in the cell and You got a whole bunch of dudes standing outside the cell, and these are not big cells. These are small cells. If you put 5 people in the cell is crowded. They've got more than 5, probably 6, 7 people in the cell. Old boy walks past them, that dude standing here, dude standing there, dude standing outside the door, and they're just kind of looking at him. This dude goes in the cell. It don't take maybe 15 seconds before you get him. They're putting hands on him, stomping him out. At one point he tries to run out the cell, they grab him, you see him barely come out, they grab him, and they put him back in, and they go to stomping him out. When he would come out the cell, this dude it's a familiar look. It's a look of instant swell, knots that are just, they look cartoonish. I'm talking hematodes, a knot that starts at the top of your head and just goes all the way down the side of your face. It's just one big bulge, jaw sitting out. They did dude real dirty. They sent a message. Now there was another dude that was in that game that also got called over there. He was one of the dudes that was smart enough not to come back. But wherever he went, I can promise you, they touched him. Other guys are going up to the cell, and the cellmate is standing in the door, just looking at him. Like I told you, we could still smoke at the time. So they're standing in the doorway smoking, looking at the cellmate. Cellmate, hey Sally, look, man. This was not back in 1981, man. Dudes are trying to bring that case. There's an unwritten law in the penitentiary. And the law states that it is at your discretion. That man lives in a cell with you. You do nothing to that man. We don't rock with him. He's no good. And now you're no good for letting him exist in your cell. That night we were locked down, I expected that when 9 o'clock locked in, you would hear all this commotion break out. Complete chaos in the break out. Right? The penitentiaries would start shaking from all the violence, right? That wasn't what happened. 9 o'clock locked in, we all went in. Me and my cellie sat talking. I'm like, this is crazy. 26 people, like, there's 86 of us in here. They just called 26 out. Only maybe 20 return. Like, dudes ain't as dumb as they look. This is bad. So we'll wait, listen. You hear some people arguing, you hear people laughing, you hear TVs playing, toilets flushing, people coughing, all the regular people calling off set, doing people burpees and push ups. 1, 2, 3, 4. You hear the basic stuff. It's been lockdown, right? But we don't hear any fighting. So the doors pop, they clear count, and we're looking around like,
Superior.
As farmers, we know compromises can be compromising.
You installed this?
Yeah, even had a few screws left over.
Is it supposed to sound like that?
Cutting corners can leave you drowning in regret. If it's important, it's not worth compromising. That's why with farmers, you can get quality and savings. A for effort, though. A minus, maybe.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
okay, pretty much putting the eyes on every single guy that we seen that got called out. And then you look at his cellmate like, all right, we're gonna find out real soon. If he don't do nothing, then we're gonna move on him. And then we're gonna move on him as well for not moving on him. That night would be when everything transpired. So we come out after count. Sergeant comes in, makes an announcement. To anybody that thinks they're gonna do anything to anybody here, we will ship you up in the mountains. We will ship you so far away, they'll have to pump the sunlight in. They'll be pumping air in. This is my prison. Y'all don't turn my prison upside down. All y'all been convicted of crime. Ain't nobody here better than the next man. Keep your hands to yourself. You think I'm playing? We'll bury you in the hole. Leave the men alone. The program is aimed to try to fix this type of stuff, and y'all want to turn to violence. That's why I push y'all in here now, because you couldn't control yourself. I was in here barking, trying to get this little pep around the streets, and ain't nobody trying to hear. You got dudes in the cells, he's talking, you hear dudes off in the distance. Hey, shut your whack ass up. Hey, get out of here, bitch. Like, who's yelling from the cell at him? He's looking around like nobody got no respect. Most of these guys ain't never going home. You try to tell somebody what they are and aren't going to do. Like your words are going to stop what's coming. Sergeant goes to leave, tall black dude walks up to him, takes the same route the other guys took. Take me with you. I'm not staying. By now you got this blood dude that's over there looking like Rock Man, like just took a really, really bad beat. Dude tells Sergeant, no, I'm not staying in here, man. You'll be just fine. I already had my line. Your speech don't mean shit. I'm checking in. I got my stuff packed. I'm ready to go. Man, I'm not letting you check in. Boy, I'm not locking down tonight. That dude drags his stuff out there and his plastic chair standing against the wall, pulls it, sits right in front of the control booth so the officer can see him. Sergeant tells him, you sit there all night. You're not going into the hole. I'm not going to lock down. That's interfering with count. I don't care if you sit there until daylight. You're not going into the hole. He turns around and walks out. Now you got these GD dudes doing laps in the pods, which is very common. We would just walk circles around the outside perimeter of inside the pod, do push-ups, pull up underneath the staircase, dips off the phone. Dudes walk by, dude takes off. Pop! Knocks him out the chair. They go to stomp at him and kick him. Officer calls codes. Guards come running in. Had several situations now. They're still trying to process all these guys into the whole check. You got Mr. Green going to hold. You got the guy who attacked like up in the infirmary. You got Mr. Sue himself in the cell, all in there, all types of lumped up, not even looking like a damn Klingon. Didn't even look human after they were done. Now you got the tall black dude that tried to check in, just getting jumped by some people, lay on the floor, getting stomped out, as they called him, to break it up. That same sergeant that told him, I'm not taking you out of here. Take them out. They come running in, dudes are stomping them out. A couple dudes peel off and they ain't got nothing to do with it. The one dude, he knows he's done been caught. He knows he's going to jail for it. Jail's what we call a hole. He just continues to kick. Meanwhile, other guys are bringing up there, grabbed his bag with his personal belongings, his television, the stuff he's purchased, his commissary, that goes in this cell, that cell, this cell. His stuff is gone. They come in, get him up off the ground, put handcuffs on him, grab the dude that was currently in the midst of stomping him out. They're locked in. This is all in a matter of 2.5, 3 hours now. That all this is taking place. In less than, I'd say about 3 hours, there's already been 3 assaults, 5 or 6 check-ins, and then you got the 6 known about, so you still got a lot of guys to deal with. Now, don't get things messed up. Just because somebody's got messed up charges doesn't mean they're a punk. Doesn't mean they're soft. Some of these guys that went over to that program were jacked up. Big muscle-bound dudes. Not sure what their charges were, but what I do know is he can bench 500 pounds. What I do know is he's been in 30 fights in the last 2-3 years and he's undefeated. So now he's got a cellmate in there that's supposed to handle him, who's looking at him like, I gotta deal with this dude, or they're gonna deal with me. I can get with this, or I can get with that. We got a big black dude in our pod named Bliss, right? Bliss is just a big ass dude, not gang affiliated, been down a very long time. We all thought Bliss had a body from the way he talked, from the way he conducted himself. We know he's not getting people throughout the system know the man. They've been in several compounds, but nobody knew he had these. Now he's got a younger black dude in the cell with him that's not built like him. That is supposed to go in there tonight and handle him. I've seen the gang members push up on the young dude, and I'm gonna take a guess that
there's a reason I trust my shopping list with Shipt. Shoppers with Shipt know that no order is ordered in and come through adding care to the cart. They double check labels, wouldn't confuse mozzarella for Monterey Jack, and they know what's right. With Shipt, it's never just delivered. It shops same day in the same way.
Use code SAVINGS to become a Shipt member for half off. Only $49 at shipt.com/offer. Terms apply.
Well, I'm going to take a guess. They most likely be going there tonight. You need to handle your business. We lock in that night, and that would be the first night that we're going. You hear Bliss, you want to try me? And Bliss is over there punishing this dude. So this dude was supposed to handle the vendor, and in turn, got smashed out. Later on that night, 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, we hear another fight break out. This is all in the same period of the same day, traveling into the next morning. We hear another fight break out. Get up off my bunk, go to the door. Marcelli jumps off the bunk, he goes to the door, boom. Standing there, we're trying to figure out where it's coming from. Boom, we look up. Oh, okay, that's Shabazz. We had a dude named Shabazz in our pod that was a young buck. This dude couldn't have been a fresh 20, 21 years old. was also a slave. Smashed by this celly. His celly is up there, Donkey Kong, bouncing him off the walls. We found one of those around. And we're now looking at what's left of it. So we got to handle. Now somebody's got to figure out what's next. There's not a whole lot of people in here that are just going to run up on him one-on-one. So we 100% got to put a piece of metal in. We go to Chow. When we come back to Chow, these dudes that got beat up over that period, that day prior to that, throughout the night, they can't go to Chow. Prison beatings are just overboard because you've got to send a message to everybody. You don't want to just give somebody a little shiner or a cut on their lip. No. You want to do the worst to that people. You want to send a message to everybody else that if you mess with me, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm capable of. So when you would fight with somebody, you wouldn't just fight. You would do them the worst way possible to send that message. You got these guys that got done dirty last night, got done dirty yesterday, they can't go to Chow. So we go to Chow, we're all sitting there first thing in the morning, and talking is still going on. Who's going to handle this? Who's going to handle this? Who's going to handle that? So now guys, we're going to jump such and such. These dudes going to run up and poke up such and such. They're legitimately orchestrating attacks and segments throughout the day. We're going to wait till class is called, wait till they call first movement, when they call outside rec, like dudes are orchestrating these things they're going to do to these guys throughout the day. We know administration has got a whole different plan. We come back from Chow, and usually we just kind of linger around until they call first movement. That means if you got school, you go to school. If you're in a trade, you go to your trade. I had a job. If you got a job, you go to your job. Whatever it may be, when they call first movement, we all exit at the same time. So we would usually just walk around with our coffee cups, go talk to them for a little bit. If you've got a girl that's up at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, some dudes do it. Jump straight on the phone and jump, go straight to talking. Use that phone. Hey, turn the phones on. On first thing in the morning. If that phone's not on, that's indicating that something is going on inside the prison that we don't know about. So we're standing there yelling at the guard in the booth. Hey, turn the phone thing on. Turn the pay phone on, man. Turn the phone on. She just looks at me, shrugs her shoulders. I'm getting ready to go to work. I come out, I get my hot water. I'm headed back to my cell when I heard the front slide door. I look back behind me and about 10 guards come in. And these are what we call the men in black. These are the guys these are the dudes that come in wearing baseball gloves, them black cargo pants. They wear a completely different uniform than the rest of the officers. They're the CERT team. They're more or less the SWAT version of a correctional officer. They come in and tell everybody, lock down, lock down, lock down. And they've got a list of all the sex offenders in the pod, and they go to each and every one of their cells to do a welfare check on them. At which point they find that several of them have been assaulted. They go to check on Bliss, and Bliss is just fine. And this Celly's in there looking like he's clinging on to life support. So they get out of bed, and Quasimodo. They pull the guys that are injured out the cell, cuff them, put them in the couple, send them over to the infirmary, send them off to medical, checks. The dude to try to fight Bliss definitely needs some type of x-rays, because his face looks like it was broken and put back together like a Play-Doh. We stay locked in. We yelling at ourselves, why are we locked down? Why are we locked down? What? Open the doors, man. Why y'all got us locked down? Y'all be quiet. We'll get you in a minute. Are you going to answer us? I told you a lady by the name of Carolyn Parker. Carolyn Parker was there last night when all this takes place. Carolyn Parker would usually leave. Next shift would come on. She would leave right with Count. She comes on that day shift to find out the things that took place last night. She comes walking in with her goons, her men in black. And after they got everybody going shit, she comes in and stands in the room. So she says, y'all obviously think I'm playing.
Managing multiple credit cards can feel like you have 50 extra mental tabs open. Switching apps, trying to remember which card earns what. Points, miles, it can make your brain swirl. But Intuit Credit Karma can do all of that for you. With Cards Optimizer, you can see which card to use for each purchase, so you can stop guessing and start earning maximum rewards. Clear your mind. Earn more rewards. It's a win-win. Intuit Credit Karma. Download the app to get started.
Y'all think y'all run this bill. Let me tell you, this Greensville Correctional Center is mine. She's now the assistant warden, from what I've been told. This is my building. I am the unit manager.
And to every man in here that put his hands on another man, you're getting shipped up off of him. We're going to make an example out of you. Now that that's understood, offender such and such, pack your bags. Offender such and such, pack your bags. And she goes down the list of all the guys they had called that were going to this program. That's the first thing I caught is every single name she called would be the names of the guys that were going to another building. Now, some of the guys didn't want to leave. Jonathan Montgomery didn't want to leave. David Bickley didn't want to leave. There were several guys that they knew what they were going to get in here, but they didn't know what awaited them wherever they were going. So these guys ain't wasting no time. They pack their stuff up, and they come out and they're standing there, and you got dudes shoving out the door. Pussy boys gonna get at you. Hey, you can't hide. We still gonna see you when you get across the yard. We're gonna send back. The dudes just screaming this out the door with all these guards standing in the guards, just more or less just staring around it. Everybody knows the boys coming from the cell. What they had done is they had cleared out a lower half of a building on the other side of the compound, because this was not the only pod that had these sex offenders in. And they took them all, one pod at a time, and started moving them over to this building. They designated the lower section of the 5 building. They took the lower section of 5 building, 100 pod and 200 pod, and cleared them out. All y'all packed y'all's back. Where we going? Y'all going to different parts of the compound. So then all these new intakes, all these new inmates come walking in the pod as Colonel Parker standing there, and these guys are dragging their bags up there. And these guys take that, hey, you're going to sell such and such, you're going to sell such a, you're going to sell such and such. They took all the sex offenders out of our pod and moved them to another building. Now, they haven't called any of the other ones. You got to remember, there are 12 pods on this side of the yard. There are 3 buildings, 4 pods in a building. 2 downstairs, 2 upstairs. They went pod to pod, extracted all the sex offenders. Operation Save a Chumbo. Pulled them out one by one and moved them over to 5 buildings. And then took all the guys that were in the cells over 5 buildings and flung them onto overall rehab. They would end up segregating these guys from all of us, putting them in their own section of a building, putting them on their own section of a rec yard, sending them to chow by themselves. Like, whenever they would go to chow, they would keep all the rest of everybody else locked in. They ate by themselves, they wrecked by themselves. Essentially, this is the only time I'd ever seen this happen, turning the lower section of 5 building into PC, turning that into a PC yard. But things always fall apart. Now, we're all aware. We all know who they are. We sat and stared out our windows as they pulled from the other buildings. Look, look. Damn, not him. Oh, look. That's crazy. And then once everything, this is a couple of days, 3-4 days we stayed on lockdown where they did all these moves, all these just transferring of guys around, resettling guys in the cells where the chomos had just been taken out of. After 3-4 days, everything goes back to normal. We go in the yard and everybody's talking. Hey, yo, my cellmate, my cellmate, my cellmate, my cellmate. That is the entire talk. So we quickly find out about all the guys and all the other pods and all the other buildings, and that they all went to 5 buildings. Here's the problem. For the guys that went to the hole, when they come out the hole, they're not going to 5 buildings. They're going to wherever there's open bunk. So as these guys would migrate into 5 building, they would get to conflicting with each other. They would get to beefing with each other. And then they would go to the hole. And every now and then we'd be in there hanging out, just a normal day in the penitentiary, and the front door would open, and him would walk one. Him would walk one that everybody knew what he was. He's supposed to be over 5 building, but he went over to 5 building, he got himself in trouble, he got sent to what we call 10 building, which is the hole. He went to the hole and comes out of the hole and comes in the 7 building. So over time, a large majority of them dudes started getting dealt with. Most of them would end up getting shipped. Man, you gotta ship me. They check in, go to the hole, refuse to come out, and after you sit in the hole for so long, they're gonna ship you off to another institution. So then they get to a new institution. But the penitentiary is a place where nothing stays a secret. What you do in this prison will follow you to the next prison. If you was a chump at this institute, you better believe when you get to the next institute, somebody there at that institution is going to know you from the last institution and is going to tell them he's a chump. Somebody at this institution is going to say, hey, he's a sex offender. So it just became a constant kind of revolving door
We let Forkful save us time and money with nutritious meals delivered straight to our door. It takes only 2 minutes to heat up, no preservatives and no seed oils.
They actually taste like restaurant quality food. That means I actually look forward to every meal.
These are all natural, preservative-free meals with no artificial additives.
So let Forkful take cooking and groceries off your plate.
Join the thousands that trust Forkful today.
Of just random attacks on chombos. It might be a Sunday morning, you get ready for a visit, and this guy just came out the hole, walks in the pod, and you go from looking up the TV to watching somebody get drugged in a cell and beat up. The prison 100% green-lighted the sex offenders. Dudes were stabbed. There were so many stabbings back to back to back. Guys they would take guys out of the hole and then put them in lower 5. Lower 5 slowly started to fall apart because Greensville couldn't keep anything like the way it should be. Greensville was ran by some very stupid people. A lot of young guards, a lot of dumb guards, inexperienced guards. You'd have like one leader trying to lead the blind. So these guards were constantly making mistakes. You just brung a man out the hole that's known for violence, and you put him in lower 5. Lower 5 is for chomos only, and you just took a dude from the hole to beat a chomo up and put him in lower 5 where he just attacked another chomo. This would take place for the better part of 6 to 8 months following this. Just constant. Dude would come out the hole, come on the yard, and you look over and you see dudes mob down on him, smash him out, stomp him out. It became one of the first times I can say being over here on the East Coast where it was just Greenland. It was almost like they were hunting. Like everybody knew who they were. Everybody knew who to look for. Especially when they came to the gang members, they got it the worst. Because there was nowhere they could go on the compound. There wasn't a single pod they could walk into on the compound that didn't have gang members in it. If you were gang affiliated, the moment they found out you were part of the STOR program, oh, they were passing kites all over the whole compound to make sure that no matter where you landed, you would get touched. They continued to do the program, but they kept the guys in 5 building. But over time, the guys got pushed out of 5 building, back in the general population. They got pushed here, they got pushed there. I've watched dudes get turned into boys, talking full-grown men. Hey, I'm gonna need you to shave that mustache off. Yeah, that just ain't a good look if you can do one. Girl, shave the mustache off. Penitentiary's no place you want to play around. And first and foremost, you shouldn't be messing with nobody's kids, man. You shouldn't violate no woman. You don't do things like that. If you do, I don't think, in my opinion, there's any fixing. I said it. I don't think there's any fixing. I think that's a sickness. I think criminal activity, a lot of times we inherit from our neighborhoods, we grow up around it, or we fall into it. I don't see where you can do something like that and be redeemed. A normal mind does not function like that. No mind cannot look at a child and get any type of attraction. I see children, I love kids. I want to play, I want to run around, I want to throw the ball, I want to laugh, I want to, do what you're supposed to do. I don't think there's no fixing them guys. But yeah, that was the great green light. That was them trying to implement a program to help these guys. And all they did was put a giant red target on everyone. Over the next 6 to 8 months, I saw so many assaults, so many attacks take place that it was by far probably one of the bloodiest summers I'd seen. It's crazy looking back on it, how life works itself out. If you've ever had a family member that was a victim of something like that, I don't think no matter how much time the courts give the person that did it, I don't think no matter how much time they give them, I don't think it fixes anything. I don't think that ever heals the wounds. I don't think it ever resolves the issue. But like I said, life has a crazy way of working itself out. A lot of these guys, there was no real justice. They were sent off to prison, but there's so much damage left behind in the act of what they did that I'm not going to lie. Anybody that was there at that time ain't going to lie. We didn't feel no pity for them. We didn't feel sorry for them.
I've seen it happen so many times that it just became part of a normal routine. You walk by and you be like, yeah, he had one of those funny. As a father, as a son, as an uncle, as a brother, as a good person, I feel that was justice. Call it barbaric, call me what you want. And I was there, I witnessed it, and that's how I saw it. I saw it as justice. I saw it as some get back for the victims, for the ones that never really got closure. As their life moves on and they think that this guy is just off somewhere and he's just locked up, what they don't know is he's off somewhere and he's become the victim, the SOAR program. I don't know what took place at other compounds and when exactly this program hit the other compounds. I know it's at 16 institutions here in Virginia now. So that means at 16 different institutions here in Virginia now, they call that list. And when they do call that list, I can pretty much tell you that everything I talked about in today's video continues to take place. It all comes full circle. It started with you hurting somebody, and it revolves back around to you becoming the victim. Today is Monday. Hope everybody had a great Easter. I had a great time with the children. Thank you to everybody that tuned into last night's live. If you did not check that, go check it out. It was a good live. Part 2 of the interview is out now on the Broken Home Podcast. Make sure you go subscribe, go like, share with 100%. Go check the video out. I got a little outside of my comfort zone. With that video, I got deeper into my childhood. Who I was as a kid. The road that I traveled that led me to ultimately become the man that I am. From the time of just being a kid all the way up until where we are today. That's on the Broken Home Podcast. Part 1 is out. Part 2 dropped last night. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you like the video. Enjoy your work week. Be safe. Make the most out of your life. But anyways, these jails, these institutions, these prisons, these programs, all this crazy world inside of a already crazy world we live in. And as always, y'all know what I'm doing. Just trying to keep y'all entertained. Oh, you know what I'm entertained? Like always, this is Jay Williams, Let's Live Life. And to all my real ones, and there are some real ones watching, y'all still watching me. Salute.
Salute.
With Purdue Global, education fits your life, however it looks. So being a mom and a student would look like...
Nobody thought twice to question him about why he was in there. Number one, nobody knew he had went home. Number two, he had been checked into in the past and everything came back good. So guys ran across him not knowing that he got out, not knowing that he caught some bad charges, under the assumption that he was still there on the same bid. It's like you see somebody today and then you see them today and you know what their charges are, and you see them a year from now, you're not gonna be like, hey, let me check the paperwork. No, you're under the pretense that he hasn't gone home yet. I got a trick like that. Only to find out later on down the road, yes, dude was in prison for what he told me he was in prison for. But he went back to prison and returned. He had some bad charges. But like I said, they had already done their homework on him, so there was no point to check into the guy. Prison did something that made every single last guy that had to register, that had to get on that registry, they did something that made it impossible for them to hide. Whether they realized it or not, they thought they were helping them. And all they did was show them to everybody else. All they did was bring them out of hiding. Bring them out, showed us what they were. And there's this new program coming in. Anybody that's got that, you know what?
Let's just get into today's video. It is Wednesday, hump day. Let's get over this hump. Let's get this week behind us. Let's get to the bang. Throw that being said, you know how to see it. Know how to live it. So, let's relive it. I've met two guys, and all the time I was incarcerated, that actually admitted that they did what the court said they did. Two guys that actually said, yeah, I'm guilty. Boom! And we would handle those guys accordingly. We'll just leave it to that. The guys were very good at hiding. Guys would go to the extent of getting fake paperwork, like have somebody actually sit down and type up some charges that I've seen that done. That weren't really their charges. Who would think any different? It looks like it. I'm not no paperologist, courtologist. Like, I ain't in here magnifying papers, and we're not really checking papers like that. You're just going to want to know who's around you. The West Coast. Oh no, they're digging in crates. If it ain't a sealed file, they're gonna find out, right? But like I said, out here, you just want to know who's in your circle. See, now we're not raining. Like the whites don't run with the whites, the blacks don't run with the blacks. The only group that does really stick together, there's two groups. And that would be the Spanish. The Spanish consisted of anything from Mexican, El Salvadorian, Guatemalan, a whole bunch of guys, they fall under Spanish. And then the Asian dudes. Asian can be anything from Cambodian, Philippine, Korean, Japanese, like they all fall together. The white dudes don't click with the whites. The blacks don't click with the blacks. You're gonna find guys that remind you of the guys you would hang out in and split in the streets, and those are gonna be the guys you kick it with. Now you're gonna want to know that the guys around you are what they say they are. So a lot of times you'll ask them for paperwork. You'll ask them 100%. I'm gonna ask any and every single person that I'm ever gonna be around. What are you locked up for? I had one cellmate in particular, one, that when he first came in the cell, I noticed this about him from day one. This dude is constantly doing legal work. Like he is filling out this and that, every single day. He's getting something notarized, and he's sending mail. So he's either got a really high profile case, or he's fighting the case that he's saying he didn't do. One of the two. After about 3 days, 4 days, me and this guy have not spoken. He's more or less, when I say we haven't spoke yet, we haven't conversated. It's been a weird 3 or 4 days. Now, I'm not in the cell much at this point. Think on my workout routine. I took a break from tattooing, so I'm on the yard a lot. So he's just playing the cell. And when I would come in, I'm like, hey, homeboy, let me get a couple minutes in the cell, man. I need some time by myself. He would grab his legal stuff up and he'd go out in the pod and he'd sit out there and he'd continue. Now, this guy had stacks, and I do mean stacks of papers and folders and books and case logs and everything you need to fight a case while incarcerated. So after about 3rd or 4th day, we're living in the cell together. I gotta know. First of all, I'm getting real curious as to what all this paperwork is and why there's papers all over the damn cell. Like, secondly, I need to know why you're locked up. You haven't told me. You haven't asked me why I'm locked up. We ain't really conversated. Maybe you really focused on your papers. It's got you to the point that you can't even talk. But whatever it is, we might figure something out real quick. So we locked in one night, and we're sitting there, and he's sitting down at the table. And I'm not trying to be nosy and stare over, reading over his shoulder. We ain't even spoke, so it's probably not a good idea. He's probably Mr. Nosy Nose, trying to see what he's writing down, right? Trying to see what that case is, see what he's pulling up. What you got going on right there? Let me see. I don't do all that. So I just gonna make a small talk. I said, what's up, man? You don't talk much, do you? He said, yeah, I talk, man. I said, what's like 3, 4 days? Like, is this just how it's gonna be? Or you a dude that just don't speak to his cellmates because kind of makes for an awkward stay, like, what's up with you? No, it ain't nothing like that, man. I've been down a couple years now. Now, a couple years can mean a long time or a short time. I said, what's a couple years? He said, I'm down about 3 piece. I said, okay, how much time you got? He said, I got 10. I said, word, me too. How long you been down? I said, about the same amount of time. Okay. So he gets to chopping it up. He gets to telling me, yeah, man, I was a savage in those streets. Boy, you look. I was doing this, I was doing that. Guys talk way too much. If I was to tell all the things guys told me they did while I was locked up, like I've had some guys full out confess to some terrible, terrible things. It just goes back to they talk too much. He's telling me I used to do pow, pow, bang, 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 bang. All these different things. I said, okay, so that's where you locked up? Like, you caught a body? It's like, nah. I said, well, why are you locked up? Now, anytime somebody doesn't just tell you their charges and they start off with a story, that's not good. He said, well, look, let me tell you what happened. Listen to me now. So he says, look, I'm out at this apartment complex one night, right? He said, there's this girl out there that lives upstairs in the apartments, and I live across the apartment complex in another apartment. He said, no, we've seen each other a couple times. He said, we stand in the parking lot, conversate, talk through what we do. He said, she had a boyfriend. So I knew that I had to be careful how I played it. He said, so I would see the dude out in the apartment complex. I didn't even focus on him. His girl was bad. The most times I saw her, I saw him. The times I did see her without him, she would always stare. He said, you know how it goes, Jay. The stare goes from the stare to one day it's a wave to it's a, why you always staring at me? Why you don't come say hi? So he said he did. So he went over, introduced himself, got to talking with her, and you know, the boyfriend comes home at a certain time. I'm not even sure if he lived there or if he would just come there. But he said he could tell she was kind of paranoid, standing outside talking. So he's like, oh, that's right. They exchanged numbers. They talk to each other, right? He said it quickly becomes very apparent that she's not the most loyal of women. Yeah, she's got a man, but she's showing interest, right? So he said that they talked for a while now, back and forth on the phone. And then one night he's drinking. I'm with my homeboys and then we were drinking. And I'm talking to her on the phone, messaging back and forth. She's like, hey, he just left. He's not going to be back for a while. Why don't you come over? So he said, boy, he tells his homeboys, hey, I'll be back. We're going to make a move real quick. Where you going? I can't tell you all that. Tell you that. So he said he goes over there. She opens the door, she lets him in. Said he took a couple beers with him. Said after a little bit of time passes, they start kissing, they start making out, and she takes him by his hand, leads him to the bedroom. No sooner they get to the bedroom, they start getting busy. This dude that I guess the car he drove was either really loud, really raggedy, or souped up. One of those, because it made a lot of noise, so I don't know. Maybe it was the stereo system, it could have been the motor, it could have been the muffler dragging on the ground. I don't know. But you know your car when it pulls up. I know all the cars in my house and the sounds they sound like when they pull up. So he said they're mid messing around when she's like, he's here. She hops up and she runs to the window. You got to go up a staircase, another staircase, and I think there was one more staircase you got to get to this apartment. Different stories, right? So he said, hurry up and gets dressed. Boom, it's the door. He's dipping out. As he's going down the staircase, he passes. Now, the only place he would be coming from as he's passing this dude is very obvious. The only place you could be coming from, homeboy, is my girl's crib. He said, so he looks at dude looks at him, it's nighttime now, and he keeps it moving. Cuts across the parking lot, goes back to where his homeboys and them are, he gets his beer. So he's over there a little bit of time, right? And they've got some beer, but he's looking around for his beer. He's like, where's my beer at? He left it. So he said, I can't remember if I left this sitting outside, like we talked for a little minute outside. Did I leave it in the parking lot? Did I leave it upstairs? Did I leave it in the apartment? He said, so he went back. He said, but I wasn't going back to like go knock on the door. So I can't go knock on the door. Man's in there. I don't know what's going on at this point. I'm just going to see if I left it sitting in the parking lot, or maybe I left it sitting up there outside the apartment. And as he's walking towards the apartment, he sees the police. They see him and hey, come here. So I ain't run, I ain't take off, I didn't do nothing. I walked up, hey, what's up? What's going on? He turned off, put your hands behind your back. What's going on? Put your hands behind your back. He's like, I live out here. He said he thought they were getting for being drunk in public. Like, you know, you can't drink outside like that. Some cops are serious about that. Got all this crime going on, and they concerned about somebody having a beer. He says, so they turn around, he handcuffed him. He's like, what are y'all doing, man? What's going on? And he said, and he looks over, and there stands the girl. There stands her boyfriend. And there's cops all out here. Now, as he come around the side of this building, he walked up, the cops already there. He said, I hadn't done anything. I didn't, crime goes on out here. I didn't have any reason to run or any reason to backtrack. Like, I didn't have anything on me. So I wasn't worried about them. He said, so I proceeded in that direction, at which point they saw me and was like, hey, come here. Walked over there and they handcuffed me. Well, so what happened, man? By now, I'm intrigued. By now, I'm curious. You done told me a whole lot, but you still ain't told me what you locked up for. He said, bro, this girl's man came in the crib and started freaking out because he saw me going down the staircase. He ain't stupid. He knows the only place I could have been coming from was there. He said, I got dressed quick, fast, and I hurt. Like, boom, boom. Like Superman in a phone booth, like, back into my original gear. Quick, got up out of there, like, I ain't trying to get caught. You better not get caught in another man's house with his woman. The girl lied. The girl told the dude, did you see him? He just forced his way in the house and he did this. And she lied. She said there was a knock at the door. She opened the door. She had seen the dude in the apartment complex before, so she had the door cracked. At which point he burst through the door and proceeded with the assault. So now she's told a lie to protect her relationship so that her man don't leave her like he should have. But just based off of her statement, they went outside and locked him up. He's like, so they swabbed my fingers, took my box, did all these different tests. And of course, DNA came back that he had DNA on his fingers because he was prior to. DNA came back on his boxes because he had already was in the mix, right? They ended up convicting him. He would fight that case the entire 10 years. He did not plead. He did not take none of that. They ended up getting him with this object penetration charge. And then they hit him with a couple more charges, which made him a registered offender. Crazy. Now, at first, a dude told me the story, and I've been lied to so many times, I ain't gonna be nobody's sucker, right? At first, I didn't believe it. At first, I'm thinking to myself, yeah, this dude's gonna have to get out of my cell. Now, he's a tall black dude. I'm not gonna say his name because I do not believe he committed the crime that he was convicted of. I do not. I read enough, watched him go over this case enough, read all the discrepancies, things she said that were, you could tell 100% doesn't make sense what she's saying. Because in one statement, the original statement, she said that she let him in. And they're like, well, how did y'all end up in the bedroom? And she, it says that she went to the bedroom and he followed her back there. Then in the actual, when she went to the police station, she said that she had the door cracked and that he burst into the home, at which point he then forced her to the back bedroom. So it went from you had seen him in the apartment complex before, he seemed friendly, you let him in, y'all were hanging out, you went to the back bedroom, and then he followed you back there to, he knocked on the door, you cracked the door, talked to him, he shoved his way in, and then grabbed you and forced you to the back bedroom. It just didn't make sense. I've had relationships in the past, right? I've messed with my fair share of females. If we go to the bedroom, there's a reason we go to the bedroom. I can't see where if somebody was doing something like that, they would go to, hey, let's take it to the bedroom. If somebody had that intent, I think it would happen anywhere. It would happen right then and there, whether it be in the kitchen, living room, wherever the incident took place is where I think, this is just me thinking, where it would actually take place. So her stories didn't line up. He showed me. This was her statement when she called the police. This is the statement she gave on the phone. To help me, a guy just broke into my house. I was assaulted. And then also the whole, well, why did it take your boyfriend coming home before you decided to call 911? I didn't know what to do. And her boyfriend ran outside looking for him and everything. And just a couple buildings over, it wasn't hiding. He returned back to get his beer, hoping that it would be outside. So all the cops, and still continue walking in that direction. He had a bum lawyer. A bum lawyer. Any good lawyer would have picked that girl's statement apart and the lies she told apart, and he wouldn't make convicted on that. This was a case of her just being a thought. Let's call it like it is. She was being a thought. She gave it up. Her man comes home. Oh, well, get out, get out, get out. She tries to hire Jody real quick, get him up out the house. Him and him pass each other and leaving. And she, rather than tell the truth, oh my God, he forced me, made up a lie. And that man would go on to do 10 years in prison and is now a registered offender.
I started out in investment banking, and then I moved my whole career to become a teacher, and I came back to school to start my last part of my life career, I guess.
Your timing is up to you. So if you are working or taking care of loved ones, then we fit into your schedule.
Oh my gosh, the academic piece has been amazing. The professors are all so wonderful. What I think that is most impressive is that each professor is also a psychotherapist and does their own clinical work. So they come into the classroom and they get to bring that real world experience. So as a student, you really start to learn the reality of what it would be like in a clinical setting.
So we have two different tracks. You can follow the clinical track and become a licensed mental health provider, a marriage and family therapist, or a professional clinical counselor. Or you can go the general master's route, and we see those individuals in research or advocacy.
I really get the feeling that most people who are here in this program want to be here, and there's so much to take away from it. I feel like it's been the best gift I've ever given myself.
We come from an ethos of wanting our students to succeed, and success is obviously a very individualized concept. And so there are real and true relationships that are developed between faculty and staff. We have a diverse population of students in all of the ways, in gender, ethnicity, racial background, socioeconomic status. It's really quite special. It is a supportive environment. It's an open, sharing environment. It's a vulnerable environment.
It's been a great experience, and I think that if this is a field you want to pursue, this is an excellent space to finish that program.
Give your nonprofit the productivity apps they know and love. Eligible nonprofits now get a 75% discount on Microsoft 365 Business Premium. Get started by clicking the link or visiting us at Microsoft.com/nonprofits.
That was a story I felt I needed to share with y'all before getting into this. That was the only guy that I was ever in the cell with at any point in time that I ever knew that had some type of charges like that. And the only reason we were in the cell together is because anybody with two eyes and two ears that could read could take one look at that and tell this is a lie. None of this matches. She gave 3 different accounts. None of it makes sense. That would be the only guy I was ever in the cell with that had those type of charges, right? Out west, it wouldn't matter. It could have been broadcasted on TV, innocent man convicted of charges. And everybody in prison know that that man's innocent, but just on the fact that he was convicted, oh, he'd be green light all day, they'd be at him. So there came a time. Let's get into the point of, I just wanted to share that with y'all, man. I hadn't thought about that in a while. Like I said, if you're watching Homeboy, man, you know who you are. The initials AB, not AD and Barth. I did the story on him. There's another dude with the initials AB. A black dude, about 6'3", 6'4", ball head, about 255, 260, big cannon, bowler ball shoulders. So with us not running according to race, when it comes to the guys with bad charges, there's nobody in charge to say, hey, go do something. It's much easier to do that type of stuff when there's one guy that oversees everybody, and rules have been set in place since the 50s, 60s, and 70s that state if they're no good, they have to get off the yard. Well, somebody in charge, y'all, is going to tell you, go take him out. Out here, there's nobody in charge, nobody unless you're in a gang. And even then, their main focus is getting money. So if they run around attacking or eliminating every single man that's got bad paperwork, there ain't going to be many of them left because a lot of guys with bad paperwork. There's no PC camps. There's no offender camps out here. No, none of that. They just mix them in. And if you don't do your due diligence, you don't do your homework, you'll never know. You got to tell you he's locked up for 8 counts of robbery. If you take him at face value, you'll think he's locked up for 8 counts of robbery, and then you'll get out and find out. Oh man. Oh man. Oh, he did what? Weirdo. We had a bulletin board in the pod, right? This bulletin board was locked, had a plexiglass cover, and the lady at the time running the building, Carolyn Parker, was our unit manager. That means she oversees this entire housing unit. She was real close to the gay dudes, the dogs, the boys and sissies. She kept a pack of them in her office. Like any given moment, you needed to go talk to her about some paperwork or getting something done, or you needed something. She's the unit manager. She oversees the building. You go to the office with me, 5 points sitting in the office, legs up, laughing, joking, cleaning, like she was kicking with a homegirl. She loved the gay guys. Carolyn Parker would have the gay dudes come down and actually give them keys. This is how much power the Gumps had. She would give them the keys. Now, this ain't just a key to the bulletin board. No, this is a big key ring with keys to doors all across the prison. Like, if you know what key goes to what, and you can duck low and stay underneath the radar, you could have unlocked yourself all the way up out the prison. But you're going to have to go past too many guards to rest you anymore. But she would give these dudes keys. The dude comes down there, unlocks the bulletin board, the big case, and makes us comment. He says, some of y'all ain't gonna like what I'm about to put on the bulletin board. Y'all ain't gonna like this at all. Ooh, they about to find out. Piques all our interest. What do you mean we're about to find out? What are we about to find out? This is prison, don't much change. So he puts the menu up there, letting us know what the chow hall menu is for the week. Puts up some other little things. At the time, they were doing transfers to this new prison called Green Rock. So he's putting up a paper. Anybody want to go to Green Rock? They accept him. Like, so you can actually fill out this paper and get shipped off to this brand new prison that's been made. You don't want to go there. There's a million cameras and a million fresh COs that don't know it's bad. Don't go there. High-tech prison, no. I'll stay in the dungeon. But then he puts this one paper up that he's talking about in particular, and a couple guys go up there and start reading it, and you can tell as they're reading it, hey, yo, hey, come here, read this. This crazy. This is going to start some right here, man. This piece of paper right here. So we all walk up there and we get to read. They have this program they've implicated that all offenders now have to go to. SORT, Offender Residential Treatment. So if you're locked up and you got funny money charges, you done fiddled, you done violated a woman, you done did something you shouldn't have done to a child, you like to touch too much, no don't mean no in your book, and you've been convicted, guess what? The days of hiding for all of y'all is over. Now that they've made this program, the counselor is going to reach out to each and every single offender inside the prison, and they got to go sit over these classrooms. And they've got to take these classes, and they've got to listen, and they've got to learn. You saw the panic set in. Several guys I knew nothing about, did not know they had bad papers, thought they had bodies, thought they had gun charges, I thought they had all this different shit, right? When that paper went up, you felt the tension in the room. You seen it in guys' eyes. Some of these guys have been hiding behind a fake charge, 20, 30 years, 5 years, 2 years, 6 months. Now it's all going to come out. Virginia Department of Corrections just put out the SORT program that has brought everything to light. Now you got some guys in here that do not. And when I say do not play well with others. And they don't like guys with those type of charges. And they don't have to have no gang to tell them to go move. No, sir. Ain't nobody got to say, hey, he's got bad paperwork. Go hit him up. No, sir. He's going to do it just on strength of he ain't never going home. He's got a mama. He's got sisters. He's got nieces. And he don't like stuff like that. And just based off of the fact that he ain't never going home, he ain't parole eligible. He can do whatever he wants to you. You can say whatever you want, do whatever you want, act however you want. He's gonna get at you. Now, by this time, I'm no longer in the cell that I was talking about in the beginning of the video. Years and years and years have passed. Now, if you were to go Google this, it would say, I think they said that the program was implicated in like 2012. That's not true. This program was implicated more around 2009 is when it came into the system. And they ran it for a couple of years as kind of a, I guess you would say, a test program before they went after all the major funding. Now I think it's like 16 different institutes, but it all started at Greenfield. Things went really bad when they exposed all the modes, when they exposed our heads. Yeah, when everything came out and you had to explain why, what you mean you got to go over to the offender program? What are your charges, bro? Hey, matter of fact, man, what is your charges? Now, you said you had a home invasion, like, but I did have a, oh yeah, he did have a home invasion. He just didn't go in there looking to take no money. Oh no. He went in there, he took some, right? At first, all we know that is there's going to be a class, that they're going to start calling these guys by name. So we all, us good guys, and it's hard to say good because we're all locked up, but compared to an offender, yeah, I am a good guy. I ain't never done that to no woman. I ain't never done that to no children. You can't put that on. You say a lot of things about me. You can't never put that on. And if I had to say, does that make me better than you? Yeah, you're not gonna sit here and tell me I'm not a better person than us. I'm not gonna hear it. Defenders are on the bottom of the barrel. They're the scum of the earth. They didn't put that paper up there, but they didn't put a list of names. So now everybody's got the rock eyebrow, the one eyebrow, everybody's looking around. Offenders. For the most part, we thought our palm was solid. For the most part, we thought we knew who was in here. We clearly don't. Because that piece of paper right there says that there's a bunch of guys in here that's going to start going to treatment for having bad charges. You see dudes scanning the rooms, and the dudes that already had their suspicions look over their cellie. Don't call his name. I wish to God they would say, this got to go over there. And I done been in a cell with this man, and slept around this man. He done victimized somebody. Lord save him. Somebody save him. Somebody save him. We know this is going to end bad. It always ends bad. What's just happened is it's went from just being a normal day in the penitentiary to you have just greenlit all the sex offenders. You have just put them all on Front Street, as we call it. You just put them all on blast. Everybody that's been hiding, denying, saying they didn't do it, tricking people into thinking they had different charges than what they really had, are about to be exposed. So one of two things is going to happen. Y'all can get y'all stuff and y'all can start leaving now, or you can wait till that list drops, and your cellmate is the one that's supposed to handle you. If ain't nobody else in here gonna do nothing about it, the man you live in the cell is supposed to take care of that. He's supposed to be the one that says, you can't sleep in here. You can't sleep in here. And everybody's supposed to do that to you until the point that you get in a cell with somebody that's just all the way gone in the head and says, what's your charges? And then he Michael Myers you in the cell. I don't feel bad for the guys. I'm not gonna lie. He didn't feel bad for the women. Let's not get off track. So they have put this sort paper on the bulletin board. The first week, everybody's on high alert. Now let me backtrack a little bit because I need to fix something I said. I said at this point we thought everybody was solid. Let me fix that. At this point we knew of some of the weirdos. We knew some of the guys in here that had bad charges. Yeah, absolutely. These are the guys that get extorted. These guys are paying rent. These guys get robbed. These are human punching bags for when you have a bad day. These guys don't live good lives. So for anybody that thinks that these guys just go on about their business like all the rest of the inmates, that's not true. Their cellmate is going to let people come in there and take stuff from them. Their cellmate is going to take stuff from them. Somebody's going to be charging them. Life for them is not all peaches and strawberries. It's not. But we thought we knew. Like we legitimately thought all right, there might be somebody here we don't know about. So we expect maybe, all right, maybe there'll be one guy added to the list that we didn't know about, and we'll find out who he is. That week, anytime they would call any type of programs, we're like a bunch of little meerkats. Dudes in prison are the most gossiping, curious, talkative, all up in everybody else's business type dudes you'll ever meet in your life. That first week, everybody, so much you got dudes double guessing their cellmates and what you said you was locked up for. I ain't joking around with them. And man, when we find out, like for real, please don't let them call your name when they call their program. You know don't let you be on that list, man. Like we've been like this, like I'm gonna look real bad if I just did. No. I was curious as to what's going on. The first week rolls by, nothing. Week number 2 rolls by. Now when they call programs, not so many people are looking up there. So much stuff happens on a day-to-day basis that you now address what's going on today. Like that is pushed to the back of the line. And over time, we kind of, new memos have got put on the bulletin board. Papers are getting stapled over top of this paper. New menus are going up. That paper's now been, it's torn down. It's not even there no more. We stopped thinking about it. It would be about 4 months if my memory serves me right. And we're getting ready for outside rec. Now they have nighttime rec in the summertime, 6:30 to 8:30. They also have programs at night school. They call all the ordinary programs, and then out the blue, mind you now, months have passed. We're no longer thinking about the SORT program. We're not thinking about the guys that are incognito in here hiding out with bad charges that you already know. And they start calling these names right out the gate. Some of these names start to shock us. And we don't know at first why these names are being called. It's just random names. But then some of the names they start calling are the known offenders. David Bigley reports to the front for class. Boom. That would be one of the names that grabbed everybody's attention. We had a guy in there named Jonathan Montgomery. Jonathan Montgomery was proven to be innocent. I'm glad you got out. It just goes to show that innocent man do get charged with this type of stuff. Jonathan Montgomery comes to the front. Boom. We all know about him and his charges. So we've got the 6 guys we know about and an additional 20 different guys. And most of them are playing stupid. Why y'all call me up here? You know why? Because you got to go over to the SORT program. Oh, my. So now you got all the rest of us. You got dudes standing in the doorways, and that's their celly standing up there. You got known, validated gang members standing up there. And you got all the rest of us with our gear, our towels and whatever it is, water bottle. We're about to go outside on the rec yard for the night. We're all standing at the back of the gate ready to go out. And now you've got all the known, unknown, but now it's to all of us standing up front. So now you've got us divided. You've got 60 men that ain't done nothing like that. 60 men, for the most part, that all of us don't get down like that. You're not going to sleep in this cell with me. Not if you're any type of convict. You're not allowed to let nobody like this sleep in a cell with you. So we're looking, and we're blown away. You got the gangs. You can see them already starting to mob up because some of them dudes are gang members. We're looking at them like, y'all got dudes in y'all's gangs that, oh no. Oh no, oh no. What are we going to do here? I hate to do it to y'all.
You done fucked up, man. I thought that's what you're saying. You done fucked up, now you know that.
Welcome to Alteryx One, a self-service analytics platform that makes it easy to automate analytics at scale and enable better decisions across all of your critical business functions. Prep and blend your data, build robust machine learning models, and let our AI engine discover and explain new insights faster, all directly through your web browser. The best part? Alteryx meets you where you are, whether on-prem or in the cloud, with support for all major cloud hosting platforms, coupled with local regional hosting across all major regions. Integrations with a wide variety of data connectors allow you to access all of your data anytime, anywhere. And regardless of your environment, Alteryx provides enterprise-grade scalability and security. See for yourself today.
like a month, boss asked me how I feel. Successful street, touching them first mills. All my life, and grinding all my life. R.I.P. Nick. Man, you already know what it is. Chet Williams, life, and we're back. I'm running on empty. Like, if I was a car right now, I would be putting, but I'm still getting from point A to point B. I'm getting on average about 2.5 to 3 hours of sleep every single night. I'm getting home 2:30, 3 o'clock, 3:30. Then my alarm goes off at 6. I'm getting back up. And I get ready for work. Some mornings I take my little boy to school. And I'm back on these job sites till 3:30, 4 o'clock in the evening. And then I go home, spend a little bit of time with my family, talk with my wife, how was your day? Talk with my kids, how was school? Let me see your schoolwork. Help my son pronounce his words, learn what he needs to learn, and then just like that, back out the door. The last 3 nights have been spent refinishing my cabinets. I love a kitchen, a nice kitchen. Like, I'm big on the kitchen. I spent a lot of time in the kitchen. So we made sure with this kitchen that it would be everything we wanted. So I went yesterday and I got the hardware for the kitchen. We do a black and gold theme, or like black and copper. So I got all the black hardware for the cabinets. I finished the final coat on the cabinets and all the doors, double-sided the doors. Don't cut no corners. If you're gonna do it right. Got all the cabinets hung, all the hardware on. Very proud of it. It's beautiful. And we got the Samsung refrigerator with the TV on it. That is ingenious. It's got all these apps. So I just click Discovery, put on the first 48, and as I'm in there working, I let the first 48 play. I said, young man, I can tell you got something on your heart. You got something on your mind. Let it out. You're in pain. You're hurting right now. Now you're really about to be hurting after they send it to you. You're hurting right now. Let it out. Man, you're right. I did that. Come on. Come in. Give me a hug. Tell me some more. Because I'm going to get you 300 years in prison. Come in. Tell me some more. Write it about. Come on, I'm your friend. Write it right here. I know, man. I'm dead wrong. I shouldn't have. You got to be the stupidest. Very entertaining, to say the least. So I'm about wrapped up there. I got to be back out there tonight and back out there again tomorrow night. And then I will be there again Friday. And we'll be wrapping up the whole process with the new house. And I will be able to get back to a lot more videos. I'll walk y'all and show y'all. Y'all don't get to see the computer setup I've got. Y'all don't get to see nothing but me and the backdrop. So I'm gonna do y'all a walkthrough of actually my studio. Let's show you what goes on behind the scenes with Jay Williams Let's Live Life and Jay Williams I'm Living Life. Show you all that. So let's get to the purpose of today's video. Robberies, extortion, getting ran down on, getting stuff taken from them. The way it goes down, the nitty and the gritty. You will see guys get hurt. You will see the alphas, and you're going to see the betas. You're going to see the men that truly are lions. And then you're going to see the hyenas that wish they were lions, that act like they're lions.
The network of support in Orville, the business next door to you, really cares about your success. And so right from the beginning, you just have other small businesses surrounding you. As a Chamber of Commerce, we bring those folks together. We provide coffees or luncheons and opportunities just to share stories, just to collaborate. Everyone is committed to your success. So come and live life here in Orville, where you'll have an amazing experience.
Artlist Studio is here, and it has controls built with video creators in mind, so you can intuitively direct any dream production, like you're actually on set. And with Artlist AI Pro plans, you get 50,000 free AI credits. I can create characters that will fit the world, down to the voice. So I leave nothing up to chance. Why is that tank there? I build the locations down to the last element, so they align with my vision just right. And with camera angles, and camera movements, and lenses, I never have to compromise ever again. So go to Artlist, and start creating without limits.
And then when the lions show up, or they run face to face with a real lion, well, they realize they're a violent creature also, but you're just a hyena. You're not a lion. And then you're going to see the prey. The prey can be big and jacked up, small and skinny, white, black, green, yellow, blue, pink, purple. It does not matter. Violence does not discriminate, especially when it's you versus an entire group of guys. I've been in situations where I had to face a whole group of guys. And I know that I've got years left to do. I know that no matter what happens with the situation, I've got to address it. I can't fold up. I can't get all scary. I can't run from it. Because no matter what happens, I've still got years left to do. So the most I can do is swell up, let them know what it is, invite it, come on, let's go. Let them bank me or run the one-on-one. If one of them steps up, they'll let me get the fair one, run the fair one with them. But no matter what, you gotta stand 10 toes down. And when you don't, that will follow the remainder of your bid. The moment you let somebody take something from you, or people put hands on you, or talk to you any type of way, you've just set the pace for the rest of your time incarcerated. So I tell you guys, I don't promote violence, but I do promote you standing up for yourself. You need to stand up for yourself, stick up for yourself. Don't let these guys talk to you crazy. Don't let these guys take things from you. Don't let these guys intimidate you and threaten you. So what if they're in a gang? So what? What's the worst that's gonna happen? You're gonna get beat up? At least have some dignity, have some pride. Go down swinging. Take one of them with you. That's what I would always do every single time. If I know I'm about to take an L, I'm gonna grab one of you and I'm gonna focus on you. I know they're gonna hurt me. I know they're gonna swing on me, hit me from the back, and punch me inside of my face and look around me and kick me. But while they're doing that, I'm gonna take all that out on you. I'll mount you, and I'm gonna take every single last one of those hits, and I'm gonna redirect it into the pressure I apply into my punches directly aimed at your face. But I've seen a lot of guys get wrong. A lot of guys get their stuff taken. And it's usually, I have seen a lot of different situations where it was one guy that was built like that when he got it on his own. But it's usually a group of guys when it comes to the robbery. Usually it's two or more that are gonna run up on you. You always gotta have a lookout to make sure nobody, if you got homeboys, they ain't coming to your aid. And mostly important to make sure no guards come in and catch you in the middle of the night. That's what we're doing with robberies and extortions. Getting stuff taken from you when it always ends bad. As I've told y'all, I'm tired, so bear with me. But even though I'm tired, y'all already know the marathon continues. With all that being said, you know how to see it. You know how to live it. So, let's relive it. I ran into a guy the other day at Lowe's, a guy by the name of Frank that had just gotten out of prison here in VA. And the guy helped me load materials on the back of my truck. Guys will do that. They do it without you asking, hoping that you'll throw him a couple dollars. And I did. I threw Frank a 20 spot. But he helped me load his lumber. And I was looking at his tattoos, and I could tell a convict when I see one. And he had a backpack on. I said, "Where'd you come home from?" And he told me. I said, "How long you been out?" He said, 5 days. He said, "My home plane was to my brother's house." Now, your home plane is, you have to have a place set up to go home to. Prisons do not just release guys out to society without knowing they have somewhere to go. Because they don't want just the guy that had all his crazy charges walking down the street looking for a car to sleep at. So he said, "My home plane was to my brother's house." That got approved. Probation had been by there. They released him. He said, right before I got released, my brother got popped with a gun. So he's in jail. So I have nowhere to go home to. I have no home. I'm homeless. I got his backpack on. We got to talking about prison and everything going on in there. And he was like, "Man, the Suboxone in prison has gotten crazy." I said, "It wasn't really a thing when I was in 2014. And I guess that's when that stuff really got popular." He's like, "Now, y'all are not going to believe what I'm about to tell you." He was like, where I was at, he was like, he was going $1,000 a strip. He was like, actually, it was $1,200. But if you bought 3, you get them $1,000 a piece. $1,000. for something that sells on the streets for anywhere between $5 to $10 a piece. $1,000 a piece, right hand to God. That's what the man said. You take something out here that's a very small amount of whatever it is, tobacco, weed, yak, whatever you want it to be, and you put it into the system, the inflation on it is 100 times, if not more, than what it should be. One of the biggest sellers in the penitentiary. I'm gonna give y'all 5 seconds to guess what it is. Boom, 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 boom. You ready? Tobacco. Yes, tobacco is one of the biggest sellers in U.S. jails, penitentiaries, state, federal, men's, women's. You name. I was in prison in 2010 when they took smoking out of prison. Let me tell you, you can already guess. It was a very, 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 very bad time to be locked up. They said if you've got it, you've got until February 1st to have smoked it, flushed it, or whatever. But as of December, we will no longer be selling it. And come February 1st, it will be against DOC rules. You will get a charge. Prior to that, go right to canteen and buy Newports, Marlboros, generic cigarettes. Most people smoke loose tobacco, meaning like you would roll a joint, you would roll your own cigarettes.
We had a particularly tough year with a higher number than normal of students who had experienced trauma in their lives. Our school system wasn't working well for them, and they were having all sorts of big behaviors. What do those students do if they can't be successful in that class in that moment?
We needed someone who could bridge the gap between some minor challenges and then also more extreme. And then we also needed someone here who the students can relate to.
What the Certified Wellness Coach does is it completes a puzzle piece that our schools have been really deeply missing. We now have 2 other certified wellness coaches in the district, and we're working to get 3 more certified. I think that every school should have one.
You didn't inherit this, you built it. Every late night, every dollar earned with Relay. See your cash flow clarified. Every account, every move, instantly visible. Real-time dashboard. Mobile controls built for action without friction. Relay is built to run how you run. Separate, sync, and automate all in one place. Fast transfers, smart permissions, zero guesswork. This is business banking and money management for the self-made. Join the self-made nation. Discover more at relayfi.com.
99% of the inmates roll their own cigarettes because a pack of Newports unopened, that's gold. If you owe somebody money, you put 10 packs of cigarettes on you, go out on the yard, and at the time they were $5.67 a pack. You go out on the yard and pay your debt. If you wanted to buy something for somebody, the cigarettes, they add up fast. You could buy it. So majority of guys smoke rolled cigarettes, non-filtered. It's serious. But once they took smoking out, the assaults that followed, the robberies, the rundown game was serious. I seen guys get attacked that were doing nothing, had their back turned and thought they were minding their business, walking the track, hitting that cigarette, got it cuffed in their hand, hitting it, thinking nobody sees them. The next thing you know, boom, somebody snuff them, slide them in the dirt, walk up, pick the cigarette up, and walk off with them. Run their pockets, check their socks, take anything they had left on them. I seen whole squads of dudes run up into cells because they smelled smoke coming out that cell. And guys will wait until we lock down and smoke. Because you don't want to smoke when everybody's running around, because if nobody smokes and you're in a non-smoking facility, a cigarette will stink up the entire room. You could be 200 feet that way and you're going to smell it. But I remember seeing a dude that He waited till we locked down, and I smelled it as well. The vents circulate air. They don't push no heat or no cold air, but it circulates air. As you smoke, one vent sucks, the other vent blows. All these different cells are smelling the cigarette smoke, and I hear the guys yelling through the vent, "Hey, yo, who got it? Who got it? Hey, stop playing with me. Hey, stop me a little bit. I know you hear me. Who is it?" So then they start yelling because you know who's on your vent line. Your vent line being the cells that are connected to the same vent as you, that if you yell in, can hear. And it's 4 floors of 2, 4, 6, 8 cells on that vent line. You know who's on your vent line. You know who is on their cells. So they start yelling through the cell, to the vent. "Hey, yo, sound off. Hey, that's you? Nah, it ain't me. Hey, Jay, sound off. That's you? Nah, it ain't me. Hey, yo, twin, sound off. That's you? Nah, it ain't me." And they get to one door. "Hey, yo, sound off. That's you? Hey, yo. I said, hey, sound off. That's you?" They don't get no response. They go and come through, do their count. Somebody smoking in here. Don't get shook down. Don't get the power locked down. Stop that foolishness now. And they roll on out. Once again, I hear the vent. "Hey, yo, sound off. Jay, that ain't you. Man, I told y'all it ain't me. You smell it? I don't know what you got going on, but it ain't me. I'm not going to deny or say I do. You know what I mean? But I'm not trying to get in the middle of what's going on. Say I do or don't smell anything, because I know what y'all about to do." The doors pop. I come out my cell, head towards the hot pot. We call it a hot pot. You get hot water. It's right next to the phone, the microwave. Had to get my water. I look up on the top tier, the cells above me. Both those cells have come out, and those 4 guys are standing there talking. And in the cell next to me is 2 white guys. And they were 100% smoke, and I could smell the smoke coming through my vent. As I was standing at my door, I could smell the smoke coming from their cell. I look on the top tier, and I see the 4 dudes congregating. I know what time it is. I go to my cell, I get my knife, tuck it in the front of my pants, because they might think I was lying and run up in my cell. But I watch. And they come down the staircase. 2 of them stand at the front of the staircase, watching for the guards, while the other 2 run up in the cell. And you hear them, do-do-do-do-do-do. And you do, "I ain't got nothing, do-do-do-do." And they were convinced to beating him up. His cellmate's out the bar, wandering around with his earbuds in, sees what's going on. He ain't going nowhere near over there, scary as hell. Stays far away from that cell. And after about 2-3 minutes of the guys, one of them beating him up, another guy searching and rummaging, they found what they were looking for. Half a bag of tobacco, a lighter, pack of rolling papers. You see a dude come out with a ball in front of his arm, and went straight into his cell, and all 4 of them shoot to that cell, and they gap it up, split it up. Probably about 3 ounces is what it would end up being if you broke a bag in hand. They not only robbed that man, they beat him all types of stuff. This is an older gentleman they beat up. Roughed him up, beat him up, left the purple marks, the yellow marks, the green marks, the black marks, the little knots, the big knots, the knots on knots on knots, racks on racks on racks on his face behind that tobacco. Guys know for the most who they can, who they can't try.
There's a lot about the job that isn't actually that fun that I have now automated away almost entirely. It's really common that you run into merge conflicts. You're finally ready to merge something and it's conflict. Your CI is failing. But I have a Green PR's automation here that uses some of our skills. And this is going to go through and it's going to say, like, do any have CI failures because of like something minted wrong or like didn't get caught in the pre-push, or maybe it's going to merge conflict because someone is like also changing it because we're rushing it, finish up a project or something like that. My PRs are always green.
Sad as it's going to sound, the old guys were the ones that were victimized the most. The old guys and the really young guys that stood off by themselves, that had no group, that had no friends. It was a bad time to be in the war. Now, not all these old guys are defined by their age. A lot of these guys are defined by the things they do. You look at that man, and what do you see? You see an old man, someone who's out of shape, someone who's probably been down a very long time. And that's kind of what you define them as. But what you don't realize is that he's been down for a very long time for a reason. He kills people. He's taking lives. Lives, plural, not singular for y'all that don't know what that means. He is a killer. Now here you come. I think you're gonna run over there and take something from him. The man has been in the prison system since the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. When prison was still prison. When men were still men. Before you could join a gang and have a whole bunch of guys back you, it was just men. Each man standing on his own. Each man and what he put in as far as how work goes and putting in work defined who he was. But these dudes did try though. Some of these guys have gotten old to the point that they couldn't defend themselves like they once could. Remember this, when they give you a life sentence, you will stay there until the day that you die. Until the day that they put you in a bag, zip you up, and haul you up out of there. Whether it be 65 or 106, a life sentence is a life sentence. You're never coming home. Think about that next time you go out and commit a crime. Never going home. No bond, no more court, no more appeals, no possibility that you will ever go back out to the free world. You will never drive a car again. You will never unlock your front door. You'll never own a refrigerator, never have a dog, never lay down with a woman. You're never going to do any of that again. You look around you at the chaos around you, and all these men coming and going, guards telling you what to do, when to sleep, eat. That is your life until the day that you die. Now, they tried this with a bunch of the old guys. They did once. But some of these dudes were having it. Even at 65 years old, some of these guys still had six packs. At 70 years old, some of these guys are still lifting weights, still doing pull-ups, staying warm because they're aware of where they are. But that was their target, was the old. They tried to rob Killer. First of all, let's backtrack. The man's name was Killer. I wonder how he got his nickname. How do you get a nickname like Killer? From being good at playing cards? No, they probably call you Ace or Spade or something. From working on call? No, they probably call you oil man or mechanic. You get a name like Killer from either being a goofy that names himself that, or from being just that, a killer. They tried this with Killer. Dudes ran up in there and they didn't stay in there long. We watched them masked up. This I never understood. I'm gonna give you all another story after this about the whole mask thing. I watched these guys go down to this one cell. You got the middle staircase, then you got the back staircase. I lived in the back, right underneath the back staircase. Then you got the middle staircase where there's cells and it's like an L shape. Well, the guard in the booth can't see through that staircase to those cells. And I watched these guys congregate down there and Killer lived midway down between the two, between me and them. I watched these dudes go down to the cell staircase, congregate, go in the cell, and everybody heads off to chow, and you see Killer standing in his doorway. You can still smoke at this time. This is like January. February is coming up, and the robbery is already started because they stopped selling in December. So guys are already out of tobacco. Store boxes, guys with tobacco are not letting it go. This is the last time I'm going to be able to smoke, like I guess you could say legally. I'm not giving that to you. There was no chance you could get it from anybody. And guys were waiting until it was 100% gone before they broke out their stash and started selling. But these guys waited. Everybody's going to chow. You see Killer standing in his doorway, smoking his cigarette. This is the same guy I told you that came out with a racist rant in his underwear, calling people the N-word with the hard R on it. Like, the old man was crazy. He's standing in his doorway, smoking his cigarette. Everybody's going to chow. And I look down there. I didn't go to chow. A bunch of different people go to chow. There's certain meals you're just not going to eat because they're not edible. You're really hungry to eat some of the stuff. And I look down there and you got these gang dudes mobbed up at the cell. And they're not doing, it's not like they're intelligent enough to like go in the cell or go to another area where nobody can see what they're doing. But they're standing in front of the cell with their back turned to us. You can see them tying shirts around their face. And as the guards got her back turned, watching everybody exit out to go to chow, these dudes make their move. Boom, they run down a set of cells and past all the cell doors, and they bust them left up in the Killer's cell where Killer's at. Killer stood right there in the doorway smoking a cigarette, looked down and watched them tie these shirts around their face, trying to disguise themselves. Went over to his Bama. pulled his poker out, put it in front of his pants, went right back to his doorway and stood there smoking his roller.
Lima One Plus robotic mower.
In Orville, you do have a rare opportunity to experience a wide variety of recreational activities. Like I said, we have 5 large lakes and a river runs through it, all to be enjoyed, from powerboating, water skiing, sailboating, rowing. The Afterbank has the windsurfing activity that goes on, to the golfing at the golf course, to just plain kayaking down the river.
These dummies. Thinking they can come down here. They probably think they can come rob me. I got something for them. Killer backed up into his cell, shut the door. Killer sitting in there on the bunk. He knows what time it is. As he's sitting there watching his TV, his door slides open. The only reason his door would be open is because he got it open, or his cellmate got it open, or somebody else got it open to come in there. I didn't see Killer. I'm down in my doorway, but I did see the dudes run up in his cell. And no sooner they ran in his cell, I heard, ah, ah, and they started running back out. Now, as they're running down to the other end, I'm standing there looking at this, I'm like, this shit's crazy. Like, what have I done in my life? But these young dudes go running out of the cell, heading back to the direction they came. And the one dude's got 3 big red spots on his back. Well, when they came in there, Killer pulled out on him, and when they attempted to run, he just started sticking him. You know what they did about it? Nothing. These little dudes ended up getting violated. I told you about violations before. That's when the leader of the gang decides you've done something wrong, goes against the rules, the policies, the conduct that y'all have, and that means you get mobbed down on and stomped out by your own. So the boy got stabbed, stuck 3 times. They run back down there empty-handed. I'm sure they had knives on them, but they weren't killers. They weren't really trying to take it to where the killer was going to take it. They went down there hoping to intimidate this man, ran into that man's cell, and he stuck that boy in the back 3 times. And then they ran back down there and uncovered their face. Let me see. I watched them all stand down there panicking. Oh, man, you got to go to the doctor, man. He's stuck. Oh, man. What we going to do? They weren't supposed to be doing this to begin with. They hadn't been given no green light to go wild this old man. They hadn't been told by the big homie they could do any of this. This was something, some crash mission these little 3 or 4 dudes concocted and put together that they was going to go on. They was going to go wild, that old man. Yeah, they got what they were looking for, right? One got stuck 3 times. I'd love to hear what he tells everybody about the 3 stab wounds in his back and how they got him. Man, we ran up on a white dude, probably about 260, 280 pounds. Big heavy set white dude named Killer. Yeah, man, we got to trading punches and we started sticking. No, that's not what happened. You tried to rob that man's tobacco, and because he stabbed you in the back, what's that tell you? You were running away. And he stuck you 3 times in your back, and you got nothing. And then you went outside after the big homie found out, and all of y'all got violated. The end. It's raining like crazy outside right now. We'll give y'all one more before we get out of here. So I spoke on Bubblicious in the past, aka Bubba. Bubba was a white guy, probably early 40s, wore these round glasses, pink frames, like the glasses John Lennon wore. Bubba was a gum. We call him Bubblicious, Bubba Gum. Ironically, you know, Bubba Gum Shrimp Company. His household name. These are the nicknames this guy had. Bubba had the dirtiest teeth in the world. Well, he used to be really, really skinny. Then when they took smoking out of prison, Bubba got really, really fat. Anybody ever seen somebody that smoked, that quit smoking, that put on a lot of weight? That was Bubba. Long after they took smoking out of prison, Bubba continued to smoke. Bubba has since died. Rest in peace to Bubblicious. Long after they took smoking out of prison, Bubba was still smoking. Bubba was also a hustle man. He was very similar to Jingling in the way he hustled. Ironically enough, becoming gay from an incident that took place with Jingling. I told that story also. But Bubba continued to smoke. Months had gone by. Tobacco was getting scarce. They never completely shut it out to prison. If you get caught with it, you get rid of it. You know, guys are going to the hole. The robberies are insane. Robbery is an everyday thing. Stealing is an everyday thing. These guys are brave. They're going and stealing from guys that they know 100%. If he finds out you're going to win himself, he's going to take you up out of here. Stealing from a man in prison is grounds to get you extra all the way out. That's a no-no. You take it, that's one thing. Let it be known you took it. Even though that's a despicable thing to do also, prison rules state that's okay. But being a little thief in the night, not okay. Bubba's continuing to smoke. Nobody's really applied pressure to Bubba because Bubba's playing fair. Bubba plays middleman for all the dudes that are selling tobacco, that do have tobacco. So as far as getting the best deal, Bubba's a guy you want to deal with. Bubba deals with everyone. Bubba deals with the white dudes, the black dudes, the gangs, the gay guys. If you're locked up and you want a tobacco, at some point or another, you're going to have to go through Bubba. It's now gotten to a point where the guys that do have it are no longer selling it. They've all agreed. Like, this is one of the few times I've seen any like unity. But these guys have pretty much come in agreement that you stop selling yours, I'm gonna stop selling mine. We'll wait 4 or 5 months, and then we'll break out the packs. This is what we're gonna charge. Agreed? So you had certain guys, not all of them, but in my pod in general, you had guys that agreed that no matter what, we'll smoke, but we ain't breaking bread with nobody else. These dudes are built like that. These dudes will take you up. These are the type of men that if you take something from, if you steal from them, if you attempt to rob them, you're gonna have to do them in the cell because they're not gonna let it go. They're gonna come after you, each and every one of you, and they're gonna mow you down. They're gonna leave you laying wherever you were when they found you. So you don't mess with these dudes. You leave them alone. They've built their name in the streets, and the name of the street sometimes is okay, but the name you build for yourself while you're locked up will supersede you. It travels a long way. If you're somebody slapping around, somebody's do boy, somebody's jizzle, that's what you're gonna be known as from that moment forward. But if you're known as a dude that puts in work, if you're known as a dude that's gonna push that blade and does not care, especially with these guys that are doing natural life sentence, never coming home. Not a man you want to take anything from or applying pressure on. Back to the story. These guys are coming to agreement that they're not going to sell tobacco anymore. But Bubba is still smoking. At this point, there are very few guys that are able to smoke. Can't really find tobacco like that. I start hearing little rumors. I hear little dudes saying little things. Look, he always smells like cigarettes. Thanks he's slick. And people know. They know he's smoking, right? We're going to get it. More and more time passes, Bubba is continuing to smoke. This little group of dudes, little gang dudes again, they plot and plan on what they're gonna do. At the time, Bubba's in the cell with an old man named Grandma. And Grandma looks like Herbert from Family Guy. 100%, but talks like a grandma. Really skinny, tall, old man. Very, very old. Has all since passed away. That's who's in the cell with. So he has no, Grandma is gonna sit on the bunk and continue sewing when they run up in the cell. They devised this plan that they're going to run up in the cell. Bubba's cell is not far from the control booth. I think he was in cell 7 or 8 at the time. So he's maybe 30 feet, 35 feet from the control booth where the officer sits. Dead winter. It's freezing outside. We don't get no wind. So the pod is crowded. There's people moving all around you. 86 men stuck inside this pod all day long. Things gonna get chaotic. The wreck is in place, so we can get away from each other. Work is in place, so we can get away from each other. It's not good whenever we're all just crammed in there all day. Stuff's gonna pop off. Whenever we get like this, fights will jump off. Robberies will jump off. The robbers were jumping off 7 days a week, either way, because guys still had tobacco and weren't playing fair. They run up through Bubba's cell. Bubba's not the fighting type. Bubba is 100% gonna curl up and give it up. Give everything up. Came back to Bubba had HIV, so I hope anybody that took that, by now I'm pretty sure you figured that out. They run up in Bubba's cell, beat Bubba all types up. Bubba's telling him, I ain't got nothing, I ain't got nothing, I ain't got nothing. Finally, he comes up off of him, tells him where it's at.
Relay gives us visibility into
not just the amount of money we have, but the work that it's doing, and it gives us something to build toward without so much of the financial anxiety that we had before.
They go back to beating Bubba up. Bubba had tobacco, but Bubba didn't have the tobacco that everybody thought he had. Bubba had to go into the guys that chewed, dip, any type of oral tobacco. Like, you know, guys will get a big chaw, a big cheek full of chewing tobacco. But when they're done with it, what are you going to do with it? They spit it out. Guys with dip, what are you going to do with it? You're going to spit it out. Dip, and you can chew, and it didn't put off no smell. The guards would know it. It would kill the grape for the nicotine. Bubba had a contract with everybody he knew that dipped, everybody he knew that chewed tobacco, or that chewed and dipped tobacco leftovers. He would then take it, put it in a napkin, and microwave it. And then he would smoke it. So these boys got the stash. The stash ended up being a whole bunch of chewed up and dipped tobacco that he had dried out. They beat him up under I guess the frustration of thinking they had hit a lick. They just knew they struck. They knew they was get all this tobacco, and they ended up getting a napkin full of wet, chewed up tobacco. Some of it had already been microwaved, and some of it had not. Here's the kicker: they smoked it. Lots of guys were smoking chewed up tobacco. They sold it. It's not even the same. It didn't even smell the same. It smelled like burnt bark off a tree. But them dudes damn sure smoked it. But they didn't kick Bubba's ass once. They kicked it twice. They kicked it once just to get him to tell what stash was. And then when they figured out, what is this? What is this, Bubba? What have you been smoking? Like, they went back to beating him up. It's hard time and desperate measures when men are smoking other men's chewed tobacco. But I put it on my kids. 100% true story, 100% happen, and they 100% continue to smoke after finding out what it was. To say that when they took smoking out of prison was chaotic is an understatement. Chaos doesn't even really capture what ensued afterwards. It was just insanity. You had guys that it was part of their daily routine. They lived, breathed, woke up just to that cup of coffee and that cigarette. It was all they really had left. Either stripping men of everything they can have that actually makes them a man, which is a wife, a partner, a woman, the presence of their children, their home, their automobiles, their job, that old dog, their favorite spot you go fishing at. All the things that define you and what you like in life are gone. So the few pleasures that men had left were very little. Smoking being at the very top of the list. If you had to take a vote, I will take one off the list. Coffee or cigarettes? I can promise you coffee would have left and you guys would have kept the tobacco. But in taking it out, I did think that we were going to come together and just destroy the penitentiary. We'll tear it down and we'll wreck so much chaos in here, they won't have no choice but to put it back in. That never happened. Guards were attacked. Guards were knocked out. I've done stories on that too. Standing on the side of the building, think you sleep. We'll pull out that Newport 100 and fire it up in the cut. You ain't supposed to be smoking inside the prison. Guards weren't allowed to smoke either. Caught on boy inside the building, slipping it. Lumped him up, took his whole pack. CO, a correction officer, a guard, and an employee in the Department of Corrections got lumped up and laid on the side of the building behind a cigarette. And they ran his pockets. You know things are going hard. It's thugged out when they're knocking guards out and going in their pockets. I just stood back day in and day out, watching them unfold. Robbery after robbery after robbery, assault after assault after assault. Didn't matter where it was. If you were caught slipping, you were caught smoking, they caught you lacking, it was going down right then and right there. Guys would wait till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and smoke, trying to blow it out their window so you couldn't smell it in the vent line. Trying to blow the smoke in the toilet and flushing the toilet 100 times. People, please listen to my stories. Even though they're entertaining, there's that aspect of it. There's a lesson in everything, even a book. Get the lesson that comes with these. The moral to all of these stories is you can live that life through my stories, through my eyes. You can walk in my shoes without ever walking in my shoes. Every one of these stories should be what keeps you from going out here and doing something stupid. Prisons will never go away. Bad people will never go away. They just lock them up. You don't know what bad is until that becomes your life day in and day out. My last sentence was 3,650 days. And I had some time taxed on that because I didn't know how to act while I was locked up. I can't believe I gave my life for nothing. That's over 10,000 meals served. 3,650 days just on the 10-year sentence. And for nothing. I didn't have anybody that I looked up to that told me to stop. I didn't have anybody that I idolized that said, Jay, stop. I have to be like you. Listen. And if you don't listen, I promise you this. Once you get locked up and you start seeing the things I saw, you're going to remember. And you're going to remember my stories. And in that moment there, you're going to wish you had listened. But anyways, these jails, detention centers, these prisons, these facilities, they're all just crazier worlds. And I'm already crazy world we live in. And as always, y'all know what I'm doing. Just trying to keep y'all entertained. Are you not entertained? And like always, this is Jay Williams. Let's live life. To all my real ones. And y'all some real ones out there. Y'all still watching me. And y'all know. Salute.
It's just like a very cool way to prototype extremely quickly. If I go here in Figma, I just have this design here that I pulled together. I can just take the link, I can copy a selection, and then I can go to Codex and I can just paste the link. Use the Figma skill to implement the automations page in my app. It was like 90% of the way there.
Everything seems like a good idea after dark. Denny's actually is. Only good decisions here to unpack the wild choices along the way. Denny's, open late.
See, I don't like trauma, so I stay to myself. Stay focused on this rap ish and pray for the wealth. Man, you already know what it is. Chet Williams, let's do life now. We're back. We're back with the second part of 10 ways to make money while incarcerated. 10 ways you can make money if you find your stupid locked up. If you're one of those people that just has to try, just has to go get the free t-shirt, the tattoo. If you're the guy that just cannot stay out of trouble and insist on getting locked up, you might want to pay attention. And if you're somebody that's just curious on what happens, you know, that you don't see in the documentaries, that you don't see on television, that guys really don't tell you, then this video could be for you as well. But that's what we're doing today. 5 more ways, 5 more breakdowns of how to make money while locked up. I never understood when I would see guys broke or just going without in there. It used to boggle my mind. It used to puzzle me. Like, you don't have nothing? Got all these dudes around you. There's so many ways to make. You can't come up with one way to make money. You can't come up with one way to get a suit, a stamp, an envelope, nothing. Maybe you got out. You need to watch this video. Me, myself, I was always a guy that outside of prison and in the streets, I worked a job. I always kept a job. I always believed in having several hustles. But outside of that, when I was in the streets, I had several hustles. I knew how to make money, even though it was the wrong way of making money. And no, it's not right. Don't glorify it. Stupid. Let me being locked up, handcuffed time and time again. Waste of time, missed out on everything in life, everything around you see that is beautiful. I missed out on because I wanted to be that guy. But in being out here in the streets since an early age, I learned how to hustle. I learned how to turn nothing into something. I would find out what people wanted, how I could get a hold of it, and then give it to them. That's what we're doing today. Part 2 on how to make money while locked up. 5 more ways. You know how to see, you know how to live it. So let's read it. When I think of ways to get money while locked up and different guys, type of guys that I saw getting money, so many different come to mind. But one in particular stands out. It's not the drug dealer, it's not this guy, it's not that guy, it's the hustle man. Who is the hustle man? Let me break down the hustle man. Then we'll get into a story about hustle man. The hustle man is the hustle man. That is the guy that can get you anything. He is hustle man. If you live in any big city, that guy that comes up to you just randomly, just trying to sell you things that you have, what the hell I want a yard known for? We ain't got no grass. I live in a building. That guy, or the guy that's always trying to sell you something you just don't need, that's hustle. In the penitentiary, summertime is when you really see the hustle man. And they're out on the yard.
I got the shakes that'll make you quick. I got the fries that'll cross your eyes. I got the burgers that'll.
These guys are walking, they got sweatpants, they got jeans, they got fresh white tees, socks, boxers. Then, if you want anything else, they can get it. They take requests. I told y'all about Jingling. Jingling was a cheek buster. But outside of busting cheeks, Jingling was hustle man. He would get things, he would spot his victim, figure out what they like, and he would go get it. And then he would dangle it in front of their face until they just had to have it, and he had to have it. And there you go. But the hustle man, his job is to find what you're looking for. I remember I went to him one time and I said, look, I'm looking for these 2 tapes. Yes, at this time you could still order tapes. Tapes were still a big thing. I had ordered a tape player off of the commissary, off personal property. And they had just stopped to let us get music in prison that had cursing on it. What? You can only get the clean version? I guess they were trying to make prison a better place by putting in music that didn't have the thing. I said, Jingling, there's these 2 tapes floating around I'm looking for. I can't remember what the first one was, but I do remember the second tape I wanted was Flesh of My Flesh, Blood of My Blood by DMX.
Managing multiple credit cards can feel like you have 50 extra mental tabs open. Switching apps, trying to remember which card earns what. Is it points, miles, cash back? It can make your brain swirl. But Intuit Credit Karma can do all of that for you. With Cards Optimizer, you can see which card to use for each purchase, so you can stop guessing and start earning maximum rewards. Clear your mind. Earn more rewards. It's a win-win. Intuit Credit Karma. Download the app to get started.
You get this tape, I got you. Didn't take him long. A day or 2 he comes back. He's got both tapes. Give me 2 packs apiece. Now what he's done is he has went and tracked down these tapes. So in being a hustle man, you're gonna put in some fit. You're gonna put the word out to other hustle men, other guys that you know that deal with music, because that's what I was looking for. And you're gonna let them know, hey, if you know somebody got that DMX tape, I got a pack of cigarettes and a pack of Black and Miles for him. Somebody's gonna come up with it. Thousands of people in this prison, 3,700 to be exact. He comes up with the tape, he comes to me. Hey, let me get 2 packs of cigarettes, and I got you. I give him 2 packs of cigarettes, he gives me a tape. He's now gonna take one of those packs of cigarettes, trade that off for 2 packs of Black and Miles. He came up with a pack of Blacks off the deal. That is the hustle man. Hustle men will also say you're the wine guy. You need ingredients. One of my viewers actually commented, said, he flashed back watching my last video because he used to take things out of the chow hall that guys would use to make pruno, mash, alcohol. 2 of them things being sugar and yeast. 2 of the main ingredients in getting alcohol, from its point of fermentation to the point that you can drink that nasty-ish. The hustle man also, hey, I need 100 oranges. These are oranges that the penitentiary provides you with. Every man gets an orange on his tray. He goes to the kitchen man, hey, I need 100 oranges. What you gonna charge me for those 100 oranges? Do I gotta bring them back? Does my mule gotta bring them back? Or can I pass them out the tray slot and you take them back? Usually the hustle man himself is gonna put the work in because he don't wanna share with nobody. He's gonna bring them back. Just like that, the kitchen man might have charged him $5 for 100 oranges in a big ass bag. He's gonna bring them back to me or bring them back to you if you're that guy that's locked up making wine, and he's gonna charge you double whatever you charged him. The hustle man essentially is the middleman. He's also the same guy that will go in the yard and buy up all the illegal stuff that's on the yard, all the weed, the pills, and he'll sit back and wait. And if there's none around, he'll break his out. It'll be a smaller amount than what you would usually get, and he sells it off and he doubles his money. He takes sweatbands that he got from one guy, he stays next to a guy that's getting ready to go home. The hustle man always knows who's about to leave, because in knowing who's about to leave, he can get all that guy's stuff. He can then take that stuff and recirculate that stuff back into the prison population. Not everybody's got $25 to get a set of headphones. Not everybody's got $20 for a pair of sweatpants. But the hustle man has got them half price. I got those sweatpants. $10, I got those sweatpants. These are 6X. So I'm up 6X those up. Man, I gotta cut these out and make 2 pairs of sweatpants. The hustle man's got them. My homeboy Bunkin. Bunkin is now back in prison doing 16 years. Shout out to Big Bunk, man. Sorry to be gone, okay? He was a big, big man. When I mean Bunkin was big, Bunkin at the time was about 350. He was the hustle man as well. He had a way of getting things that the rest of us couldn't get. He had these pair of black Reebok shorts that had Reebok printed all over the shorts. It's like a black pair of shorts that says Reebok 1,000 times, not 1,000, but just everywhere you squeeze the word Reebok in white print on these shorts, it was there. When Bunkin left, he left me all his stuff, all his blue CDs, CD player, everything that was his that is common to do amongst friends when a friend goes home. He leaves me these Reebok shorts that are, I can't even stretch wide enough to show you on camera. They're massive. They're probably every bit of a 5X. I don't know what am I gonna do with some 5X shorts? In comes the hustle man. Hustle man comes to me. You got the shorts Bunker had? I do. What you want for them? What you want with them? Man, what you want for the shorts, man? You ain't gonna keep them like you wanna sell them. What you want for them? They're exclusive, man. What do you want for the shorts, Jake? Give me $15. All right, I'll be right back. No. I'm gonna give you a list of what I want for the $15. You're not about to go get me a bunch of Pepsi and toothpaste and no, I'll give you a list. You go to commissary, bring me the stuff that I ordered, and I'll give you the shorts. I give the shorts to Hustle Man. Hustle Man then takes these shorts over to the guy that sews. That's another hustle. Sewing. Takes them over to the guy that sews. Hey, break these down, turn them into skirts. You're not gonna believe me when I tell you this. I go out in the yard a couple of days later, I look around, and what do I see? The boys. You always see the boys, the gay guys. There's something a little bit different about them than what I'm used to seeing. What am I seeing? They're wearing skirts. Skirts that say Reebok all over them. The hustle man is taking the shorts to the guy that sews. Had the guy cut these, make them in like little tube skirts, and has now sold these skirts for $10, $15 to all these random boys. So he then took that $15 and flipped it and turned it into $60. Being the guy that knows how to get his hands on things, can seek out what the next man is looking for, find it, get it, acquire it, tax a price onto it, and sell it to the next man is by far one of the greatest hustles there is. Even out here in the streets, anybody that's ever been into the, getting high, doing drugs, you go down to the projects, you might not come up on nobody out there hustling. There's always somebody out there that knows where to get it at. But what he's going to do is, he wants some. He wants a percentage. Either you're going to pay him, or you're going to give him some, or buy him some. That is the hustle man, essentially. He's the guy you pull up on that when you need something, he can go get it.
Be honest, you've been accepting that your phone bill's gonna hurt every month, haven't you? Tell me about it. Well, those days are over. Tello just dropped their prices again. New plan tiers, lower prices across the board. There's a data sweet spot with 10 gigabytes for $15, a new 20 gigabyte option for $20, and unlimited for just $25 a month. All with unlimited talk and text, 5G coverage, and of course, zero contracts. Pick a plan at Tello.com. Change it whenever you want, and stop paying more than you.
Shout out to the hustle man. Next way to make money without a doubt,
And one of the smartest ways to make money, which also comes with a lot of risk, is making alcohol. Who doesn't like to drink? Even a man that does not drink will drink while he's locked up. What I got to lose? My life sucks. I have failed at everything. I'm about to drink away my pain. I'm about to drink away my sorrows. The act of making alcohol is relatively easy. All the things you need are right there within the jail or right there within the prison. The sugar, we get that from the candy. Candy is sold right on commissary. They would used to know, believe me now, the guards got slick to it. They would watch whoever was buying large amounts of candy, check commissary slips. The hell do you need 30 bags of candy for? Hard candy. Oh no, we need to shake. Give about 3 days, shake him down, and I guarantee that candy's being turned into alcohol. Candy, fruit, and some type of yeast. I could get raw yeast because we had the main kitchen that grew from. You would mix those three. You take these oranges, you peel them apart, and you put them in a bag. Now you're gonna have to pay for the oranges unless you're gonna go to the chow hall. I've actually gone to the chow hall. Let me get that orange. Let me get that orange. Let me get that orange. And get everybody's orange, cut the line on my jacket, and fill the inside of my jacket up with the oranges. Get a couple of my homeboys to do it. If I can get out of it with 30, he can get out of it with 30, he can get out of it with 30. I just got out with 90 oranges. We can make 5 gallons of wine. The oranges peeled, put in the bag, smushed all up. That candy gets dropped in. We throw a cup of yeast in. If you don't got yeast, we use honey buns or we use bread, something of that nature. And then we start pouring sodas in. I like the orange sodas, and then I like the butterscotch. I like the butterscotch. I throw the butterscotch in there with the orange soda or the butterscotch and the root beer or the root beer barrels with the root beer soda. Mix all that stuff together. So now you got your candy. You got your yeast, which is bread, a honey bun, something of that nature, and you got your fruit. You put it in this bag, you tie it in a knot, you wrap it in a blanket so it stays warm, and you put it off to the side. What's going to happen is it's going to start to ferment. And as it ferments, it's going to release gas. And this gas is going to fill that bag, and you're going to watch that bag that's got all this stuff in it. It's a big bag of just bleh. It's going to start to swell and swell and swell until you've got to do what's called burping. You have to untie that bag and let the air out, let the gas out, or the bag will explode, and then it's a very, very bad day when the bag explodes. I've had it happen. It's none of your favorites. That's a bad day. It's all bad when the bag pops. But you burp this bag. We had these holes in the side of the toilet that worked as a vent to suck air out the cell. I would burp it, let the air out of the bag. That's the act of burping, right into the vents in the side of the toilet. It would fill back up. Air would expand. These things would get to the point that they were, we called it cooking. The bag would be cooking so much and it'd just be fermenting so much fast and so much gas would be coming off of it that we would have to take shifts. You couldn't go to sleep and leave that thing over there and sleep for 6 hours because it's going to blow up. So me and my cellmate would take turns. Hey man, you watch it for 3 hours and then I'll get up and I'll watch 3 hours. Once it starts where it's rolling, once it starts with that bag expanding every few hours, you have to stay on top of it. After a couple of days of no sleep, a couple of days of watching this thing and burping it, nurturing it, treating it like a little baby and taking care of it, that bag is going to stop expanding. Once it no longer expands, that means it's done cooking. When I say cooking, this does not require heat. That is just the word we use for what's taking place. Once that bag no longer expands, there's no longer any more gas being released into the bag, and you see that it doesn't swell anymore, it's done. I would holler at the chow hall guy. These guys are required to wear hairnets anytime they cook, anytime they serve food. They're gonna have gloves on and a hairnet. You've seen them in the movies, old prison movies. They got the hairnet on. It's a true fact. You have to wear hairnets. I get that hairnet, and I usually get a few because they're not the greatest, but they work. And then I will strain it. I get a gallon jug that they put this chemical cleaning solution in. And I take it to the shower, to the wash sink, and I clean it out until you can drink clean water, until it was like the gas produced. And then I would pour this bag into cups, and I would put that strainer above that jug, and I would strain the stuff through it so that just the liquid came out and all the nastiness stayed in the hairnet. 5 gallons. You're talking whatever you really want to charge for a cup. And around that time we were charging, it depends on where it is, between $60 to $80 a cup. 2 cups are going to get you nice. 3 cups are going to get you lit. 5 cups are going to get you
put in the hole because you're going to act the whole entire fool because you're going to be in prison and you're going to be drunk. Alcohol, the act of taking candy they sell you, the food they supply you with Michelle. These are all things that are readily available all around you. That for less than, I think when we make 5 gallons of it, it would usually the whole process, including the sodas, the candy, you know, the bread, the oranges, the whole thing would be under $20 to make 5 gallons. Now you're charging $8 a cup. And we would get, I think it was, don't quote me on it, I want to say we got 8 cups to a gallon. So them 8 cups, $64. Multiply that times 5, you're now $300 and some dollars. I'm gonna start off as $20. $20 in candy, sugar, honey buns, and oranges has now turned into $300. But it doesn't always work that way. Me, I used to be a heavy drinker. Me, even when I was locked up, if I get my hands on alcohol, it's going down. I would drink. I would keep 2.5 gallons for myself and then sell the other 2.5 gallons to other guys. It would be like twice a week we could do 5 gallons. As soon as that 5 gallons was done, boom, we drop another 5 gallons. So 10 gallons of alcohol.
Granger knows that if you're a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility and your machinery isn't working right, you need to understand what's wrong as soon as possible. So when a conveyor motor falters, Granger offers diagnostic tools like calibration kits and multimeters to help you identify and fix the problem. With Granger, you can be confident you have everything you need to keep your facility running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
In a week's time, $8 a cup, you're banking. It was a great hustle. It's another one of those turning nothing into something. Ingenious, ingenuity, knowing how to hustle, how to make something out of nothing. Who doesn't drink? Everybody wants alcohol. Alcohol was one of the things that was always in demand. You didn't have to sell the alcohol. The alcohol sold itself. You guys would smell that smell coming out the cell, and they'd be on it. We'd have to cover the smell up, especially when we were making clear, which is liquor. When you're making it, it smells so bad. You walk into the bar, you smell it. If you're an officer, you walk in there, and these guys are burping. I'm in the act of burping it. You're gonna smell it. I'm gonna light an incense. I'm putting baking powder in there. I'm doing everything I can to mask the smell. And that don't work. I'll take a bag of popcorn. I'll go to the microwave, and I'll throw it in there for 10 minutes. You know what a bag of popcorn that's been popped for 10 minutes smells like? Terrible. It smells like 10-minute burnt popcorn. And that's all you smell. You cannot smell anything over the smell of burnt popcorn, or even worse, a burnt soup. I'll take that popcorn bag, crush that ramen noodle up, put it inside that bag, throw that bag in the microwave, and I'll let it burn. I've burned it to the point that the bag caught on fire. But it covers up the scent of the alcohol. The guards got hit. They used to come in and smell the burnt popcorn or smell the burnt noodles and be like, all right, whoever's making alcohol in here, we ain't stupid. We smell the noodles, y'all need to be tightened up. And maybe somebody up in the front going, nah, man, I've accidentally burnt my popcorn. It's your popcorn? Let's go to your cell. You're the one that burnt it. You're probably the guy making alcohol. We would drink the nastiest, what we thought tasted good, but the nastiest wine you could ever imagine that would get you super lit. Gone. I mean, just completely smashed while locked up. Making wine. That is truly the definition of taking a little of something and turning it into a whole lot of something else. 2-3 batches of wine, and you've made enough commissary to now live for the next 2 to 3 months. I had one of the most highly sought after jobs you could have while in prison. Being the maintenance man. For anybody that's been locked up here in the state of Virginia or has done time in prison here in Virginia, and you've dealt with the maintenance man, you have to deal with the maintenance man at some point or another. And we'll get into why you have to deal with this guy, why you would have to deal with him. Now, at one point or another, I was going to get in your pocket. Here in the state of Virginia, if you're a maintenance worker, you work with what's called a green shirt. You have correctional officers, you have your staff, just like in the kitchen, you have the kitchen lady. She is not an officer. She is a woman that works in the kitchen, that comes from the outside, that knows the kitchen like the back of her hand. When it comes to the maintenance department, you have a maintenance man, also known as a green shirt. He's good with his hands. He knows how to fix things. He was hired by the prison to fix things. He's not going to do a lot. He has the know-how. He's got the knowledge up here to fix anything. And his job, more or less, is to make sure that it gets done. He goes around. He finds employees. 3 guys to a maintenance crew. There's 3 maintenance men, which were the green shirts, and which each had 3 guys that worked for me. Good men. I salute y'all. Thank y'all for treating me like a human being while I was locked up. Thank y'all for everything that y'all taught me that I carry to this day. Things that I use in day-to-day life to feed my family. And being the maintenance man, you could get your hands on things that nobody else had access to. Black tape, electrical tape, can be used for a million different things. Hot glue, you know, like you put in a hot glue gun, can be used for a million different things. Cable cords. It's crazy. You sleep on the top bunk, and on the property commissary, they only sell a 6-foot cable cord. With me being the maintenance man, I can get you a cable cord that's 20 feet long if you want. We have spools of cable. We put the ends on, we clamp them down. Give me your order. What do you want? A 12-foot cable cord? You want this to be able to reach around the cell twice? Okay, I got you. The cable cords was a big hustle. If you're on the top bunk, and the little shelf on the top bunk, from where you screw your cable cord into where your TV sits, is about 9 feet away, which means you have to leave your television sitting down on the bottom for the guy on the bottom bunk that you don't even like to watch all day, which means you're on the top bunk, leaned over the side, staring down at your television. So a big necessity, something you're definitely going to need, is a much longer cable cord. The only person that can get you that cable cord is WAP, the maintenance man. Talked about the guy, Mr. Fix-It. Mr. Fix-It needs me on a regular basis. Mr. Fix-It needs scraps of wires. There's this stuff called flux, that when you're soldering, you need flux. We would use it to sweat pipes, to solder pipes, if you may. It's actually called sweating pipes when you solder copper. We put the flux on the pipe. Having flux, it comes in a little white container, is a necessity if you're a guy that solders and fixes TVs. But there's much more. Here in Virginia, they came in and they tried to figure out a way to cut back on the penitentiary bills. Our water bill is too high. We got 3,700 people locked up. How can we cut back on the water bill? What can we do?
You're building a life, running a business, and raising a family. Keep it protected with LegalZoom. LegalZoom has helped over 6 million people start businesses, stay compliant, and secure wills or trusts. With our step-by-step tools and attorney guidance, we're the #1 choice for online legal services. When you need a legal hand, trust LegalZoom. Get started at LegalZoom.com. LegalZoom provides access to independent attorneys and self-service tools. LegalZoom is not a law firm and does not provide legal advice.
They came in and they installed these buttons. You flush your toilet twice within an hour. If you push that button more than twice, it would lock itself and it would not flush again for another hour. It takes 60 minutes to reset before you can flush again. Twice. Whenever you use the bathroom, we do what's called a courtesy flush. When it drops, we find you and you flush. To try to keep the smell out the cell. The next man don't want to be in his bunk, watch TV, and smell what's dropping out your hole down the toilet. So you constantly are flushing. It's coming out, you flush. You'll hear the toilet. Do that twice, now the toilet's locked. Now everything you just dropped in the toilet, you and this guy are locked in a cell together. For the next hour, y'all got to sit in there with Mr. Brown just backstroking in the toilet. Mr. Hankey just over there laying in the toilet. You know how nasty that is, how irritating that could be. That why did you flush the toilet more than twice? Huh? Now I got to sit in here. What if I got to pee? I got to go there and pee the toilet in the toilet? No. That's why I come in and put in a request form. Hey, my toilet's messed up. Hey, I have bad water pressure on my sink. The request form is going to make it to my boss. Your name, your cell is going to get added to the list of things to be repaired. I'm already going to know what's going on. You can come to me and say, hey, Jay, can you get there's a chase closet. It's like a utility closet where the plumbing pipes go to and wiring goes to. In between every cell and that cell beside it, there's a disclosure. Jay, can you take the flush thing off my toilet, the little switch, so I can get unlimited flushes? Yeah, I got you. But you know when they come back down, when they come back around on shakedown, they go in and check every closet. They're gonna look to see if it's messed with, they're gonna put it back and you have to pay me again. All right, cool. What do you want to charge me? Give me 2 bags of coffee. I would literally go in there, tell my boss, hey, let me see the flathead screwdriver, his water pressure needs to be adjusted. And when my boss isn't looking, I'll take the screwdriver and I got my left hand and I'm adjusting his water pressure, turning the pressure up on the cold water. I reach up, click, 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 flip that little switch. I've now turned off the little thing that limits your water. There are other things, guys, in there. The temperature is set to one temperature when it comes to the showers year round. I don't care. Summertime, wintertime, it's set at one temperature, and that's usually hot as hell, scald you, unless you're in the hole where the water is always cold. However cold the outside temperature is, minus 20 degrees, and that's the water that's going to be hitting your back. In the summertime, guys wanted cold showers. Nobody want to go take no hot shower after playing softball, running full court basketball, coming out of the shower, temperature's 108 degrees. Hey, Jay, we need you to turn the showers down. All right. All right, what? Pay me. We got to pay you to turn the shower water down? Yeah. It's not supposed to be messed with. I can get in trouble for touching it. Lose my job, go to the hole. You don't ever do anything in this lifetime that comes with risk without being paid. Man, what you gonna charge us? This is harder to get to. So I give them a price, guys will come up with the money. Boom, I turn the water down. Now all 5 of our showers got good 86-degree water. You can go in there and take a nice chilly shower, in the summertime. But with the maintenance job came one of the biggest and most demanding things in the penitentiary: weapons. And though I'm not proud that I produced weapons, that I made weapons, that I sold weapons, it was part of the hustle. Shanks and prison go together like milk and cereal, shoe and shoelace, so on and so on. Guys will find themselves in a situation most guys can't just make a knife. They got hip to where guys were getting metal from, and where guys were breaking things off of, and they came in and started redoing all these things so that these type of materials became harder and harder to get your hands on. I worked in a maintenance shop. There are pieces of metal laying over there that are from this big up to 3 feet long. Also, a grinder that we grind with the metal in the maintenance shop. The lawnmowers that go around the outside. There's a lawn crew that cuts the grass at the prison. Penitentiary grass is always about this high. They cut grass nonstop, either push mowing, rod mower, but you have a grounds crew that cuts the grass. These lawnmower blades are constantly sharpened. They would bring the mowers in, we would take the blades off, and we go to the grinder, and we had slinging sparks sharpen. There were days that I stood over there for 4 or 5 hours straight, sharpening buckets full of lawnmower blades. My boss is sitting at the desk on the computer or keep back taking a nap, and while he's in the midst of doing that, I pull out these pieces of metal. I get to sharpen them. I'm right in the maintenance shop, inside the prison, using tools that are provided by the prison, metal that's provided by the prison. And here I am sharpening these weapons, making weapons. I then take these things, and we had a maintenance cart that we would push around with all our tools on it. And I would stash them on the maintenance cart. And then when we made our way back to the building, back into general population, back around the guys, when nobody was looking, I already had somebody, usually my cellmate or somebody I was close to, that was going to take the pick off. They was, somebody's going to run distraction. They would come by and pass it off to them, and they would keep it moving in that direction, this direction, that direction. The good thing about making weapons was the amount of money that could be made from making weapons. The bad thing about making weapons is knowing that at some point or another, somebody's going to get hurt. I used to justify it by saying, well, if I don't make it, somebody else will. Just like drug dealers justify selling drugs. If I don't sell it to them, somebody else will sell it to them. I'd also seen situations where weapons I had made had come into play, and I now had to worry about it. That's a scary feeling when you know what that man's holding in his hand and what it's capable of because you made it. You know how sharp it is. You know that no matter what it hits, it's not going to bend. It's not going to ding. It's straight iron. It's steel. It's a piece of rebar that's been grinded at the tip. That's 12 inches long. It's not big into selling gangs knives. I'm not supplying weapons for all these gang members when they're the number one people in here that cause trouble. And I'll be the first person that they tell on because I'm not a gang member. Remember, it's not snitching if it ain't your homeboy. Somebody told me one time, snitching on a white dude that ain't snitching. It's kind of the same thing with some of these gang members. And I ain't telling none of the homies. I ain't telling none of my homeboys. I wouldn't give weapons to dudes that I really felt like were just going to go out there and start attacking. But I did keep weapons available. The maintenance gig by far is probably, I would say, as far as prison jobs go and hustles go, top 5. Not to mention you get paid by the hour. You get to go all over the prison, the parts of the prison that nobody else ever sees. I've seen the warden's office. I've been in the guards' break rooms fixing stuff. I've been in places that other inmates would never see. I've legitimately been in every single cell in Greensville Correctional Center. Every cell. There's not one that I have not been in there because we welded they took these, when they closed Southampton Penitentiary, they brought in these ladders that we welded from the bottom bunk to the top bunk. Prior to that, you had to step on the stool, step on the counter, and then hop up on the top bunk. They brought these ladders in these metal ladders, and we welded them to the side of the bunks. I literally welded a ladder in every single cell.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love with it. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20. Because if you need it, we print it at Vistaprint.com.
In Greensville. The maintenance gig, by far, hands down, one of the best jobs you can get. Looking back on it, if you get in there, take the blessing for what it is. Do not produce weapons. Do not hand out things that are going to hurt other people. Did I make money by doing it? Yes. I had a million different ways of making money. And if I could go back and do anything different, I would not have made weapons. But the maintenance gig coming in today at number 3. These next two I'm going to mention are kind of one and the same. You have the mail room. This is the place that all mail comes to. It all gathers here. It comes in from a mail carrier, and I've seen them come in. They come in big baskets. Thousands of men locked up. Thousands of letters coming in. And they come in these big baskets. They go into the mail room. They're then sorted. Some facilities allow inmates in the mail room. Some do not. Some facilities have one officer and all the rest of the mailroom is inmates. You got to think, with that much mail coming in, it takes a lot of people to sort through all this stuff. Say you've had your girl send you some pictures, some exclusive pictures, not some lingerie, but some serious nature type pictures. You got to get them pictures. All you got is the memories in your head of what she looked like and what y'all used to do, and you can read in between the lines. But now, she done sent you something to refresh your memory. No sooner than the guard opens that envelope up and sees it, damn! Hey, come here. Check the menu. Oh, what's up? Let me see the name and address on this. No, I'm not good. Yeah, now they're looking at your girl's pictures. Not only that, you can get a little piece of paper that says your pictures are confiscated. They did not meet the criteria. They were partially nude or nude. Anybody's been locked up, ever attempted this, who knows about this heartbreaking, depressing, sad letter you get when you find out you're not getting the pictures. Some girls just think it's okay to send these pictures not knowing the prison's not going to allow it, the guards are going to take it. Tell your homeboy that works in the mailroom, I got a letter coming in. It's coming in from such and such. He gets his hands on it or tells one of the other guys in there, hey, be on the lookout for a letter to such and such. You get it, throw it to the side, let me get that. He's going to bring it to you. Those pictures, they're priceless. What would you pay for pictures of your loved one? What all? Unknown. Someone you know, someone you've been with, that you got these great memories of, and now you can have pictures. Whatever price that man names, you're going to pay. And he's going to make sure that those pictures end up in his pocket, or he's going to look at them. There's a good chance that once he gets his hands on your pictures, and nobody's looking, he's going to slide over the bathroom. He's going to go to town, he's going to get money in the name of your girl's pictures. You know he's going to see your girl's pictures, but they're going to make it back to you. He makes a killing. Guys are coming to him non-stop with requests. Hey, I got this coming in, this coming in, this coming in. Make sure that gets to me. Personal property. Personal property is a section of the prison. It's usually a building by itself where anything that you order must first come in. From televisions, sneakers, jogging pants, jeans, arts and crafts, CDs, magazines. Everything first comes from there. You have an officer that sits there with an engraving gun all day and engraves your name and your state number on whatever it is you order. That television has got your name and your state number engraved. That CD player has got your name and your state number engraved on it. Personal property is also the place that everything that gets confiscated, TV, CD players, things you get caught with that you're not supposed to have, it all goes back to personal property. During shakedown, they come in with a big folder. And in this folder, it's got everybody in that pod's property slips. The property slip shows everything that you have purchased since you've been in prison. When they come in your cell to shake down, they come in with that piece of paper. Damn, boy, you broke this. You ain't got nothing. They look over the TV on the counter. This paper again. Ain't no TV on the slip. You got a CD player, you got beard trimmers, you got 4 fans, you got everything. But this piece of paper says you ain't got nothing. That stuff is gonna get confiscated. It's gonna go skirt back over the property. At which point they say they destroy it. They're supposed to throw it in the trash. It gets compacted and taken out of the back of a big tractor trailer. But in reality, what happens is they got personal property. There's trash and property. The guards spit in. They might throw the McDonald's cup in. They ball paper up, throw it in. They shred paper. It goes in. That trash can has now got to be removed from there and wheeled out to the dock and compacted. But that guy that works in personal property has got a better idea. My homeboy T had the greatest idea. What if, when that trash can goes to the dock, instead of just having trash in it, it's got all this stuff that's been confiscated? What if it's got 2 fans in it, a bag full of CD players, a whole bunch of CDs, all this stuff that's been confiscated? When they took smoking out of the prison, they would confiscate whatever tobacco they found, and they would take it over to personal property.
As a kid, my parents fought a lot. It was scary. I was taught to hide my emotions and told things like, don't cry, toughen up. The toxic stress response I developed back then led to anxiety and high blood pressure. Now I'm a parent, and I'm doing it differently. I support my son's feelings so he doesn't bury them. Hey, buddy. Oh, that's a big hug.
Learn how to help kids grow without toxic stress response at first5california.com.
He starts loading these trash cans up, sending them out to the loading Dr. Smitty. Other guys bring trash cans from their building, got different trash feet on. Smitty swaps trash cans with them, and they now return to the building with his trash can that is filled up with electronics, filled up with bags of tobacco, cartons of Newports. All that stuff belongs to T. He's gonna break a little bit off for the dock man that sits out there all day compacting trash, and he's gonna break a little bit off for the guy that pushes that trash can back to the building. But everything else in that trash can is now his. He's got everything you could think of. The CD players that are $50 on property, give me $20 for it. I got 10 of them. What's it matter? $200. There's 2 TVs in that trash can. These are thin 13-inch TVs. Don't take up a lot of space. $213 on property. Have you people send me $100 and it's yours. Here's the beautiful thing about also being the property man. Do you know why that slip showed up to your cell and said you had nothing on it? Because you didn't buy anything. He works over in property. He can pull your file. That TV he just sold you, he can go back in your file and write TV. Put the serial number on it and slide that right in your folder. So when they come in on shakedown, oh man, you do know what TV is. It's right here in the paper. If it's on the paper, it must be true. Now when that TV comes in your possession, another guy that hustles in there is going to be needed. I told you, everybody gets a piece of the cake. The tattoo man comes into play when it comes to personal property because he's got a gun that not only tattoo skin, but can engrave plastic. He can put a paper clip on that tattoo gun rather than a tattoo needle and take a razor and scrape the plastic where that name was engraved, take a piece of Emery Cloth sandpaper that's purchased from the maintenance man, and sand that name off, then you take floor wax and skim it across the back there where it was sanded off, where it's all dull and hazy from where the last thing was removed. You're gonna wax it after you've purchased the sandpaper from the maintenance man. You've had the tattoo man come over there. He's gonna now engrave your name and your state number, just like they would over on property. He's done this so many times now that he's pretty much mimicked the lady that sits over on property all day, because they usually put their initials beside it. They used to engrave things. I got it down. It was PT at the time. Was the lady that was worked over there with PT and then a circle around it. I got it down to a T, to the point that I almost had her writing down pat, and then her initials down pat. So that guy that works on property, everything that's getting confiscated is going back to him, and then it's making its way back into population. I see the cars like, I know I confiscated this last week. I know I took this. How am I taking this again? You can't accuse, you can't prove he did anything without being able to prove he did something. Another thing with the personal property are those freak books. Mr. Nasty, Nasty Time. The books they come in, y'all don't know this, but most penitentiaries do not allow magazines in there that show penetration or anything. Like you could get like Playboys, or anything that was like really, really graphic, that really showed something going on, you couldn't get your hands on. That guy, T, that works on property, them books, that's part of personal property. That didn't go to the mailroom, that comes to property. That's an outside vendor that's coming to him. And he's coming back with all of them. Do you know just one of those pictures, one, can be photocopied, and 100 copies of just one picture out of that book will be made in black and white form. And them things will sell $2, $3 for that one picture. That entire book, that entire, we call it a freak book, that entire magazine has never been cut apart, has never been contaminated, that is fresh into the penitentiary and nobody else has seen. That magazine is worth hundreds of dollars. For you to get that magazine from him, he's gonna give you an outrageous price, and you're going to pay it, because there are not many things that bring you pleasure in here. Not everybody messes with the boys, and that relief, that seeing that woman, seeing that act, that familiar feeling, the release of just everything that comes with that moment is much needed, and men are willing to pay whatever they gotta pay. Personal property, mailroom, two of the greatest hustles there is. Once again, this is something the prison supplies, and you just step in between, make sure it gets from point A to point B, and you're eating good. Facts. This last one is one that by far I've probably seen the most money being made, which is the inmate advisor, the jailhouse lawyer. Every jail, every prison has an inmate advisor. If you catch a charge while incarcerated, just a jailhouse charge, not a charge that's going to require you to go back in front of a judge, but you have broken one of the rules that the prison has in play, they're going to hit you with an institutional charge, which can be loss of canteen, loss of good time, loss of visitation, loss of phone. There's so much that can happen when you catch on these charges. You have the right to an attorney, just like on the streets. That's what an inmate advisor is. He is the inmate that's locked up that knows a little bit about the law. Some of these guys know a lot about the law. Don't get it twisted. Some of these guys are great at what they do, but most of them just know prison policy, prison politics. They've been around long enough to know, the loopholes, how to get around this by doing this and doing that. You're going to catch charges. I don't care who you are. Guards at times will not like you and write you up for absolutely nothing. I've been written up for stepping over the yellow line. I've been written up for not being in my cell the moment. Hey, locked down. Hey, I'm gonna grab a cup of ice. You're an unauthorized area. You get locked down. You got a charge. What? There's 70 other people that still ain't locked down. Disband direct order. You got rolled up. Now you got to go to the inmate advisor. Hey, man, look, I'm about to go home. If they find me guilty of this charge, it's going to change my release date. I'm going to be in here another 13 days, another 52 days, like all over this guard not liking me. Look, calm down. This is what we going to do, right? First of all, what was the charge? Oh, man.
A wedding, a big move, a layoff. When life calls, you reach out to your people, the ones who know you. Then you turn to those who can help you with your health coverage. People who see you for you, beyond the labels, beyond the binary. Get in touch with us within 60 days and we'll help you find the right plan. Made for you, just the way you are. When life calls, call us next. Covered California, for the love of Californians.
That's bad. They always want to try to make you feel more stressed than you should be. Oh, man, that's bad. Yeah, that's real bad. Damn, dog, I don't want to see you 52 more days. All right, look, here's what we're going to do. He's going to run it down to you. He's going to make it sound great. He's got a way to beat the charge. But you got to pay to play. Hey, look, I'm going to spank that charge for you. Matter of fact, I might get a holler at the hall guy or the maintenance guy when he's in there this week working on something and get him just to pull the charge off the desk and disappear. But you got to pay. Man, look, I just want to go home, man. I don't want to catch no more time. This guard wrote me up. The inmate advisor is a friend indeed when a friend is in need. He's going to charge you. These are also guys that do things that I really did not like. They would prey on people's hope, on the hope of one day going home. Say you haven't even caught an institutional charge. Say you're just locked up doing your time. And this guy gets wind of your case, and he sees you over there all the time with your folders, and you're writing appeals, and you're doing your habeas corpus, and you're doing all these different levels of appeals to higher courts, trying to get back in court, get some of this time reduced, get out. The inmate advisor is the guy you're going to work close to because he knows the law. I have seen some of these men. This is a fact now. I've seen some of these men sit with guys, get them back in court, get their sentences reduced. I've seen inmate advisors get guys released from prison and they still be in there themselves. That's got to be a terrible feeling, but good feeling. It's good knowing something you did got this man out and got him home with his family. He's free. He's out in the free world again. He's with his kids, but you're still locked up. You did something for him that you can't do for yourself, that nobody can do for you because there was an error in his case. Men will pay whatever you ask them to pay. Because let's look at it like this. Put a price on freedom. There is none. These guys will instill hope. Hey, look, I can work in your case. Yeah, look, I got a friend that's a lawyer. I'm going to push your case this. First thing we're going to do is we're going to attack this section. We're going to attack this section. You got your people sending him money like he is Johnny Cochran. And this guy is sitting there. He's filing motions. Damn, you got turned down. We talked about this. We knew this was going to happen. We're going to push it to the next level. Don't worry about it. We ain't out to fight yet. Now you sure I'm going to get out of prison? Look, I can't make no promises. He's not going to tell you no, because the moment he tells you no, you're not going to pay him anymore. The inmate advisor banks. There are some guys I've seen that are good guys that barely charge anybody anything, but they all charge. They have to charge to, A, make it worth their while. Their whole life revolves around legal work. They're wearing the same uniform as you. They lock in a cell just like you. They just have better wordplay. They know better wording. They know, case logs, case numbers. They have all these books with all these different cases in it. They've been doing this. Some of these inmate advisors I've met have been doing this 25, 30 years and have never gotten anybody out. Now I've met inmate advisors that have been knocked out 25, 30 years and have gotten 4 or 5 guys out. But their main job is to help you beat that institutional charge. Their main job is to make that sergeant, that lieutenant, that officer that don't like you, that wrote you up, look stupid. And them officers do not like anything. The one thing they hate the most is you making them look stupid, or you proving that they lie. When that paperwork comes back that you beat the charge, you see them in the hallway like, yeah, stupid, write me up again. Dumbass, I beat you, dumbass charge, dummy. Learn how to read, write. I can read and wrote. What are you, 5, idiot? I've seen them beat them based on the dates put on there, putting a signature in the wrong place. There's so many different ways that you can be charged while locked up. But the main thing you need is that inmate advisor. And the main thing he needs is your money. Once again, and I want y'all to look at most of these things I've mentioned in this part 1 and part 2. A lot of these ways to make money are tied back to jobs that are given to you by the prison. They're tied back to jobs that you're already being paid for. But if you're going to do anything outside of just what's called for with your job. Guys gotta play. They gotta pay to play. Even with the maintenance, if you want me to do anything outside of what I'm supposed to be doing, you're gonna have to pay. When it comes to the prison barber, if you want a fade, you're gonna have to pay. You know, it's either that or you get an even Steven. The prison supplies jobs, and the guys then take those jobs and make a hustle out of something that they've already done. The inmate advisor, that guy, if you've ever met a guy that came out of prison and told you he was an inmate advisor, he didn't come out of prison with thousands of dollars, I can promise you this, he wasn't the inmate advisor. Inmate advisors are some of the most highly paid men there are while in prison. They're also some of the best hustlers, and at times, one of your biggest allies while being locked. That was part 2 of the 10 ways to make money while locked up. Part 2 is a little more of the complicated side, the things you don't think of. And everything I said in these 10 hustles is true. Everything I said with the 10 ways to make money.
So you want to start a business. You might think you need a team of people and fancy tech skills, but you don't. You just need GoDaddy Aero. I'm Walton Goggins, and as an actor, I'm an expert at looking like I know what I'm doing. GoDaddy Aero uses AI to create everything you need to grow a business. It'll make you a unique logo, or create a custom website. It'll write social posts for you, and even set you up with a social media calendar. Get started at GoDaddy.com/Aero. That's GoDaddy.com/AIRO.
It's true. That's a way you can get in there and feed yourself. There are some guys that get locked up that have families backing them, that have more money than they know what to do with, that flood their loved one with money. They're sending money orders back to back. Well, this guy's got so much money, he ain't got nothing to worry about. Or somebody wants to hurt him, he'll pay for protection. He don't need to buy a knife, he can buy 3. Why buy 3 knives? He can just pay that guy to go buy 3 knives. And some guys have more money than they know what to do with, so they just piss their time away eating honey buns, doing this, doing that, getting high. Then you have some guys that have no help from the outside world. A lot of these guys, that's why they're in there to begin with, is because they had no one to turn to on the outside world. So they get in there and they do what they have to. These are the guys you see that usually either have nothing or hustle the hardest. Me, I was a guy that was like in between. I had my mother in my corner from time to time. Shout out to my mom. I love you, Mom. If I needed something, like I really needed something, my mom was there. I could reach out to her and say, hey, Mom, I don't like to ask you for much. Think you could send a little bread. My mom would take care of the holiday packs for me. She always kept money on the phone. One thing I never did out here was cross my family. True indeed, I was a criminal. I could never escape my past. I could never get away from my history. My history is part of what makes me who I am today. But I never crossed the ones I love. I never stole from my family. I never hurt my family. I never did things that would make my family say, you know, that's unacceptable. We can't back you. We can't back what you did. You're cut off. So my family was there for me. But I didn't like to rely on anybody. Even when I was free, I have pride. My pride is a serious issue, has always been and will always be. I don't like to ask anybody for anything. So I've always been a hustler. Going to prison just pulled that much more out of me. I'm one of those guys that thinks, you know, I'm a thinker. I think a lot. I watch, I observe. And one of the first things I did when I got in there is I started observing how all the guys around me were moving, who was making what moves, how money was being made, how money was being transferred, how things were coming in. I got the system down pat, and then I decided, all right, these are going to be my ways of making money. This is what I'm going to latch on to. This is going to be my spin on the game. And that's how I survived. That's how I did my time. That's how I came out with me. That's how I was able to live in there without being a burden to everybody else out here in society. I hope y'all enjoyed today's video. I enjoyed making it. I love y'all and enjoying the vacation. Hope everybody's living their best life. But anyways, these jails, institutions, these prisons, these facilities, they're all just crazy world inside of an already crazy world that we live in. And as always, y'all know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to keep y'all entertained. Are you not entertained? And like always, this is Jay Williams. Let's live life. It's all my real ones and the awesome real ones watching. Y'all still watching me. Man, y'all know how we do. absolute. I'm going in. I'm tired. Good night.
For procurement managers, Granger is the go-to partner that helps keep your healthcare facilities ready for patients. Because there's no time to manage orders and deliveries from multiple suppliers, Granger offers everything in one place, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. All with fast delivery that helps ensure you always have what you need to put patient care first. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from MMA Fighting Studios, this is Between the Links. And now, your host, Mike Heck.
The iconic voice of Esther Lynn and the sound of the landscapers, leaf blowers, and lawn mowers welcome you to a brand new edition of Between the Links. Happy Thursday to us all. Hope you're all having a great week. Sorry for the noise. Hopefully it goes away soon. The timing just cannot be any better, but we're coming off of a very busy week in the combat sports world. We have the UFC back at the world's most famous Apex this week. Lots to talk about with all of you. And joining me to do exactly that is Mr. No Gray Area himself, the Roger Goodell of the MMA fighting draft system, the one and only Jed Bashu. Jed, how we doing? The promotional draft dropped a few hours ago on all platforms. How we feeling? Success?
Feeling strong. It was a great time. I got to be RAF. If you haven't watched the vid or read the article, please go check that out on MMAfighting.com website. I'm doing better than I thought in the poll that is up on the website. I did not anticipate. I thought I'd do fine, right? But I'm currently in the lead, despite a fairly lackluster finish, if we're being honest. AK not getting the love that I think he deserves for going all offense, just full on attack mode. But I mean, honestly, my biggest takeaway, Mike, is I realized this yesterday as I was prepping it. This is our 5th one of these, which when I started this very stupid thing 5 years ago, I would not have guessed we would still be doing in the year 2026.
Yeah, 5 years down. So loud.
I mean, your yard is going to be so clean. You're going to be looking sharp out there.
Golly, man, it is very loud. Yeah, RAF crushing it. I think they're the promotion of the year thus far in combat sports up until this point. So the voting kind of works out. You just bolster the roster a little bit more. BKFC is just such an easy one to grab. I think we've taken back over. We're not. We should not be a classy fight organization. We should just be a bunch of lunatics on the roster. And not only that, I drafted Eric Bischoff, which totally takes away from you guys and makes our production and our product way better. No more knuckle manias that last 7.5 hours. Those days are over. Those are behind us. We are back to what made us great. But yes, read the article, listen to the pod, watch the video. It's a great time. But this is your show, ladies and gentlemen. Excited to talk with all of you. Super Chats get to the front of the line. Let's get into it. Elijah wants to say Winnipeg turned out to be a very fun card, and yeah, man, it was a good card. But
I wouldn't say
we're not talking about it.
But it was fun.
Yeah, it was fun, and we probably will. Outside of that, probably won't get many questions about that event, and that's kind of when we say like cards are not strong. That's a big thing. That's a big thing. Why? But how would you grade UFC Winnipeg, Jed?
Ooh, that's a good question. Also, I mean, well done to mute yourself. How would I grade UFC Winnipeg? It's like a C plus, C. I don't know. Again, we had some fun, right? Like there was some. Let me pull, but like I have to even pull up the card because it's just like, all right, the Mike Malott thing, good. performance, but we talked about it in the post show. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know if this is a praise Malott or Gilbert Burns, you know, past his prime. Feels more closer to the Burns thing than the Malott thing, but I guess we'll find out in his next one. Charles Jourdain, pretty good performance against Kyler Phillips, but, and you know, I guess he's still young enough to be a prospect or like a guy who could develop into something if he's not quite 30. The rest of it is like, the Jai Herbert KO was sick. Like, that was awesome. Nice little comeback from Jai Herbert against Manganello. Jasmine Zavic, that was a fist fight. And then the rest of it's like, okay, not bad. Like, we had some fun. But it is, like you said, Mike, it's one of those things we're just not going to talk about that much. And that's sort of the ongoing problem with a lot of these non-premium cards is maybe there's one big fight to top it. Maybe there's not. Like, that fight wasn't necessarily a big fight. But we can still have fun. And if that's all you're looking for, there's nothing wrong with that.
So guys, just smile and say, switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes and get an iPhone 17 on that.
Why can't we just say cheese?
Okay, cheese.
Now you switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes and get a new iPhone 17 on us.
Yeah, it was a solid card. I had on the background while I was at RAF, which was a lot of fun, by the way. I think RAF's just cooking right now. I actually think if, depending on what you're looking for, if you're just there for like the entirety of the event, if you're a wrestling fan, on top of being like a UFC fan, I think this is the best card they put on, honestly. I think this is the best one. The vibes were strong.
Mike, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I need to get this out in case I'm about to be murdered ceremoniously. There are a group of people pacing back and forth in front of my house. All of them are holding their arms behind their back like they are Morpheus in the Matrix. And they're not, it's not like here's 4 and 4, it's like 2 and 2 doing cross sections. And I don't know what that's about, but I want the world to know I did not sign up to be a ritualistic sacrifice. So if that happens, avenge me.
I'm on my way.
This is the weirdest shit I have seen in a hot minute.
I mean, my first thought was like, boy, these people are taking this fantasy promotional draft way too serious.
Maybe, and also like, I sorted this out last night. I like genuinely thought my house was getting broken into because at 10:30 in the evening, someone was on my front porch, and I could hear them, and I was like, what's going on? No one's supposed to be here. And I went to look out it, and there's a dude taking a photo, and before I could open the door and be like, what the f is going on, man? When he had left, and then I realized he was dropping off an Amazon package at like 10:30, and he was taking a photo to be like, the proof that I did this, except for the package wasn't for me, it was for somebody else. So a lot of weird stuff's going on in my house, and maybe I'm about to be murdered. But if I'm murdered, I would like everyone to know I love my life. Avenge me.
Maybe it's Michael Bisping fans taking his back because you've been so sour on the UFC product. How dare you?
Maybe it's weird. I don't know. It's
Yeah.
weird.
Joseph, Islam put out a post saying July. Is that Islam really? If Islam does return to UFC 329, does that mean there is a possibility of no Conor? I can't see Islam co-main eventing Conor. I certainly can, but I don't know why they would do that.
100%. That could happen. I think it would be less likely that they would do it just because they want to, not put. But maybe just because Conor's not necessarily reliable, you want to have a very strong co-main for Conor in case he withdraws, and then you're left there. But if I were in charge, I wouldn't co-main him because that then inevitably leads to Conor and Islam and Khabib all in a room together, and that probably won't go like great. And there's no real opportunity for them to fight because, like, why would we even do that at this point? So it's possible. I don't know if Islam's gonna fight in July. Like that timeline sort of makes sense to me for him to be the IFW. Um, but also like allegedly Connor might be coming back for IFW. So I don't know. I guess it's sort of just like we'll see. We got enough fights that we already know about. I just would like Islam Makhachev to defend his welterweight title against real welterweights for his next two fights, and that's my primary concern with that belt right now.
I don't know what it means. Honestly, I think him fighting in July would be like a catastrophic mistake. Because there's already, and this is not true, obviously. Even Ilya has kind of taken his back on this. There is a portion of the fan base who feels like Islam Makhachev is avoiding Ilya Taporia. That he did not want to. He was like, nah, I don't want to fight him at the White House. But then 3 weeks later, you're going to fight International Fight Week? Wait till August, man. Just wait a month. And then that kind of takes all that away. But who knows? And that's just what the perception would be by kind of the lowest common denominator of the fans of the sport. And they are very loud and they're very boisterous. And Elon and the Twitter bots love those people more than anybody else on the planet. So that is something that could happen. But I mean, I don't know, man. I kind of feel like if Connor's not fighting, it feels like between Connor and Dana and the brass and everybody else, I feel like this is the best we felt about an actual Connor return. And since he actually booked the fight with Michael Chandler. Yeah.
Yeah, I have some level of confidence that this is happening. Primarily because Dana has really been consistent, if you're reading between the lines, on the Connor return of no, yes. He has basically just consistently said, we're not in negotiations, we're not talking about it. He's denied when Connor is like, I'm coming back or whatever, until they had pen to paper. And, him being like, it's looking good, suggests to me that they have resolved the contract situation. My best guess is that Connor has now signed a new contract with them, which I think would be incredibly stupid of him, but
yeah,
not my pig, not my farm. We talked about this last week, man. Connor should return because I don't know why he wouldn't. Unless he is just never going to fight again, which doesn't seem real. Nobody retires, especially not people like Connor. And if I were on Connor's team, I'd be like, dude, just fight twice this year. Whoever they offer you, say yes, fight twice, we're out. I don't care if they pay you $4 to fight. It's fine, because the moment you are a free agent, you can go box Jake Paul, or box Floyd Mayweather, or box Manny Pacquiao, or fight Nate Diaz and make all the money instead of 20% of the money. He makes so much more money outside of the UFC than inside of it. I thought this 5 years ago, and he has been doing whatever, so maybe he'll just keep doing that. But the fiscally good choice has always been for Conor to fight. And so at some point, I assume that will happen. And it feels like now we're moving towards that because Dana, for the first time in 2 years, Dana's been like, oh yeah, you did not immediately shoot it down.
Bear, made with real fruit, wildly irresistible.
At Farmers, we know compromises can be compromising.
You installed this?
Yeah, even had a few screws left over.
Is it supposed to sound like that?
Cutting corners can leave you drowning in regret. If it's important, it's not worth compromising. That's why with Farmers, you can get quality and savings. A for effort, though. A minus, maybe.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Yeah. I think he's coming back. Who he fights, not really sure. Is it Masvidal? Is it Holloway? Who the hell knows this boy?
Should just be Patty.
Patty's a good one.
Patty, I think, is the only right answer for who he fights.
Who'd you pick
Michael
that?
Chandler's the other one, but
Yeah, Chandler makes a lot. I wouldn't mind Masvidal either, but
I think Masvidal kills him, and then you're not gaining anything because
does Patty kill him?
Patty can. I think Patty almost certainly does beat him. at like this stage of Connor. If you do Prime versus Prime, Connor beats Patty, but this version of Connor, Patty probably beats him. And then Patty's a bigger star, and Patty's going to be in the promotion for 5 more years, and you can juice that. Masvidal has maybe 2 fights left in the promotion. Like, if one of them's Connor, like that just seems like bad booking to me.
Yeah.
You need to either book Connor somebody he can beat, or book Connor against somebody who you can build and will stay in the promotion. And I don't like he can't beat a lot of dudes. Michael Chandler you could maybe still beat, but also he could lose to that. So like Patty feels like the way I go.
Yeah, like if he ends up fighting in July, what happens after that is what I'm like really fascinated by. Because they ain't gonna rush him into another fight until he re-signs with them. That's what they did with Nate. That's what they do with everybody. So, and Connor's just gonna stay on the shelf. He's gonna be pissed, and then Dana's gonna give his side, and Connor will give his side, and then Connor will be out for 2 years until he actually fights again. So, hopefully you're right, and we can just knock this out of the park.
He could make $500 million over the next 3 years if he just got out of his UFC contract.
Yeah.
Like this has been true for half a decade, and I know he was injured for some of that time. I wrote about it this week in Mailbag, but I don't know what he's doing because ostensibly he really likes money, and the best way for him to make the most money is to be done with the UFC, and the only way to do that is to fight 2 more times. So just fight. Don't negotiate shit on those fights. You know, lose the battle to win the war. Fight whoever, fight them, and be done.
Masters, Mike, I was looking at the 155 title lineage, and if I'm not mistaken, Eddie Alvarez is the last champion to lose his title in the octagon. Charles was the closest, but missed weight. How mad is that?
Somebody tweeted this the other week, and I don't remember who it was, but it it kind of made the rounds of maybe they might even put it on broadcast. Like it was a thing where like the MMA Twitterverse realized that it's been like a decade since the lightweight belt changed hands for real. It's insane. Like it is, and some of that's on the UFC for them allowing things like this to happen. Some of it is just like circumstance. Habib retired. All these sorts of strange things occurred, but it's pretty nuts that the lightweight belt, like the title of the best division in the sport, has a very broken lineage at this point. Like it is not like at A to B to C.
It's crazy. I still kind of like to some degree, even though it's not true, feel like Oliveira was the champion and lost to Islam. Like deep down, that's like how
most people do, and I certainly do. I don't give a shit about a half pound, but
It wasn't
officially,
even a half pound. It was like 155.2 or something crazy because
it was under the realm of how every other lightweight fight is contested, but they don't give you the 1 pound allowance or championship bouts, which feels silly to me, but whatever. Everyone views that as like fine and just. And the way he ended up, because like I thought Oliveira's title was a sham, because it was. When he beat Chandler for it, he wasn't like that's just not a legitimate title. He was the number 2 dude or the number 3 dude, and he beat the number 4 ranked dude. Poirier and Gaethje were both ahead of him, and so I was like, that's just a fake belt. But then he went and beat those other 2 dudes, and so the belt was legitimized by beating the guys who should have fought for the vacant title.
Yeah.
And then he beat them with an extra half pound of weight or whatever. Again, shave your head. I don't understand. Like you could have got a half pound shaved head, but whatever. But it's fine. But it is like just officially that being the case is super, super weird.
LazyBet, early thoughts on Corey Sandhagen versus Mario Batista 2 at UFC 329. We really missed the opportunity again to have Corey versus O'Malley by like a month. Yes, so this is kind of interesting, Jed. I spoke to Corey Sandhagen not that long ago, along with one of his up-and-coming fighters, and Corey told me that he was offered Peyton Talbot, said yes, and was already like kind of preparing to fight Peyton Talbot. And then he said, a day or two later, they're like, now we're going in a different direction. And he was like, I can't really say anything until they do, but it's a way different direction than Peyton Talbot. And it was. Mario Batista, who fought Corey Sandhagen in his UFC debut, took it on short notice. That fight happened all the way back at UFC on ESPN +1, and Sandhagen just kind of ran him over. I mean, it's just a really tough matchup to make your debut in, especially on short notice. Corey did the thing, and Mario Batista got on the mic after he beat Vinicius Oliveira and said, I want some rematches. Give me the Corey Sandhagen rematch. And gosh darn it, Jed, look at Mario getting what he wants. Got his wish. This is the fight we're getting. Thoughts on it? Is this the way you would have gone as well?
It was a good fight. And I think Mario Batista has done enough to deserve a shot back at this again, right? Tough circumstances for the first one. He has since won a lot of fights. No issue with the matchmaking. The primary issue with the matchmaking is not this fight, but the fight before that, which is Corey should have fought Sean. And the UFC didn't want to do it because Corey might beat Sean. I'm not sure he would, but he might. And so they're giving him Zahabi, who Sean's going to beat, because this is only very loosely a sport anymore. The UFC is just trying to put the people they want in the absolute best positions at all times. And I don't blame Sean O'Malley for this. I know Corey is blaming Sean. And, what else is he going to do? Is he going to blame the UFC, who will then, give him the cold shoulder? He sort of priced into that. But, I don't think that Sean O'Malley would not have accepted a fight with Corey Sandhagen if the UFC was pushing for it. But I think Sean O'Malley recognizes that Amin Zahabi is an easier fight and that he can get that because of his privilege in the company, and he's going to exercise that to the benefit of his own career. So, once that die has already been cast, I think us doing Corey versus Batista 2 is perfectly fine. It's a very good fight. And I don't know what else you do with Batista. You gave him the opportunity to do more. It went how it went. He's got to do something, and you kind of got to keep these guys busy. And so this is probably the best matchup Corey Sandhagen could hope for, quite frankly. So, yeah, fine.
Would you have done Sandhagen Talbot over Sandhagen Batista too?
I mean, that's fine too. Did you see Peyton Talbot's tweets the other day?
No. I saw something about, it was like a UFC poignant tweet of some kind.
Yeah, he's mad at the UFC. The Toy Story meme of Andy dropping Woody being like, I don't want to play with you anymore. He did that, and then for clarification, he then did a follow up tweet where he's like, to be clear, I am Woody, and Andy is the UFC in this one. He took away the opportunity for you to be like, who could it be? I want to pull it up because it was deeply funny to me. And then he walked it back apparently yesterday, where he was like, it's just a tweet, guys, or just a meme. Nothing happened between us. I just wanted to fight. So somebody from the UFC called him and was like, hey, why are you subtweeting us? Or I guess directly tweeting us. He's like, because I wanted to fight. You guys aren't letting me fight. That would be fine. I mean, but that's sort of the thing with Talbot is he has one meaningful win, and it's meaningful to beat Henry Cejudo still, but how genuinely relevant is that in the modern day and age is a question. And so you can book him against anybody. I know Song Yadong's booked. I mean, they might just book. Is Umar's not booked, right?
No.
They might just book his ass against Umar. Because if he wins and he gets to fight for a title, Umar is going to have to fight because Sean's clearly fighting for the title after Merab and Piotr. Unless Merab beats Piotr.
He's fighting twice.
Unless Merab beats Piotr, then maybe they wouldn't do a third Sean and Merab fight because why would you? But Umar's going to need to fight, so that might just be Peyton Talbot getting Umar.
Yeah, I don't know. Cheeto would make sense. Biggie would make sense.
Figure would make sense. Cheeto, I mean, God, Cheeto is such a strange duck right now. I don't know what you do with a man who won't fight.
everyone has free offers on the latest phones, but T-Mobile gives you a lot more. T-Mobile families save over $3,700 versus the other big guys. And our experience plans include amazing benefits, plus our 5-year price guarantee. Switch to T-Mobile and save on a big scale.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Weird situation, but I know Sanhagen liked that fight. He's like, all right, I'll fight Talbot. And he's like,
I mean, that would
"Start
have been
getting ready."
fine.
Yeah. That'd been a huge step up for Peyton, no doubt about it. But, you know, at this point, like, let's just go, man. Let's see what this kid's got.
I mean, certainly.
This is great. How do you guys feel about the missing phone in the UFC antitrust case spoliation being found in the backseat of a car? If I had a nickel for every time. Obviously, you've probably seen this, right? Oh my God, it's so great. I'll read the tweet in case you guys missed it. So Dana White and Hunter Campbell both testified in the UFC antitrust case a couple of months ago, and the judge was so frustrated about this missing cell phone of Dana White's. Where the hell was it? Why can't we find it? Where is it? They talked to the commander of communications, I guess, for the UFC, and they're like, don't know what you're talking about. It's lost. You don't know where it is. Shout out to John Nash at Hey Not the Face. 16 hours ago, here's his tweet. Update to the UFC antitrust case spoliation issue. They found Dana White's missing phone. Apparently, Ari Emanuel's nephew did not steal it, because that was part of it too. Maybe Ari's nephew stole it. Instead, they found it in the backseat of a car where, because it had a black case and it was on a black leather seat, they missed it. Not joking. This is unbelievable. This is crazy, Jen. This is friggin' insane. I want to be surprised that I'm reading that tweet into a live microphone, but I'm not surprised. This is a weird place to be in mentally, Jen, for me.
I miss living in a society where people would at least respect you enough to lie credibly and not just say the stupidest shit in the world. Like, I genuinely think that, like, we have lost as a society a lot over the last 10, 15 years. Just, like, by a total, like, the total lack of shame that anyone has to say anything. I mean, I guess there's a world where this is a true statement. I cannot say definitively that this is not true, because sometimes people are dumb. It is convenient, I will say that, and strains credulity. Because, like, I don't know, man. Mike, how often have you lost your phone? Like, just we all lose our phones. How often have you lost your phone?
For more than, like, 30 minutes?
Yeah. Like, how have you...
Never.
You can usually figure out where you lost it. Like, oh, I left it in the golf cart or whatever. And then you just retrace your steps because it's your phone. Because we, as a society, functionally live on our phones. And so it's like a thing, of all the things you could remove from me right now, other than, like, my skeleton, my phone is probably the single thing that would cause the most harm to my day-to-day life if you just took it away from me. And that's true of almost everyone in modern society. And so, like, it's just, maybe Ari's nephew stole it. Or ask him, well, can you not find him? Just ask Ari's nephew, like, Ari, did you steal it? And he can tell you. Like, this is the most obvious and most likely answer to all of this is these are the dumbest lies being told. And I just wish we lived in a society where you at least gave me the amount of respect to lie better than this. It's so stupid.
I can't, it's truly shocking to me that is a thing. And it's just like, okay, Judge Boulware is probably gonna like lose his friggin' mind. Because I love following along with this case because the judge is just like, he's just calling people on the bullshit the whole time. And it's very, very funny. I'm super curious how he reacts to this and the whole Dominance MMA stuff, with them just like refusing to turn over evidence and things that they're asking for. It's what a case, man. I would love a doc on this. Absolutely love it.
I mean, it's just, it's rule. Just like, dude, just if you're such a stand-up business and everything's good, then you don't have anything to hide. Just turn your phone phone, man. It's not that hard.
Bolt Corps, thoughts on Darren Till and BKFC? Yes, so the signing happened last week, and now he's fighting Aaron Chalmers, I think May 30th. That fight's happening somewhere in the UK, I think.
It's somewhere in May, and that's right. I'm not certain on the date, but it's happening. And I wrote this. I should know this. Hold on, pull it up. But yes, it's Aaron Chalmers, and you know, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
I think a perfectly fine. I think a perfectly fine one. It is May 30th, and it's in Birmingham. You know, like when he was talking about it, he went on Ariel's show and was talking about it, and he was like, "Yeah, I feel the offer was too good. I didn't really ever want to do BKFC, but they made me too good an offer, and that's how this works. They met his price, and so he's going to do it. And I don't think this is true, but I think it is smart of him to correlate his entrance in BKFC with potentially Mike Perry's exit, and be like, "See, been trying to fight Perry for years. I finally come to his neck of the woods. Suddenly he's not as involved here. What's going on? Is he ducking me?" I don't think that's what happened, but I think, you know, if you're trying to get yourself over, that's a good line to spin. So he's going to do that.
Fair, made with real fruits, wildly irresistible.
It's just like a very cool way to prototype extremely quickly. If I go here in Figma, I just have this design here that I pulled together. I can just take the link, I can copy a link to selection, and then I can go to Codex and I can just paste the link. Use the Figma skill to implement the automations page in my app. It was like 90% of the way there.
Yeah, I'm the whole Mike Perry situation is very intriguing to me because I think he said, I know he told me he still has 2 fights left, but I think he can leave if he wants to. I mean, it's kind of where he's at, but this is a bit like this is a big fight. Like, this is a big one for them. This is probably the biggest fight BKFC can make right now. They have lost some butts, man. Like, they really have. They just
RAF took everything they were working for.
pretty much. And I still love being a BKFC card. I was one of like the early, don't give up on these guys. Like, they're really fun. The cards are really, really good. I still say to this day that BKFC 19 was the best event I ever covered live. It was awesome. It was a great event. Outside of the influencers not actually bare knuckle fighting each other, that annoyed the shit out of me. I think it annoyed Feldman as well, which is why he hasn't done it since. Had them fighting 14-ounce gloves, which is kind of bizarre. But that's something that happened at that event. But yeah, all the things that like made them successful, they just stopped doing. Like Perry just wanted to fight like every month last year, and they just didn't let him fight. Don't understand why. And then they keep teasing all this stuff like, oh, we have something huge planned in April for him, a hometown fight, to be the biggest name he's ever fought times a billion. And then they don't announce anything, and he's like, all right, F it, I'm going to go box Nate Diaz. And then Feldman gets mad about it. He's like, we support him, but like, this is how this isn't the way we would have done it. And then Perry's like, well, what do you want me to do? You keep telling me I'm going to fight, and then you don't book me. So like, what am I supposed to do? So I'm going to go fight Nate Diaz and have the most amount of people watch me fight that have ever watched me fight. It's such a weird thing. And then, you know, like if you go to a BKFC event, you have a great time. Like you really do. You watch BKFC card, like you really don't have a bad time. Outside of the pacing issues they have now, they have lost everything there. But yeah, man, they need a spark bad. They need to get Mike Perry back on board. They have to get Mike Perry versus Darren Till booked,
Yeah, that'd be
signed,
huge.
sealed, and delivered. Be massive. It's the biggest fight they can make right now, realistically. Because Conor ain't fighting for that. He can't. He can't fight Mike Perry right now. So you have the chance. This is years in the making, these two trying to fight. Now you have them like on your contract in the same organization. Like Mike Perry should be in freaking Newcastle. And when Darren Till beats up Aaron Chalmers, and boy, is he gonna bring Mike Perry out, you have the face off, have them shove each other, have a big moment, and let's set this fight up, man. Like, what are we waiting for here? But
Yeah, I just don't know what's going on. And maybe Perry will be back, and this has just been, like, because Perry is a big game hunter, right? Like, he has been averse to doing just like the everyman BKFC thing. He wants a big fight things, and there's some in the context of BKFC big fights, right? That could happen. Like, you could book Perry Lorenzo Hunt, like you could do that. But does that have gravitas outside of like a very small niche bubble? Not really. And so I think Perry's maybe just been biding his time. He's been focusing on his own, dirty boxing promotion. And the Nate fight happens. Obviously, that's enormous. He's gonna do that regardless. So maybe now that Till is under the banner, he settles up with Nate, does this thing over here. Maybe he does come back, for a fight end of this year, because a Perry Till fight is a much bigger fight than I think anything else BKFC can really offer him right now. And so maybe he's simply just been biding his time until they got something that would be appropriately big.
yeah, there's just nothing else realistic. Like, could you do Perry Gill and Dennis? But like, Dennis ain't gonna show up for that.
Oh yeah, that's just not. Yeah,
He's just not gonna do it. Trying to think, like, yeah, I know Robbie Lawler's been like mentioned as an option, but like, yeah, that's fun, and like,
do that.
Till's way bigger than that. It's just way bigger than that. So they got to get this done, man. They have to get this done. There's certainly a fan base for it, but without having the Perrys and the Tills and the big stars like fighting each other, like they're starting to lose some luster. I know they're selling tickets, and they do a good job of like booking regional fighters on their cards and like having them fill up arenas. Like, I talked to a buddy who went to the Mohegan events, the one that Paca Porter headlines. Obvious sellout because it's Paca Porter headlining. They're just crushing it over there. Every time they go there, it's a sellout. And Bellator can like never sell that place out. And I've been to a bunch of them. Bellator had a hard time doing it. BKFC is still selling that place out. So they still have something, but in terms of, hey, let's buy the app, or hey, let's spend $30 on a pay-per-view, like that card, we just haven't seen it in a really long time. So hopefully we can get something back here. Sleeto with a membership chat. I saw this yesterday. I wish I talked to Aljo last night after seeing this. Why can't Aljo advertise Funk Harbor at Media Day, Jed? Did you see this? Aljo shows up to Media Day.
I know the answer to this.
The rest of the nines, he brings his Funk Harbor rum onto the table, puts it down, and then immediately UFC PR comes over and takes it right down. And then he just does his Media Day as is. So that's what happened.
Yeah, he didn't pay for the privilege. That's how these things go. The UFC has sponsors. Funk Harbor is not a UFC sponsor. That's how this has always worked for them functionally. If Aljo wants to cut a deal with the UFC, then he can do that. A little surprised he hasn't, quite frankly. He's been pushing Funk Harbor. I've been meaning to try it. One of these watch parties, we need to just get a bottle and give it a go, just to see what it's about. I like
pretty
rum.
good.
I like rum. It could be fun. But like, the Howler Head that's Dana's thing, and they have a deal with it. Connor negotiated brand deals for his stuff. They are not like, and I don't blame them. We don't do free advertising either, Mike. They don't do free advertising for you. Fighters do not get to promote their sponsors on UFC stuff. They don't. The UFC doesn't even really like it when in your post-fight speech you're like, and shout out to my sponsor, blah. Like, that's, we could have a deep conversation about how this actually makes them employees and not contractors, but we don't need to. Like, the way, if you want to do that, cut a deal with them, because, you don't get to wear your jerseys either, You got UFC fight kits. That's just how this works.
I thought it was pretty wild. But,
I mean,
hey,
you
I get
would
it.
like them to at least have, like, again, this is one
It's
of
a
those
fight
things.
night. It's not a fucking pay-per-view.
And this is just one of those things where, like, again, you could just have some grace. You just be like, it's fine, like a bottle of his branded thing. He's been here for a long time. This isn't a one fight contender series guy showing up and trying to hawk merch on stage. But that's not how the UFC operates, and I am deeply unsurprised to hear that this happened.
Yeah.
So guys, just smile and say, switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes and get an iPhone 17 on that.
Why can't we just say cheese?
Okay, cheese.
Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes and get a new iPhone 17 on us.
Let's see. Master Mike J, I know it's random, but how do you look back on Al Iaquinta's career? He had some good feuds, and was a good fighter at his peak, but you never really hear any credit given to him. Thoughts? I loved Al. Dude fought for a belt. So, I mean, it was a weird roundabout way to get there, but he fought for a world title. That's pretty good. It's a pretty good career. You get to fight for a world title and headline cards. So, not too shabby, man. And I always give Al a ton of respect, man. When we talk about, like, fighters against the UFC and trying to get what's theirs, like, one of the first, like, true dudes that went and did it was Al. Like, he's like, no, I'm not doing this unless you pay me more. No, I'm going to go sell real estate. No, I'm going to do this. No, I'm going to do that. Like, no, I'm not taking this fight because it's not the right circumstances for me. Like, Al is always about Al and doing what was best for him in his career and for his future. And I wish more fighters were like him, if we're being honest. And in a different time, if Al Iaquinta saw the writing on the wall and was like, let me be the leader of the pack and try to get these fighters together, it wouldn't have worked, but I think Al would have been a very good guy to, like, try to get everybody together. I haven't really heard anyone say a bad thing about Al Iaquinta outside of guys he was fighting and Al was talking shit about, but even afterwards, people seem to like him. So, all in all, for a guy who is kind of in this spot, who doesn't get a ton of credit, as Masters pointed out, I think he had a pretty damn good run and kind of ended things on his terms, which is really all you can ask for, Jed, is it not?
The honest to God answer to this question is I don't think of Al Iaquinta's career, but that's just, we got other stuff going on. A very solid run. I mean, it's an on-the-nose comparison, but he's Renato Marcano. Like, same sort of ilk. Like, he got to fight for a belt because he had done enough good things over the balance of his career, and he's a little lucky. Like, right place, right time. He got to fight for a belt. He lost to a guy from Dagestan for that belt. Like, it's honest to goodness, the thing I think the most of Al Iaquinta is at the decision read for the lightweight title when Khabib is finally getting crowned or whatever. And Al has very clearly been 50-40. Like, he acted surprised as a bit. That was a great joke when they read Khabib as the winner. Like, that's like the first thing, because Al just was sort of a good hang, better fighter than you think. Doesn't really have like a lot of big signature wins that have stood the test of time or whatever. And his career ended up getting derailed because he's one of the smarter fighters that have ever competed. When he realized, oh, I'm taking brain damage for not that much money. I can just sell real estate and probably do financially better and also not get Parkinson's when I'm older. So, I got plenty of respect for Al. He is one of the many dudes who's just kind of going to get lost to time because his career was a little unique in that they're like, what are the standout Al Iaquinta moments? He's got some decent knockouts. He blew up Ross Pearson, if memory serves. But yeah, like you need guys like Al Iaquinta, and he could have had a longer and more successful career. Never would have won a belt or anything, but he could have maybe stacked up to like fight of the nights and done things like that. But he made a business decision that was probably the right one.
Yeah, I think the Moicano rub is pretty good. Like, that's pretty solid. I think he could have been more. I think he could have had more of like a Nate Diaz style, like out of nowhere kind of thing. But it just You know, Nate's just a fighter, man. Like Nate is, I'm a fighter. He's a smart businessman and like understood his value and stuff. But to the core, like Nate's just gonna fight people and will be represented as such. And Al just, like you said, just kind of looked at things a different way, as himself as a brand, himself as a business, and not just the fight business, just the Ally Quinta business.
I think had he decided to be committed to MMA despite like because I feel a level of confidence that he just sat down and was like, look, I'm never gonna win a title. I'm only making this much money, which isn't that much money, quite frankly. Like I'm not rich and I'm hurting my health. That's probably not great. Had he not done that and he'd just been like any of the other dudes, like I'm just gonna commit to fighting, you know, he wouldn't have ever gotten to like a Poirier level of adoration. But I think Ally Quinta could have gotten into like a Michael Chiesa tier of this guy's good enough and we like him enough to give him a shot on the in the booth somewhere. And I think Ally Quinta could have actually been okay at that because he's funny, and that's like he was a naturally funny person, and I mean most of the people they have in the booth are not funny, and I think they could use that. Like Michael Chiesa, he's not a bad guy, and like he's not a bad analyst. He knows about fighting, but like he is eminently replaceable to me. Like they could use somebody who could make a joke that's good, and instead they've got Michael Chiesa and Chris Weidman.
In my Lego land, I ride on a dragon, and its breath would melt the clouds. And I'd have a super cool car. I said a super cool car. And I'd build a raft so cool, the whole ocean would come to play. Then go to an awesome sleepover and have loads of adventures every single night forever.
Prepare to launch on Galacticoaster, landing March 6th at Legoland California Resort.
You know, it's kind of a funny story. I was scrolling on eBay looking for a car. Mona was right. It had to be an Alpha. I found one on eBay. It just needed to be a bit more bellissima. Gave a quick tune-up, the essentials. Then I drove down every winding road I could find, and eventually bumped into you.
Yeah, thousands of cars, millions of parts, all in one place. eBay. Things people love.
PFL could use Ally Quinta in a spot. Just pay that man his money. Dirty Boxing, I think, would be a great spot for him. But they just, I don't know what Dirty Boxing is doing these days. They were on a run, and boy, their broadcasts are tough. Their social media pages are tough right now. It's a shame because I really liked what they were doing. Gamebred could probably use Ally Quinta on their roster as a broadcaster. Go get him, man. Like I bet he'd do it. I bet he would do it. Be some sort of a host. Like throw Al in there with someone who can like guide him. Throw him in there with like a good conductor. Let him be the co-passenger and just run. I think Al would be great in that spot. Really, really do.
He could be Bizarro Paul Felder.
Yes.
Which is like, because here's the thing. I think almost every person they give an analyst spot to is quite bad at it. I don't really see, I just don't know like the rhyme or reason to why they're like, this guy gets to speak. But everybody they let speak is mostly bad at it. I think there are a few notable exceptions. Daniel Cormier early on was quite good. And he still can be good. We talked about this off air. RAF should contact Daniel Cormier to do commentary for them because you put him and Chael in the booth with their play-by-play man, and that's because also Cormier, if you ever watch the NCAA championship, like the wrestling ones, he's so engaged, he's so active in that. You put Cormier, Chael, and the play-by-play man, it's a lot better than with Juliana Pena. But like, he is what he is. He's not great anymore because he mostly nails it in, and that's fine. But like, he's good. Felder is still quite good. Some people like Dominic Cruz. I feel like the energy has turned heavily against Dominic Cruz. I always hated him and thought he sucked. I feel like many more people are coming around to this. Bisping is a caricature of himself at this stage of things. Like, I just think all the people they let speak are bad. and maybe they were good at one point, but they are no longer good. And Ally Quint is the sort of dude who probably won't give you the same technical analysis like a Paul Felder would, but he'd give you enough analysis and crack jokes, and that would be a nice thing to have. But also, I'm not sure that he might also trash talk the UFC, which maybe is why they would never let him do it. But he's in that tier, like, or that's like where his tier would have been if he had stuck with MMA for the last 5 years, like he could have. Good career, not a great one.
Yeah, shout out to Shane Sparks. He's the play-by-play guy for RAF. At least he has been for the last couple of shows.
He's solid.
He's really good, man.
I think Ben Askren as the call-in guy is terrific.
Me too.
I think he's like really good at it because frankly he brings a sort of like, he'll just call it like he sees it, energy, which is like, no, they got it wrong or whatever. So he's really good. I honestly like Daniel Cormier with Chael and Shane, like that's a good 3-man booth for what RAF is doing. And Julian Pena is so like, nobody thinks she's good. Just no one does. You cannot have ears and think that she's good at this. And so that would be great for them. They should do that. Senko's good. Someone in the chat. Senko is good. Senko also, like, I know she had a fight career, but like she was not brought in as a former UFC fighter like all the other analysts. But like the Paramount show they do the day after is just like a bunch of people who are bad at this. Like Dean Thomas has done broadcasting enough to be fine, but he's like leading a panel show with Jorge Masvidal, who's the best of them, Dustin Poirier, who we all love. Dustin, he's not a talker, just not the strength of his game, and Chris Weidman, who is just not great. Like these aren't. Get a real broadcaster in there, cough Brian Campbell, cough, and mix in different entities to do this and give other people shots because there are other people who might be better at this.
Yeah, I love the Fitzy Felder Sanko trio.
It's a great booth.
It's an excellent booth. Like every fight night outside of the Apex, that should be the trio every single time.
I think Fitz is a wildly underrated play-by-play man.
He's so good, man.
All of their play-by-play people are very good is the thing. Anik is very good. Anik's job is incredibly hard, and to do as much as he does, as often as he does, is quite difficult. I think he has maybe dropped off a little bit over the last couple of years. I still think he's very good and incredibly difficult job. But Fitzy's real good, and I can't think of the good. John Gooden's really good. Like they are all of their professional broadcasters are quite good at it. And then everybody else, a couple of them are good, and everyone else sort of is varying stages of passable.
I like Helly too. Did he have a tough assignment the last time he was doing play-by-play. Because I think he did Cruz and Bisbing. I think it was him, Cruz and Bisbing. That was UFC Vegas 115. That was the MMA fighting's ruining the sport for being honest about card quality. So yeah, Dan also does play-by-play. I think he also hosts the weigh-in show when they do the pay-per-view weigh-in shows or the numbered card weigh-in shows. And I think he's the power slap guy too, which kind of silly, but I think Dan's pretty good as well. So yeah, their play-by-plays are great. I love the Fitzy Felder Sanko trio. It's excellent. And you know what's great about that trio? We get Paul Felder doing the post-fight interviews, and he's the best on the roster by a billion miles at doing that.
Yeah.
So more Felder is a good thing for these events.
They have a good dynamic. They don't talk over each other or like try to explain things to each other. It's the best trio they've got going. And the Rogan Cormier Anik is the staple of American pay-per-views, and if that's it's not awful. I think I would shift away from that if I were in charge.
simply irresistible.
In Orville, you do have a rare opportunity to experience a wide variety of recreation activities. Like I said, we have 5 large lakes and a river runs through it, all to be enjoyed from powerboating, water skiing, sailboating, rowing. The After Bay has the windsurfing activity that goes on, to the golfing out at the golf course, to just plain kayaking down the river.
Is there an argument that this topic coming up and the videos going viral, then taking it off the table, some promotion for it for Funk Harbor? I guess since it's getting seen all over now, I can see it.
No chance.
Watch my interview with Aljo. If you're in the Vegas area, he tells you exactly where you can go buy it. So
Maybe Aljo. I doubt Aljo even thought this far ahead, and it's not criticism of Aljo, but like, it's not impossible that Aljo was like, I'm gonna put it up there. If they leave it up there, great. If they take it off, maybe that'll get some juice. But like, I think Aljo just was trying to see if he could do it, and they were like, you sure can't. And then enough people were like, man, why do you guys hate Aljo so much? Because this is a promotion that has seemed largely to be negative towards a future Hall of Famer. Because Aljamain Sterling will go in the Hall of Fame, and it
better.
I mean, I don't know if it'll be first ballot, the first year that he's reasonably eligible, but eventually he'll make it in there. And the there's a real discussion about how the UFC has treated Aljamain Sterling to some extent. Maybe he's earned it, but it does feel like a lot of the extent it's not earned.
great. RS40, is Aljo being overlooked against Zalal? I have Zalal winning, but this is a pick'em fight, honestly. What are the odds of this fight?
I was literally just clicking to look that up. Aljamain Sterling odds. Aljo, very slight underdog, plus 110. Zalal minus 140.
I'm a little surprised by this.
I'm not. I think that's about right. Maybe it should be flipped and Aljo should be like a very small betting favorite over. Actually, let me see what they opened at though, because it's possible the public has shifted these. No, that's not what I wanted. Let me see where our opening line was here, because I do think this is this card this weekend is not great. I think it's not bad. There's some highlights. This main event is very good. So it opened with Aljo being a much. Wait, did it? So it opened with Aljo at minus 200, and then almost instantaneously he got bet down to an underdog, and he's been somewhat of a slight underdog. And that feels, honestly, they opened it bigger than I would have thought. They opened it minus 200 bigger. This feels really close to a pick'em. Aljamain Sterling has a clear path to victory. Yusufov has never been like the best defensive wrestler, but he's a much more dynamic striker. He's on a bit of a heater. Aljo's older. I mean, Aljo's got to be 37. How old is Aljo?
He's pretty close.
I
37, 38.
That's sort of my guess. He's 36. He turned 37 in July. So good for him.
Okay, yeah, you're pretty much there.
In the neighborhood. He's a little older. I know that he's a real featherweight now and that he's put on some size thing, but he is probably the smaller man in there.
Oh, I don't know if that's true.
You think so?
I don't know if that's true. He might be shorter in stature, but dude, when Aljo wrestled Benson Henderson,
he's a thick boy.
He looked 2 weight classes bigger than Benson at RAF. He was probably 175, 180 when he wrestled that night. He's a big dude, man. He's big. Zalal might be taller.
Big guy though. Yeah.
He might be taller, but he ain't.
He's definitely taller.
Yeah, he's definitely taller, but he's not
100% taller.
If they do fight night weights, he's probably 20 pounds lighter than Aljo on fight night.
Yeah, I think the odds are, depends on how much you want to take the phrase overlooked at face value. I think the odds are close to right. I might have Aljo installed as a slight betting favorite. But I think this is a very competitive fight. And so, it's within the plus minus range of my level of confidence, right? I'm not massively confident in either dude. I'll probably take a bet on Aljo as an underdog, frankly.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's like ridiculous that he's a dog to Zaw. Zaw's on a heater, man.
Yeah.
Since returning to the UFC, Yusuf Zalal has been on a heater.
Yeah. He's looked really good, man. Like he's lived up to the hype people had for him when he first entered. Because I remember how excited I was when he signed after some of the performances he had for LFA. Like him and Royval were like the two dudes that I was like, UFC has to sign these guys like immediately. And then luckily they did right when COVID hit and they needed guys to fill out cards. And Royval became one of the more exciting guys. And Zawal, it took a second stint to really map him to where he can go. And yeah, good for him, man. Like I really like this fight. This fight makes all the sense in the world. These two do have a relationship. They have a bit of history. They're kind of pals. But they understand what this is all about. They understand they have to put that shit aside and try to go win a belt because they know the roads for each of them they're going to be long ones. They're going to be long ones. I'm real curious if Sterling goes out there and just wrecks Yusuf, goes out there and just dummies him and taps him. And then on the flip side, if Zalal goes out there and finishes Aljamain Sterling, do they jump at Vloyev for Volk? You think so? Do you think the stakes are that high in this fight potentially?
I think one of two outcomes happens. You either have to make such a statement of a victory that you could jump in, or Avoyev gets tweaked and then you're obviously in. But I think the winner of this fight could easily be fighting Alexander Volkanovski in the next few months. The UFC hates Evo. That's it. And I've been giving Volk a massive amount of credit for this because I think he deserves it. He is doing what champions are supposed to do. He has come out and affirmatively said, why am I not fighting him? He's the only logical choice. I should fight him. Let me fight him. That's awesome. I love it when a champion is doing the right thing. It doesn't matter. The UFC holds the cards, and Volk is not going to turn down a fight with whoever is offered. So if the UFC comes to him and says, who do you want to fight? I bet he would say Avoy. But if the UFC is not going to give him that offer because they just hate Movsar, this is not a secret. They do not like the man. And they may begrudgingly give him the belt, like a shot at the belt, because it's unimpeachable to give him that. But if somebody makes a real statement and cuts like a sick promo, and Evloev even hesitates, but it's just like, hey, you want to fight Volkanovski on August 4th? All right, well, you're out. Like they will use whatever excuse they can to not give him one. And so, that sucks for him. I'm sorry for him. It's not just or right. But, if Aljo hits a win like he did over Ortega, no, he's not going to jump it. But if he hits a Corey Sandhagen win,
I saw that my PR got approved, but there was a test failure, and I have become so lazy. Like the moment I'm like, oh, I gotta go into like Build Kite and like look at the test logs. It's like so I can just click into the skills tab and I just be like Build Kite. Okay, sick. Someone has like already figured this out for me. So I was like, okay. I ran the command to get a token. Now it fixed my PR, and I am so lazy now. And I didn't want to go to GitHub to check if my PR merged, so I'm like, did this merge? And then I would have archived it last night, but I didn't just now because I figured I might want to show you guys this. I love that's awesome.
Here's to 30 grams of protein with no added sugar. Here's to 160 calories in all of your favorite flavors. Premier Protein. Shake, twist, crack. Go get them.
in play, very much in play, I think.
Bolt Corps, thoughts on Chimaev signing with RAF? I really want him to fight Nickel and Covington. Yeah, dude.
One of those could happen, one of those could never. I mean, Bo Nickel can happen because if you watch the promotional draft, both of them are under the RAF banner now with exclusive contracts. The UFC will never allow Hamzat Chimaev to wrestle Bo Nickel in RAF. That's a 0% chance that occurs because they maybe could have them as a fight. Colby would never end up fighting Hamzat at this stage of their careers. So
I think for RAF, I absolutely think that match can happen in RAF.
At this thing, I think that can happen in RAF because the UFC is like, well, they're never going to fight, so we're not losing anything by these two dudes wrestling each other. I would still say it's unlikely because I know that the general rule is that the UFC is just not going to allow RAF to have UFC fighters wrestle each other. I think that might get a little bit of leeway in terms of somebody like Colby Covington, who's not promotionally relevant to them that much anymore. But yeah, he's never wrestling Bo Nickel in RAF. That's just never going to occur.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's probably the case. Chimaev Kyle Snyder is really fun. I mean, this is obviously a big signing. It was super. Honestly, it was. So I found out about this like way before everybody else did.
Yes, I recall.
Yeah, you're obviously in our Slack channel. Because I was told before the presser on Friday, and I told Chad this, and when I asked him the question on Saturday about the signing, he was like, "Yeah, wait till you see what we have planned for the summer." He goes, "We're making a huge announcement tomorrow." He goes, "Don't ask me about it now." He goes, "But I guarantee you're going to ask me about it at the press conference after the matches." And I was like, "All right." And then I go to where the media is, and I'm like, "Do you know when this announcement's coming?" And like, sometime between like 9 and 10. He goes, "But I think it's gonna be like, somewhere in between like the third to last, maybe right before the co-main event." And I was like, "Want to just like tell me what it is?" He's like, "Nah." I'm like, "Dude." I was like, "How long have you known me? I'm not gonna spoil. I'll wait for you guys to announce it. I'm just curious. Like, when you say like a holy shit announcement,
so I don't have to spend my time trying to cover this shit.
Exactly. I was like, maybe give me a heads up when the announcement's gonna come. One of those things. I was like, when I hear holy shit announcement, like I want it. I was like, I want to know. And then the guy actually, like, who I was talking to, went to the UFC page and went to like the rankings, and then went like this with his phone and pointed at Hamza. I'm like, get that. My response was like, "Get the fuck out of here." He goes, "No, it's happening." He goes, "It's gonna be a big, like a really cool video package." He's like, "This is the guy." I'm like, "Holy shit." I was like, "I'm just gonna tell our guys." I was like, "But we're not gonna." I was like, "I promise you, we're not gonna spoil it." But like the reaction to this video in the arena, I was stunned by it. It was like silence. It was like a decent golfer on the first day of a major, like made a birdie putt, maybe like the lead amateur. There's just like, okay, there's 12 people there, and they're like politely clapping for him. I was really surprised by that, especially with Chimaev like having such a wrestling pedigree, especially a freestyle pedigree. I thought the pop in the arena would be a little bit bigger, but obviously the reaction on social media and all that was huge.
Yeah, that is weird. The arena would pop that much. One of my favorite things that I learned since joining media many moons ago is that, at least for me, I don't want to know breaking news so I can break it. I don't care about that at all. It is simply just insignificant. Like, I know that it matters to people and stuff, but like, if Dana would simply tell me everything he was going to do before he did it, I would be content to never tell anyone. Just so long as I can pre-write it and not have to then scramble to write it while I'm also doing something else whenever that news is announced. Like, that's it.
100%.
Like, tell me who you're signing, not so I can, I did it. Like, I want to write it now while I got 30 minutes to do this, because later I'm not going to have the time and it's going to be a pain in my ass.
100%. That's what it is, too, because, like, and trust me, like, we have known about so many Dana announcements way before Dana has announced them. We've had graphics ready. We've had articles written for like sometimes for weeks. Like, we know things are coming. We just don't know when it's coming. And like we would never spoil it. Like that's just the way that it is. Like, especially if it's coming from like a promotional source or something. Like, we would never do that. But yeah, having that ability to get ahead on it is just, it's almost as good as like breaking the news yourself. Honestly, because it gives you that same kind of feeling.
It's just the best. Like, great, I can get this done, and now I don't have to worry about getting a graphic made at 2 a.m. or whatever time it is.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see, what else?
So, for anyone out there who has news, dude, DM me. I won't tell a soul. I'll just write it and then can pub it after you announce it. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter to me at all.
Ladies, so Lucas Rocha falls out of his fight with Chafel Filio, and rather than sign one of the numerous flyweight talents available, they call Cody Durden on a 4-fight losing streak. Help me understand. Cough, Nakuda, cough. So here's the thing, Lazy Bit, because you and I are very much simpatico with the Fumi Nakuda thing. And I hate to actually say this, but I'm just going to go ahead and say it and be pleasantly surprised if I'm proven wrong. I am officially convinced that Fumi Nakuda will never fight in the UFC. Like he's just never fighting in the UFC. I thought for sure when they announced that bantamweights would be part of Tough, they would put Fumi on the roster outside of his like normal weight class, and then they could say like, "Hey, we gave him a chance," and if he gets in and wins Tough, like, all right, we got to do this. Like, he earned his spot. But the fact that I did not see him on that roster, and the fact that Cody Durden is now fighting, and many flyweight fights are falling out, and they just continue not to sign him. He's just never fighting in the UFC, and it's a friggin' bummer, man. It really is.
Cody Durden is a company man. Is the answer. This will probably be the last one for him. If he loses to Filio, he'll have lost 5 in a row, and like he says, like 1 win in his last 10 fights or something insane like that. But he tweeted about it this week. I only know this because I was rounding it up for stuff. But he was like, "Y'all can be mad, but when the UFC needs help, they call me, and I'm there." He's taken a bunch of short notice fights for them. I don't know how many, but like a bunch of times he is the guy who they call. And there are many ways to ensure job security, and being a yes man is one of them. Cody Durden is one of those, and that's why he got the call. And shout out Covington, Georgia. I think he's ATT Gwinnett. I think that's where he trains.
Yeah.
Someone asked one of the affiliates. I think it's the ATT Gwinnett.
Someone asked earlier because we were talking about like analysts and stuff. Someone asked like, why is Dustin Poirier saying that Arman Sarukian should?
So guys, just smile and say, switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes and get an iPhone 17 on them.
Why can't we just say cheese?
Okay, cheese.
Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes and get a new iPhone 17 on us.
Fight Mateusz Gamrot in a rematch. Well, we know the answer to that because Poirier and Gamrot are friends. They train together. They're buds. So of course, this is what Dustin would want. He'd love to have his friend fight Arman Sarukian and get one step closer to a title shot.
There was a time when they should have done that. The time is gone now.
Oh, it's so far gone now. It's so far gone. They should have done this. They probably should have done it like right after Arman fell out of the title fight. Like that was like your last chance.
I pitched that so hard. And
Yeah.
Arman was like, "No, I'm not fighting that dude. I'm ranked above him." I was like, "That's dumb."
Yeah. That first fight was so fucking good.
It was awesome. It was one of the best fights of the year.
Mike Heck is wrestling Chimaev. That's the big news. I'll tell you what, man. If RF comes to that with that doctor lawyer money that Uriah Faber's talking about, I'll go wrestle Hamzat Chimaev. Absolutely.
I'll wrestle anybody. I don't care.
It'll be over in 10 seconds. I would love that.
I think I could last 17 seconds. I might get called for stalling, but
you're just gonna run. We're gonna hear the Benny Hill theme in the background as you're running around.
You gotta keep your weapons in front of you, but I'm gonna avoid the tie-up at all costs. I wrestled in high school. I'm not totally. Again, 17 seconds just feels like I should be able to last 17 seconds before a pinning combo hits me.
It'll be less than a minute, and it'd be worth it. So I'll
I mean,
absolutely
you definitely be less than a minute.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I will be the guinea pig if you need a guy, no doubt about it. Mike and Jenna.
Uriah Faber hates me. You want to get him a win? I'll wrestle him. I think he beat me. Feel level of confidence that he beat me.
That was wild, man. Armin tackling him off the stage. That place erupted. It was like, man, there's nowhere else you can do this besides Philadelphia. Like, that was like such an ECW pop. I loved it. It was crazy. Not the Kyle Snyder comeback victory pop that happened the match before.
I mean,
that was sick, man.
just like, I thought Snyder was cooked, and then out of nowhere he decided to win, and it was wild.
Like a minute and a half spinning at 8 points. that was awesome, man. Like that was vibes times a billion. I was like, man, this is sick. Shout out to Kyle Snyder, man. That was really, really fun. Mike J, have you ever had anything where you announced something and it's caused you hassle? I imagine that's easily done when you are doing the breaking news thing, especially if something changes.
I mean, I never announce things. I fucked up once, and I inadvertently ran a story that was set for a separate time, and one of our colleagues, it caused him a great deal of hassle as we pre-announced the thing, and I was just like, I didn't have a leg to stand on. I was like, I beefed that one real hard. That's on me. You can blame me. And I did, and that's fair because I screwed it up. But I don't break news. I'm not a journalist, so that's a Mike question.
Not really. I think one time it happened and it was like kind of silly, but it blew up like way more than I thought it was gonna blow up. So it was before UFC. It was before UFC 279. It was, remember there was they canceled the press conference because there was like Diaz and Shemaev's teams were like beefing and shit.
Yeah. And that whole nonsense happened.
Yeah, so all that happens, they cancel the presser. And then Jose and I were going to jump on and do like a reaction to it. And as this is happening, and as we're trying to gather information and like we're seeing like different things pop up on Twitter, I get a text from somebody who was like not only on the card but was there, and they told me, "Hey, this all started because Paul Acosta snuck backstage and like started fighting Shemaev." And I was like, "Really?" He's like, "Oh yeah, man. Like this is what happened." And then this person like sent me to somebody else who was definitely there. And then that second person was like, "Oh yeah, man, like Paul Acosta started the whole thing. That's why it popped off." And I was like, "Okay, there's two people, so I'm just gonna kind of go with this." And everyone on the reaction show, I was like, "Yeah, two people just told me that Paul Acosta started it." And then, it blew up. All the aggregate accounts like posted about it and tagged me in it and like ripped the clip and threw it everywhere. And Helen Yee did like an interview with Paul Acosta like not long after, and Paul Acosta's like, "Yeah, man, I wasn't there. I don't know what they're talking about. Nothing happened." And then I looked into it more, and it turns out he wasn't there. So I wore it a little bit, and I remember I was doing Heck of the Morning at the time. So the next day, like I hopped on Heck of the Morning and just like didn't sleep very well that night. I felt like an asshole. I had a conversation with Steve Morocco, who used to work with us, and I was like, "Fuck that, man. Like, what do you want me to do?" I was like, two people told me he was there. I'm sorry. And then it was just like, all right, all good. And then I went on Heck in the Morning and just was like, "I'm wrong, hand up, apologize." And that was that. So that was like the only time it's like really been bad. That I got that was just like, fuck. That was really bad. But yeah, that's it. Tough seasons. That's why I hate breaking news. Name some female fighters you'd like to see in RAF. Kayla.
Like Kayla, who I drafted. I mean, I do think Juliana Pena would make sense, right?
Yeah, Ronda would be great.
Ronda would be fun. Holly Holm,
She's done it. She's wrestled for them already.
Yeah, like you just do that more with her and stuff. Like there's just I would genuinely, and I'm probably the only person alive, I would be actually interested in Valentina Shevchenko wrestling somebody because, like,
Yeah.
I just don't like. Is she good at it? She's effective at MMA tackling people, but usually those are like hip to hip body lock stuff. So, and like she's real physical. I'd be interested. Any of the classic names that you'd sort of imagine.
Willie.
Wei Lee would be like something that we could maybe have some fun with. So yeah, any of those. Mackenzie Dern for the lulls. I think the worst wrestler in the history of MMA. Would be pretty funny.
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
I think Misha would make a lot of sense. Shout out Bolt Corpse.
Yeah, Misha would be really good. That's
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
a, that's a
there's a number
name.
of fun things you could do.
Nunez, obviously. Yeah, there's plenty. There's plenty you can go with there. I mean, really anybody. Yeah, getting Home back in there. I mean, Rose Namajunas, people like that. Like there's no shortage. Like if RAF wants somebody, they'll just go get them. Like they'll make it happen. Like it would not shock me to see John Jones wrestle for RAF at some point. I know he's gonna wrestle DC, but I think he'll probably be wrestling for RAF at some point. This is a good combination of people running it right now. They have like relationships with everybody, so we shall see. I'll take a few more though we get out of here. Looking ahead, Lazy Bet asks, a couple events on the upcoming docket that'll take place in the wee hours in the morning for the US. Will you guys be getting up early to watch live? So
we're covering.
Yeah, Perth I'm down for. I don't mind getting up. That's like what, a 4 a.m., 7 a.m.?
I think that is correct.
I am totally fine with that. We're done. We're done.
Earlier than that anyway.
Yeah, we are wrapped and packed.
In that weekend.
Oh, that's the Inoue fight, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we get the Inoue fight. So, yeah, dude, we're done. We're wrapped and packed at like 1 p.m. that day. Of course, let's rock. We could go play golf. The world's our oyster.
I don't mind getting up early. You know, if I had to do it every weekend, I probably wouldn't like that, but it's a fine. It doesn't bother me at all to get up early because once I'm awake, I'm awake. So it's like, it's fine for me.
Ilya versus Aaron beef is heating up. Yeah, Ilya was on. They were both on Ariel's show, and Ilya went off on Armin. Armin said like Ilya's not a man because he shaves his ass. All fun stuff, but the problem is we are leading into a world where they were never going to fight each other, and so for that reason, it's just like, it's gonna go down as a fight that just got away that we're never gonna see. So it's a bummer. Any chance Kane signs with RAF? I don't know this for sure. I think it is. I would say 99% he signs with RAF. I think that's it's such an easy name to get. That would generate some pretty big headlines. And it's not like Dirty Boxing trying to use it for clout or, some sort of social media win. This would just be good. I think that makes a lot of sense. So, yeah, I like that. I think they should definitely do that. More shocking moment of the MMA fighting promotional draft. UFC stealing Mike Perry, fights sneaking Eddie Hall, or RAF snatching up Josh Hokett. The Eddie Hall one.
I think Eddie Hall felt early too.
It was actually a brilliant play by
I
David.
was 100% had him on the radar.
I was literally taking him a pick later. So that was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. We're about to get Brock Lesnar, Eddie Hall, like that was happening. So that was like my whole draft strategy was to get Ilya versus Connor and Eddie Hall versus Brock Lesnar. But unfortunately, that is not the world we're living in. So good job by Dan. Fun draft. And we got through it in like less than an hour. Like it was so good.
It was just great.
It was so good. Cosmo, will you be in Dallas for RAF 9? And could we try to get a one-on-one with Gable? I will be there for RAF 9. I'm very excited because I have family in Dallas. So it's good to return. And I will try. If they'll give me, if they offer it up, that'd be great. Let's see. Maybe Khabib in RAF. He promises Bomb not to fight, but he can still wrestle, right? Jed, this is a man who watched the draft.
You must have watched the draft. I mean, again, he said he was laying down his gloves forever. They don't wear gloves. They don't wear gloves in RF. He still rocks wrestling boots all the time in camp. Just go wrestle. We can have some fun.
Josh Thompson said REF already reached out to him targeting a late summer date. Okay.
It's interesting. I mean, it's fine. Wouldn't have been a name I'd have thought they'd have gone for, but okay.
I mean,
I don't think of Josh Thompson as famous.
I don't either. I mean, could it be just kind of like this is Josh Thompson versus Hamzat kind of a thing?
I mean,
Like
that would be freaking hysterical, but
please, that's the one. Go ahead and do that. Like no one wants to see you wrestle. Do Josh Thompson versus Hamzat. Well, I mean, you can't go right to Hamzat, Kyle Snyder. You got to throw him in there with an MMA dude first.
yeah,
I think
they
him
should
just-
do something winnable, certainly for him.
That'd be interesting.
Chris Weidman. Chris Weidman.
Yeah, I mean Colby are about to wrestle, so it's gonna be
Yeah,
interesting.
once Weidman beats Colby, you do Hamza versus Weidman. And maybe, honestly, that might even be the setup. Weidman beats Colby and he gets on the mic and is like, you guys just signed Hamza Chimaev. Once he's done fighting, middleweight champ versus middleweight champ.
Josh versus Tyron Woodley in RF? I'd be down.
I think Tyron Woodley would be a perfectly fine fit to compete in RF.
Yes. Yeah, that'd be fine. That'd be interesting because I would probably do that. Josh does not like me very much. During the Heck of Morning days when he did this whole thing where he decided to like shit on the MMA media because we weren't promoting the Bellator versus PFL card. And just the way he explained it, he came off like such an ass that I kind of lost my shit a little bit. And ever since then, I've tried to like reach out to Josh to like be like, yo, like let's hash it out. Maybe I was just like, I had a little case of the grumps that day or something, and I just kind of lost it a little bit. I know they commented on it, and I know he doesn't like me very much, but I don't want beef with anybody. So, I mean, if those guys can like squash beef with everybody else, like squash it with me too. Lazy, mend the fences. I would love to talk to Josh and mend that. It's been too long. And yeah, I was not happy that day. And probably I wish I could take back like 3 or 4 of the minutes of all of that. So yeah, would love to talk. I've been trying. When Bellator was still a thing, I tried to make it happen. When he kind of jumped over to PFL at the time for just the one show, I think I tried to make it happen, but haven't been able to do it. So I would love to. I would love to talk to Josh and just be cool. So. There you go. Lazy bed. Let's do it. I love, if you want to be the facilitator of the beef squashing, let's do that. A couple more. Fun question. Best and worst scenarios for the White House card. Would Dawkins beating Bo Nickel be up there for you?
I mean, that would be one of the funniest things that could happen.
It really would. Kyle Dawkins has, I've been saying this for a while now. I'm honestly more interested in Kyle Dawkins Bo Nickel than any other fight on the card. Like I really am. I'm so intrigued by it because I truly think Kyle Dawkins could beat Bo Nickel. I think he beat him. I don't know if I'm like gonna pick him to beat him, but he can absolutely beat him. If you look at like the list of guys Bo Nickel has fought throughout his career, like besides RDR, like Kyle Dawkins is the toughest fight of his career by a pretty significant margin. So I really like this fight. Kyle's like kind of rolled into his own. And Kyle's like grown a little bit of popularity. And Bo Nickel doing the thing where it's like, hey, Colby, let's, he didn't really say this verbatim. He's like, let's kick Kyle off the card. We'll fight at the White House. Has turned Kyle into a little bit of a babyface. He goes out there and beats Bo. He becomes a player at 185. He will get the babyface rub in a massive way. So, love this man. Love this idea.
This will never happen. I'm currently rooting for the White House card to have Justin Gaethje upset Ilya Topuria, which would be, I genuinely think, the coolest and funniest thing that's ever happened in the history of the sport. Just, it would be the best day ever if that happened. Cyril Gahn to win a boring decision over Alcabra, which I also think would be incredibly funny. Eamon Zahabi, despite being bad, to somehow beat Sean O'Malley would be quite funny. And you guys could have fun with that one too, because then you could dunk all over me and be like, I thought Eamon sucked. And I'll be sitting here shaking my head, be like, he's terrible, so I guess Sean O'Malley's ass. Because Eamon can't fight. But he beat him. Because that's what I've been saying for like 4 years about Eamon now. Derek Lewis just punching Josh Hogan in the head and him imploding would be deeply funny. Of course, Kyle Dawkins winning would be funny. And then there's no bad outcome to the Steve Garcia Diego Lopez fight. So like, there's not like a funny outcome to root for there. That fight it will be 6 very, very silly, stupid, funny outcomes and 1 kick-ass fight. That would be my, like, if I could script a fight card, if I found a magic lamp right now, my first wish to the genie would be like, please let me dictate the end for each of the fights at the UFC White House card. That would absolutely be one of the 3 wishes I got.
Oh my god.
And that's the card we get. And everybody else would hate it, and I would be in tears about how funny that would be.
That would be spectacular. I can't wait. I hope all this happens because the post-fight show will be. I don't know if anything will ever top Sean Strickland winning the middleweight title.
If all of those things happen, absolutely it would top it. If Gaethje upsets Topuria, we're just gonna lose our minds that this happened, and I will never stop laughing at all of the nonsense who have been like just gassing up Ilya to the moon. And then it would just be so funny if Cyril Gahn won like just the donkeyest decision. You're just like, man, heavyweight, nothing good can happen. This is a barren wasteland of a weight class. Why is Alex Pereira up here? Just go back to light heavyweight. You're doing cool things.
If God just tackled Pereira 5 times.
Yeah, it would just be so funny. It'd be so, and if the best laid plans of the UFC to get Corey Sandhagen the win he needs went up in flames, they had to give it to Eamon Zahabi. It would be sick. It would just be so fun. I'd love this to that. It'd be my favorite day. I might have to quit watching the sport because it would never get better. All of this.
Well, we're getting close, man. We're less than 2 months away from all of that going down. But of course, we have to take a stop at the world's most famous Apex this Saturday. We'll obviously have the preview show tomorrow. Getting you ready for that. I want to pull up this card real quick, just to see what we're looking
There's
at.
some spots on it. Main event.
I love the main event.
Discuss.
Yeah, I love the main event.
I think Crawford Garcia's Alexander Hernandez, pretty fun fight.
See how good Jocelyn Edwards is? This is a big one.
Davey Grant, Adrian Luna Martinetti is a low-key heater.
Yeah.
We're going to have a lot of fun with that one. Love me a Davey Grant fight.
Montel Jackson, Jaime Barcel is really good.
Like, straight up, I do think this card is better than last week's card, and it's an Apex card. But once you get to the early prelims, there is not a ton to hang your hat on. Somebody mentioned it earlier in the comments that we don't need to get into it because why do that? Again, my DMs are open. Someone from the UFC reach out. I don't need to report this. I don't need to talk. I just need someone to explain why we are so committed to the Cedric Dumas experiment in the UFC.
Yeah.
He's a bad person and he's horrible at fighting. I don't get why we're still doing this.
Yes. Opening up the main card is heavyweights, Jed. Marcus Buchecha versus Ryan Spann. That could get rough.
That's going to be a heavyweight fight. Is what that fight
yeah.
is going to be. And
Super
so I'm into that fight because it's so bad. It's horseshoe theory. It's so bad it's good.
Speaking of heavyweight, we have a heavyweight middleweight fight potentially. Adolfo Vieira versus Eric McConaughey. That could get pretty heavyweighty.
That could get, yeah. Well, I mean, that could get real middleweighty is what that could get. But there could be a lot of middleweightiness going on there.
Dumas McVeigh is happening. Myra Bueno Silva versus Michelle Montague. That's kind of interesting. Filio Durden, we talked about that. Francis Marshall welcoming Lucas Brennan to the UFC. I gotta tell you, if someone said pick 75 fighters who are going to be outside the UFC to start the year and will end up in the UFC by the end of the year, Lucas Brennan probably would not have made my list. No disrespect to the man, but I figured like you would have to go through Contender Series or Tough or something like that. Kind of a limited fighter overall, but yeah, he got his shot. Max Griffin welcoming Victor Valenzuela to the UFC. That is happening as well. And shout out to Talita Alencar, who must have got re-signed. She's fighting Julia Pilastri to kick things off. Probably 2 fights too many on this one, if we're being honest. Maybe 3. 11 fights here. I think it would be a little more palatable. But all in all, like not the worst card we've seen this year. And a terrific main event.
So, yeah, perfect. I mean, as far as an Apex card goes, this is probably above rate. So,
yeah. I would agree with that.
What time is it? This is a late kick.
It's a 5-8. Like,
okay.
Yeah, most of them are gonna be 5-8, so we're not gonna get.
Fine. That's
might
fine.
get earlier. Very rarely get later.
5-8, we can work on a 5-8. No
5-8, but a 6-fight main card, and it's the week before a road show and a pay-per-view the following week. Like,
that's fine.
It's gonna be a 3.5-hour main card without question.
That's fine. No issues as long as this isn't like a 7-10 or whatever. You know, when they occasionally get that urge, and it's like, what are we doing? That is fine. The music is hit.
Yep, we're getting booted.
And then music stopped hitting, or I can't hear it for one reason.
It's just lower. It's just lower.
Yeah.
We're done.
In my production journey, I've yet to figure out how you time the music to go well. I'm still working on that. You know, successes lately. I've also found last week when I got to just produce, it's so much easier. It's so much easier when you're only producing and not also having to talk and host the show or whatever. So I get it now. I'm learning.
It's much more fun. Perhaps I'll take over that production only chair tomorrow and let you and AK cook.
Well, let me know. I'm fine also, so don't really care.
Okay.
Well, you do need to let me know that so I can build these streams tomorrow.
Yes. Why don't you go ahead and build the streams?
No,
and then
you know
I'll
what?
hop on. I'll hop
I'm
on
gonna
and
build
do some
the streams.
production. Yeah, I'll hop on with you guys. But next week we'll get you ready for UFC Perth, which is a thing that's happening. And then we'll be a week away from UFC 328, which everyone's fired up about. For Jedi and Mike Hack.
The first card, is it bad?
I don't know. More on that
next
next week on the program. Good night, everybody.
Love y'all.
Granger knows that if you're a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility and your machinery isn't working right, you need to understand what's wrong as soon as possible. So when a conveyor motor falters, Granger offers diagnostic tools like calibration kits and multimeters to help you identify and fix the problem. With Granger, you can be confident you have everything you need to keep your facility running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour.
4. Hello again, everyone. And bonjour to all of you out there. Mariana Hawani, welcome back to the program. I am joining you not from my New York City studio, but in fact, I am in my makeshift Paris studio. Yes, the same spot that I was in back on Wednesday. When I joined the boys on Wednesday, I had just landed several hours prior, so I was a little loopy, so I apologize if I said anything that was pretty dumb. We'll get to some of that in a moment. But now, a few days under my belt, covering the 2024 Olympic Games, not the Summer Olympic Games. I heard that, I may have said that last time as well. It's just either Paris 2024 Olympic Games, Winter Olympic Games. You never say summer because the summer is the gold standard or the original, the OG, if you will. Anyway, working here for the CBC, I've got some fun stories and some good memories, good core memories, as they like to say. So I could share some of those as well. And of course, UFC 304 has come and gone. And so today on the program, which of course is presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook, check them out. Big weekend ahead in the world of combat sports, and a big weekend and week of Olympic action to come, just getting underway. So check them out, and thank you very much to them for their support. UFC 304 has come and gone today on the program. It'll be myself, it'll be New York Rick, it'll be DC, it'll be Serious Frank, recapping it all. Had a couple days now to digest what transpired in Manchester at the brand new Co-op Live Arena. What a time it was, and yes, there is in fact a brand new UFC welterweight champion. His name, you remember it, it's Bilal Muhammad. He is the man who shocked the world and beat Leon Edwards. A lot of people didn't think he had it in him, but he got it done, and in a rather convincing fashion. Oh, by the way, Tom Aspinall, still the reigning defending real heavyweight champion, aka interim heavyweight champion. First, let me say hello to the guys. Guys, how are you? DC, doing well?
I couldn't be any better. Tom Allen won. Tom Aspinall won. I'm feeling good, man. The boys got it done, repping the Aspinall heavy today. I enjoyed the card very much last night. It's always good when the UK card goes well, and yeah, I'm doing great.
Rick, hello to you. Mr. Frank, hello to you. Rick,
Hello.
there? All good. Living light, post pay-per-view. Wiping crust out my eyes this morning, getting back to work, but happy to be here. Okay, and let me just ask you guys, because we're doing this remotely, is my video okay?
Yes, good, man.
Good, okay. As far as I'm concerned, New York Rick's video is completely on a delay. Is that accurate for you guys as well?
Yeah, man, I'm seeing that too.
Okay. So should we have him shut down and come back, because it's a massive delay?
Yeah, let's have him shut down and come back. Let's do that.
Okay.
A little live production on the fly.
Yeah. See, this is how you know it's live. New York Rick, why don't you jump off and jump back in, and then you'll let us know. Isn't this amazing? You can test it all you want. And I was the one that was worried that my internet would be crappy, but alas, it is holding up. Are you enjoying the Olympics, by the way? I see you're wearing the USA hat.
Yes, loving it. Supporting Team USA. Already got a couple goals under our belt. Basketball, getting dubs. I'm feeling good, man. Are you enjoying the Olympics, by the way? Obviously, boots on the ground.
Yes, I'm enjoying it tremendously. I think New York Rick is back, but now he's like super tuned in. What is going on?
Yeah, looking good, man.
Oh, there he is.
There we go.
Yeah. New York Rick, you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, video looks so much better.
Okay.
I'm back. Now we're on.
Welcome back. No, it's going really well. We're doing a nightly show. I hope you all check it out. It's on YouTube, on the CBC Sports YouTube account. It's called Paris Tonight, every single night. So we've got 3 down and 14 to go, and doing all kinds of fun things. I got to go on the red carpet for the opening ceremony. Got to talk to a lot of luminaries like Peyton Manning and Tony Pompeo, Pau Gasol, Didier Drogba, Alex Cooper, Carl Daddy fame. Got snubbed. You may have seen that video. Spoke to Michael Johnson, Carl Lewis, some American sporting legends, and have gone to do a lot of fun things. And on Tuesday, I'm going to Canada, Australia. So this has been a great time. And this is the second summer in a row, guys, where I'm overseas during a UFC pay-per-view. Last summer
I was in the Middle East when Sean O'Malley fought Aljamain Sterling in Boston. Obviously, this weekend I'm here, UFC 304, and every time I have to be in a situation like this, my respect and admiration for the international fans grows exponentially. I don't know how Europeans, how Asians, how well, Australians have a pretty good Sunday morning for them, but I don't know how anyone essentially outside of the Americas is a diehard fan of this sport. It is literally in the middle of the night. Like a big talking point obviously for 304 was that this card was actually happening in the middle of the night over there, and we'll get to that as well. But just to be a fan and watch every card, the Apex cards, the Fight Nights cards, we could, you know what? Like we complain about the 10 p.m. I get it. I get why they get annoyed at us when we say the 10 p.m. main card start times are brutal. These people have to watch at 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. just to start the main card. And so for myself, I'll be honest. I watched up until Oban Elliott, and then I went to bed, and then I woke up at I think around 7:45 a.m. local time, which is, or maybe it was a little bit before that because it was 6 hours, maybe 7 a.m. local time. I literally woke up just as they were announcing Bilal as winner. And I gotta be honest with you, with like 3 or 4 hours of sleep under my belt, I thought I was dreaming for a moment. I was like, what kind of alternate reality have I woken up to? And so, yeah, I just think it's unbelievable. And so then what I did was I rewatched everything that I missed, and then got caught up. You can skip a lot of the filler, a lot of the talking, a lot of the the promos and the packages and all that stuff. But yes, here we are. It's a wild time. So let me get into it, and then I want to talk to you guys about what transpired. Yes, Bilal Muhammad is in fact still the brand new UFC welterweight champion with the unanimous decision. In what was somewhat of a, I don't want to say, it wasn't shocking, and I think that he was being disrespected a lot by the fans and maybe some of the newer fans who hadn't been watching him. He's come a long way, and I would be lying if I thought, or if I said I thought, or many people said they thought this was a championship fighter in the making. But if you look at how he's looked as of late and who he has beaten as of late, this wasn't a one-sided matchup on paper. Obviously, Leon was extremely confident going in, and a lot of the odds makers and fans were confident on his behalf. But Bilal had a fighting chance, and he rose to the occasion in what was the biggest fight of his career, and reminiscent to a degree of Leon Edwards versus Kamaru Usman, in the sense that, and that's number two, in the sense that Leon had to scratch and claw to get to this point, and he knew that if he lost that fight, that title fight in August of 2022 in Salt Lake City, he knew that he was not going to get another crack because the UFC was very hesitant. He was a minute away from never getting another crack at the belt, probably, and then of course he shocks the world with the head kick. Well, I think for Bilal, this was his Super Bowl. This was his World Cup final. He knew, because the UFC tried to give this shot to everyone but him, that this is his one and only chance. And so he prepared like a desperate man who had to win, must win, and he performed and fought like a man who knew this was his only chance, and he rose to the occasion. I thought it was a relatively easy fight to score, 48 to 47 for Bilal Muhammad. I gave the first, second, and fourth rounds. I gave Leon the third and fifth rounds. Overall, I thought Leon looked sluggish. I do not think that he looked as good as he did, of course, against Colby Covington or Kamaru in the trilogy. He was taken down easily, repeatedly. He was outmuscled. He was bullied. And yes, he had some moments, but I never really felt like the tide was completely turning. Maybe towards the end of the fifth round, probably the most damage that he inflicted. But this was a extremely impressive performance by Bilal Muhammad, and a very dominant one, and the kind of performance and the kind of fight where no one's really clamoring for another one, at least not anytime soon. And if you ask Dana White, it sounds like they have other plans because he was quite non-committal to running this one back right away. And I think that's fine, and I think that's fair. It's not like Leon had the belt for that long. It was pretty much 2 years. And so, they let the pressure picks up. Here, Fred, do you agree with my scorecard? Do you agree with the scorecards as well? I didn't see anyone trying that Leon deserved to win, but obviously there were some 49-46s, 48-47. How did you score it?
Yeah, I had it the same way. 1, 2, 4 for Bilal and 3 and 5 for Leon. I think you can make an argument that even 5 was for Bilal, but that elbow at the end and the damage inflicted kind of swings it for me. But yeah, but very clearly, Bilal Muhammad won 3 rounds, no matter how you slice it, of that fight. So,
So there's a lot of different things of why he should be to Oroville. But the reason why I moved to Oroville is because I just like Oroville. If a person was interested in coming to Oroville, I would tell them that probably the number one reason would be the small town atmosphere. We don't have the hustle and bustle of like down in the city, and also too, this is a good place to raise kids.
You've got ideas, a new project, a renovation that's been waiting. Bauer gives you the tools you need to build, fix, and upgrade at prices that deliver more for your dollar. Bauer, heavy duty guaranteed.
yeah, scored it that way. Impressive performance by Bilal, like, and you alluded to it, that Leon looked lethargic, looked sluggish, like, Bilal looked like a guy who was fighting at 6 p.m., and Leon looked like a guy that was fighting at 6 a.m. That's just how that fight looked. Like, there was not a lot, there was not maximum effort from Leon. He did not look as sharp and as ready as he had previously, and Bilal looked every bit ready to kind of take the crown, to the point where it seemed like all week Bilal had been ramping up the stakes. He had continued to say, hey, I want to be the greatest welterweight ever. I'm going to be second behind GSP. I'm going to make this guy look easy. And he continued to escalate and escalate and escalate the stakes. And if he failed, he would have had a lot of egg on his face, and fans would have never let it hear the end of it. There was a lot building toward that. But instead, he cashes in, and now everything that he said has a little more into it. Now, certainly, I don't think anybody puts him second behind GSP, but he can now start at least entering that conversation if he continues to do this, now that he's a UFC champion and now that he has potential title defenses behind him. So he continued to escalate the stakes and then deliver it on the biggest stage. So you have to give credit to Bilal Muhammad.
DC, in your opinion, was that more about how good Bilal looked and how good he fought, or how bad Leon looked and fought?
I think it was a combination of both things. I think Bilal Muhammad was fantastic. I mean, you can argue whether it was 3 rounds for Bilal, 4 rounds for Bilal, but he won such a majority of that fight. There was only, outside of round 3, there was just small moments for Leon Edwards. He started bouncing back in round 1, but then Bilal just lands that uppercut and gets that second takedown, wins the round. And then round 5, yeah, he had the elbow at the very end, but I mean, he got controlled and dominated that entire round leading up to that point. So, I mean, like, you're talking about like 20, 25 minutes Bilal Muhammad winning that fight. So I think he came out with a great game plan. I think he came out prepared. I think he came out and looked fantastic and put his game plan to use on Leon Edwards. And I do think that Leon Edwards did look lethargic. It didn't look like his best performance. It didn't look like he was all the way there. But I'm not going to make that the blame for Bilal Muhammad being the champion. It was an incredible performance by him. So maybe Leon had a little bit to do with it in coming out flat. But I give all credit to Bilal Muhammad.
Look, I'll say this, if we're to divide it up, I think it's 85% Bilal looked tremendous and 50% Leon didn't look good. And the first thing that Leon said, if you see in the post-fight interview, was, I was tired. And that's fine. But his team told me before the fight that, they hired an F1 sleep specialist, because the F1 drivers are driving all over the world, different time zones. And so they felt ready to go. This was obviously a big talking point. He was fighting at around 5:30 in the morning. I think this is absurd. And if I'm Leon Edwards, I'm pissed off that a title defense is happening at 5:30 in the morning. If I'm any fan in Manchester, I'm pissed off. We talked to so many people leading up to this fight about this. I think it's absolutely absurd. I think it's disrespectful to the fighters. I think it's disrespectful to the fans. I think it's just insane to do this when you're the UFC. But I don't think it's fair to use it as an excuse for Leon Edwards, because Tom Aspinall looked great, Arnold Allen looked great, Paddy Pimblett looked great, and on the prelims, even though the prelims, you could say, okay, those people were fighting closer to what a main event would be back home. Still, for the most part, they looked great. Nick Parkin gets a finish.
and he's like the decision machine. So like, if all my thinking going into this was, I'm feeling it right now. I'm going to bed here at around 3:30 because I'm still kind of, I don't work until later, so I'm still kind of on American time zone. And so I figured if you're a Bilal Muhammad, just stay on American time because you're fighting in American time. Reminds me of that card that happened in Northern Night in Sweden many years ago. Gustafsson, Rumble Johnson. Rumble knocked out Gustafsson. He was the one that went to Sweden and performed way better than the main eventer, and it was the same type of situation. So I think that this was better for the foreigners on paper going in. And if Imlet would have looked bad, and if Arnold would have looked bad, and if Parkin and Oban Elliott would have looked bad, we would have had something there. But unfortunately, all those guys look pretty damn good. And so it's hard to feel for Leon on that front. I will say, I thought Leon was going to win. I thought he looked much better in the first fight. I thought he was on route to a victory prior to the eye poke in the first fight. And, it's not quite fit or Jan Aljamain Sterling. But imagine that eye poke never happened. That stops Bilal's, winning streak. And then you probably have to win 4 more fights before you get back there if you're Bilal. So that eye poke, in retrospect now, proved to be gigantic. It just kind of changed the trajectory of both their lives.
There's a lot about the job that isn't actually that fun that I have now automated away almost entirely. It's really common that you run into merge conflicts. You're finally ready to merge something and it's a conflict. Your CI is failing. But I have a Green PR's automation here that uses some of our skills. And this is going to go through. And it's going to say, like, do any have CI failures because of, like, something linted wrong or, like, didn't get caught in the pre-push? Or maybe it's going to merge conflict because someone is, like, also changing it because we're rushing to, finish up a project or something like that. My PRs are always green.
You installed this?
Even had a few screws left over.
If it's important, it's not worth compromising. That's why with Farmers, you can get quality and savings.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
I thought he was going to win, but I will say my feelings started to change at the press conference on Thursday when he did the Kobe Bryant, Matt Barnes thing like that, and Bilal didn't flinch. I was like, oh, that's not Leon Edwards. That's a frustrated Leon. That's a Leon that is getting annoyed at the top. That's a Leon that is trying to break him. And credit to Bilal, he did not flinch. He may have blinked, but he did not move. And that was the first time where I thought, this dude is confident and he's ready to go. And it just didn't feel like Leon was on his game. And I know all this is in retrospect, but I remember seeing that and thinking, that's not the same Leon who brushes these things off his shoulders. So I just felt like from that point forward, something was amiss, something was awry, and now he has to live with it.
I think there might be something to that. I also think just the tact he took for the entire week was to dismiss Bilal Muhammad, to say, he's not on my level, he's not supposed to be here, this is my show. And it turns out that was not the case at all. Regardless, if Leon had come out and still had a great performance, it is clear from that fight that Bilal Muhammad belongs on this level, and I think it was probably detrimental to him to think that way, or at least to express that, even if, behind the scenes he put in the same amount of work. There's certainly a psychology to the idea that, if you think Bilal is not on your level, it's going to be a real shock and surprise when it turns out he is. So, I didn't, like you, I didn't love, what I was seeing from Leon this week, but at the same time, he is such a composed and technical striker that I thought there would be opportunity for him to still, be successful here, but Bilal really stifled him. I think ultimately this may be hindsight, or somebody will point to hindsight and be saying this, but stylistically this is a really good matchup for Bilal. Leon is not a horse, right? Leon is not a freak athlete, somebody who's going to make Bilal look slow. Leon is somebody who's going to potentially pick Bilal apart by being a superior striker and being able to stuff the takedown. Bilal, the gap in athleticism, Bilal not the greatest athlete, but has great cardio and very aggressive and gets in people's faces and puts the pressure on them. If that athleticism gap is not very big, then Bilal's going to be in the fight and he's going to have real chance to be successful, and he was against Leon. So I think it was a good matchup for him. I was a little surprised by the betting odds. And then you combine that with Leon's performance, which was not his best by any measure, and to get a new champion.
DC, can I ask you a question? You're very cool. I'm very accurate, as kids say. Why do you think the law doesn't connect with people like some other fighters? And why do you think it seems to me like it is? And I know I know I'm putting you on the spot here, but like it seems to me like it is so kind of open and okay to rag on them. Like people like to have them as the butt of the joke, more so than any other top-ranked fighter. Why is that? Why do people like? Because by the way, you look at the record, and look at the names: Leon Edwards, Gilbert Burns, Sean Brady, Vicente Luque, Wonderboy Thompson, Damian Maia. Those are all wins post iPhone. That's a who's who of 170. Why do you think he doesn't connect with them?
I wish I could pinpoint it exactly. I mean, you could make the argument that he wins almost exclusively via decision. Doesn't have the most exciting style of fighting. He's not great on the microphone. I know that he upped his game with trolling and saying outlandish things for this fight camp, but he's not that great on the microphone. And that, I guess that's just it. I guess the style of fighting combined with not being exciting or funny when he's on the microphone. I guess people just doubted him too. I guess people just love to doubt him as well. I mean, even me, I was thinking about it. Just a little over 2 years ago, this guy was fighting Vicente Luque in the rematch. He was a plus 200 underdog. I want to say the fight before that, he was a massive underdog for Wonderboy as well. It feels like he has constantly been doubted, and people just would brush him off and just believe that he was never going to become a champion. I mean, I will say that I am guilty. I did not think Bilal Muhammad was going to become a champion. So I feel like they just wanted to see him lose. They wanted to see him fail. They never actually believed that he would get to this point. And this is the last stone to unturned for him, and now he's got UFC gold. And I felt like I saw love. I saw respect for Bilal Muhammad last night because it is an incredible story. He really did have to scratch and claw to get his way there, 10 wins, and then when he finally gets the opportunity, he does it. He wins the belt, and he gets the gold. So I felt like I saw respect. I don't know if people are going to be diehard Bilal Muhammad fans now, but it feels like people are starting to respect him and give him more credit than they have in the past.
To this point, sorry, you got. No, I was just going to say a lot of people were sort of analyzing Dana White's body language as he was putting the belt, and then the press conference, and he seemed to be in a very foul mood, and he said he'll never give those extra bonuses out anymore, and he was so mad, and he seemed to blame the four fighters, and I just chalked it up to maybe he was tired, although then I started to think about it, and if he's in London for a couple of days, he's probably still on Vegas time, and that's just 10 p.m. for him. So why the hell was he so upset? Do you think he was upset, Rick, because Bilal Muhammad is his welterweight champion?
Potentially partially, but I think it was just more being up at that time and being cranky. And then you have isn't this the story of the welterweight division though? Isn't Kamaru Usman beating Tyron Woodley? Dana probably not being thrilled about having this guy who's a wrestler, who's not great on the mic, who wants to be loved. Is Kamaru Usman not Bilal Muhammad?
By the way, all the Woodley is that done?
And isn't
Woodley knocking out Robbie Lawler?
Isn't Leon that? Isn't Leon that? Every single one of them has been this guy who's not getting finishes, not super exciting, a little bit understated, a little bit reserved, and then you get the belt, and then you put together a few title defenses, and winning cures everything. The perception of Leon Edwards is so different than the perception before he won the title. The perception of Kamaru Usman was so different than before he won the title. And the same thing can potentially happen for Bilal Muhammad if he's able to string together a few title defenses.
Dana White should be excited. He should be excited because now he gets to put Bilal Muhammad up against an 18-0 title contender with 18 finishes throughout his career. You have the potential to have an exciting welterweight champion right up next.
I want to ask you guys about that in a moment, but it's such a great point. Even going back to Matt Serra, who figured that he would beat GSP. This division is a wacky one.
Guys, just smile and say, switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes and get an iPhone 17 on
Why
them.
can't we just say cheese?
Okay, cheese.
Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes and get a new iPhone 17 on us.
Time Woody beating Robbie Lawler, Mark Usman beating Woodley, and then of course, they wanted Phil to be champion, maybe Wonder Boy to be champion. Woodley screwed up those plans, and then the Leon win, and then the Bilal Muhammad win as well. Very, very crazy. Okay, so then let us talk about what may be next. And obviously, it appears as though it's not going to be Leon Edwards, and it appears as though they have some other plans. Dana White alluded to it. And so it appears as though Shavkat Rakhmonov, who was mentioned, by the way, in a great Action Bronson song, could be that guy, and he was raising his hand. He was saying on Twitter on Saturday right after, like, hey, don't forget, I'm the guy. Now, Ian Gary called out Shavkat, and she was like, man, I really kind of like Ian Gary versus Shavkat. I really like that a lot. But now when you look at the landscape, you see that Shavkat is really the best choice, even though he doesn't have like a big time signature win. He doesn't have a number one contender fight win under his belt. Obviously Ian is there. They're not going to run it back with Leon. JDM is there, Jack Della Maddalena, but he's not fighting in Perth. He's still messed up. His arm's still infected. I believe he had a baby recently, so he'll be out for several months. And so is it Bilal versus Shavkat? And are there any other options? Am I missing something? I saw, by the way, on ESPN they were campaigning for Usman versus Bilal. Yeah, who's asking for this? No one's asking for this.
You got to do Shavkat. You have a guy who's undefeated.
Even though he doesn't have that like number one contender win.
That's all right, man. That's all right. Islam Makhachev got a shot off a Bobby Green victory. Yeah, I mean, like Shavkat has proven that he's an elite level mixed martial artist. He has this aura about him that he's just unbelievably good, unbelievably talented, and the record backs it up. 18 finishes. This is who you had Bilal fight, and either Bilal gets past Shavkat, and it's just like, wow, this guy is legit champion, and I think the impression of him starts turning in favor of like the Marl Usmans and the Leons of the world, or Shavkat comes and he becomes a welterweight champion, and now it's like, how long can this guy go? Now he's 19-0 at this point. Like, how many title defenses can this guy rack up to be one of the greatest ever? I think it's without a doubt. Then maybe you both what? Ian Gary versus Leon Edwards?
I love that. Yeah, I actually kind of love that. What do you think, Rick?
Shavkat versus Bilal, Ian versus Leon, Kamaru versus Wonder Boy.
Ooh.
Get it done.
Let them settle it out, and then you book JD.
Everybody settles it.
Yeah, healthy, and the baby's a little bit older and a little bit wiser.
Leon versus Ian is just like right there for you, right? Perfect. There's a storyline there. Shavkat versus so I saw some people saying put Shavkat versus Bilal in Abu Dhabi. I mean, they've asked people to turn around. Just ask Couchmate. That's in 3 months from today. That Abu Dhabi card, or like 27, 26, whatever it is. That's a quick turnaround. Crazier things have happened. Bilal fighting in Abu Dhabi does make sense.
I was just gonna say, like, look, Bilal went through a lot of hell this week. Although actually, there was some at the press conferences and things like that. There were some vocal like supporters of Bilal. Like, I certainly think there were a lot of fans that turned out. Maybe surprisingly, right? I expected it to be a little more overwhelming to Leon, but there were a lot of boos. There was a lot of consternation about everything Bilal Muhammad was saying. If he goes to Abu Dhabi, I feel like he would be a guy that people would get behind. And so maybe it's worth that, you expedite that timeline a little bit and heal up and try to get it done, because if you can get it done there, I think the support will be in his favor. So, I don't know, but it makes sense.
And then the other one that I saw was him on the December card, but as things stand right now, the December card is Conor McGregor. They ain't playing for long. Conor McGregor card. There's just no reason why. You just know it. You know what I mean? You just know it. So yeah, maybe it's Abu Dhabi, or then it's probably January. And that's 6 or so months. I'm sure he wants to, chill out a little bit. So the 3 months might be quick. I do really love the Leon versus Gary fight, but also again, like Leon probably wants some time off too. Although I don't think he got beat up necessarily. He's probably just super pissed. I reached out to his team, but I didn't hear back yet. He probably did. This has
this has a sort of, it has a little Izzy Strickland to it, doesn't it, right? Where it felt like for the whole build-up, Izzy was just dismissing Strickland, like, what? Of course I'm gonna roll through this guy. And then Strickland shocks the world, and it felt the same leading up to it in retrospect, right? Like Leon was just very dismissive, and this is going to be a fight that I think he's going to regret for the rest of his career, especially if he doesn't get another crack at the belt. And he should feel annoyed that it happened in the middle of the night, but again, everyone had to play with those cards, so them's the breaks.
I think on Leon's part, it was similar to the Izzy thing, like in the sense that he was dismissing it. But I think the law winning is much less of a shock than
That's fair. Yep, that's fair. That's 100% fair. All right, let us talk about some other things on the card as well. I want to get through some other stuff. Obviously, Tom Aspinall. What a performance from Tom. Tommy Aspinall. What a guy. 60 seconds. But I have to say, okay, so he beats Curtis Blades. He rights the wrong. He looks fantastic. He appeared to be in tremendous shape. The crowd loved him. The singing was great. Before the fight, after the fight, they played the song. They played the Casey and the Sunshine Band song, which I loved, which the broadcast team had no idea about. Like, they were just like, wow, this is great. Tommy, yeah, it was amazing. Everything about it was amazing. Do you see, Tommy did get stunned a couple times there. Did you see that? A couple shots.
Yeah, I mean,
worried.
Same. There was a couple moments where I was like, oh, it's nice from Curtis Blades, but
The Icon G2 ratchet lineup just got even bigger. New styles, expanded sizes, and tool truck quality at prices that make sense. Icon G2 ratchets, only at Harbor Freight.
Welcome to Wix Harmony. Take the speed of AI and pixel level control to go from words into a full website that's entirely yours to shape. Need a new page, section, or a restyle? Ask Aria, your personal AI agent. And boom, there it is. Flow naturally. Between generating and doing it yourself. This is the new way to create. Wix Harmony.
a matter of 60 seconds. I mean, Tommy Aspinall he just does it again. It's like you can't doubt this guy. I mean, Tom Aspinall, honestly, Tom Aspinall and Patty Pimblett are the reason that Leon cannot use the time as an excuse because they both look so fantastic. But yeah, Tom Aspinall, and then he gets on the mic, politely calls out John Jones. You know, listen, man, I have nothing against you. I just think you're the best heavyweight in the world. Prove me wrong. Just prove me wrong. So that is the fight that I want to see. I don't know if there's a fight right now in the UFC that I would be more excited for than John Jones Tom Aspinall.
Is there any chance they say thanks but no thanks to Stipe? I don't think so.
I don't doubt it.
No.
Because John won't say thank you.
Right.
I mishear Dana saying that whoever won this fight would definitely get a shot with John.
Yes. Well, no, he said whoever wins this fight will get the winner of John versus Stipe.
Okay.
And he did say that he liked the idea of Tom being the backup fighter, but whatever. I mean, he'll be in New York, I guess. It's different. Like, he associated the punches ticket. Tom versus John is the fight. And if John wins that fight, it doesn't defend the belt against Tom, or tries to pick someone else, or honestly relinquish it. Like, I made a joke that belt is as relevant as the WAMA title. The WAMA title was a belt that was made many moons ago by an organization to try to be the official heavyweight title. They tried to create their own sanction body, and they gave it to Fedor Emelianenko, but it was never really recognized, and it was never really a thing, and it obviously isn't a thing anymore. I just think it's absurd to say that John Jones is more of a relevant champion or official champion than Tom Aspinall, considering who Tom has beaten, considering how he's beaten him, considering how long he's been in the heavyweight division. It's absolutely insane. Steve and John, all due respect to them, they are legends. They are two greats of all time. They're fighting for the Legends title. Tom is a fighting champion. Tom is a champion who's been active and has beat everyone in that division up So the winner of that fight has to fight Tom Aspinall. And it was great to see him rise to the occasion. Shame on him though for lying to us about the petrol hands. Some kind of BS. He calls me in the middle of the night. He's like, I need to talk to you. I'm half asleep. And he's like, I got it. He had the whole thing. And I was like, wow, you actually do it. And he took his water in the damn bucket. He got me good. And I was the one that was questioning it, and you guys were the one that said it was real. Weren't you guys the ones? Nice try.
I still kind of think it's real. Just like deep down, I'm like, he might just not want other people to get on board with it.
You think that he's afraid that there's going to be copycats?
Yeah, exactly. I like deep
Wow.
down, I'm kind of like, man, I still think it's a perpetual thing. Just like one last thing on the John Jones thing. You talk about Tom Aspinall being a fighting champion. 5.5 months passed. Then Tom Aspinall made his return after a horrible knee injury. Then he won the interim belt. Then he defended his interim belt. All since the last time that John Jones fought.
All since.
All since. Like it's just crazy. Just in the last year, he has come back and got a massive victory, returning from injury, won an interim title, and defended that interim title. And John Jones had not fought for 5 months this time last year.
How about the fact that since February of 2020, John has fought once. By the time he fights in November, if he fights in November, it will almost be 5 years, one fight. 5 years, one fight. Come on, well, it would. The only thing I could say that was a win was, like, Dana did a horrendous job of putting over Bilal and Tom. Like, he said nothing, but he was just in a foul mood. Instead of being up there and being like, he said some things about Tom, oh yeah, he's great, this and that, but like, you can really, if you have a heavyweight champion from the UK, who is one of the nicest human beings on the planet, who when asked to call out John Jones says, hello John, I respect you, but I'd like to beat you because I think I'm better than you. Like, the guy is a dream. He is a dream. He is a family man. He doesn't disrespect the company. He doesn't embarrass the company, all this stuff. And every time he talks about heavyweight division, he goes on a rant about John Jones. At least this time he didn't go on a rant about John Jones. But it blows my mind that they're not really getting behind him in the ways that I think they should get behind him. They've got something very special. And he's the best heavyweight in the world. And I don't even think it's such a debate. I don't even think that's a hot take. I don't even think that's such a crazy statement. He is the best heavyweight in the world, in my opinion. And that interim belt is a hell of a lot more real than John's belt. Yeah. Rick, you back? I'm back. Your connection is just pure shite.
That lag is crazy.
That's not my connection. Look at how clear I am. It's not the connection. There's something else going on. Like, it's not, I don't know what it is. It's a weird thing.
But everything you just said about Tom Aspinall is so true, and why he's not putting him over. Like, all the things you just said, he's incredibly humble. Like, he's popular, people enjoy him. And then on top of that, Dana White is so angry and frustrated. Like, he's talking about 7 straight decisions on the cards, so the Undertaker bonuses are going away forever. These people are boring fighters. Tom Aspinall, all he does is get quick, fast, exciting finishes. I mean, I think he has brought his average fight time down even more, down to 2 minutes and 10 seconds. It really is. It's like a prototype made in a lab of like dream heavyweight for the UFC.
It really is. He really is. And he's just such a damn good guy. And such a damn good fighter. I've said time and again, Cain Velasquez, Frank Mir, he is the hybrid of them. The way he fights, the way he moves. Again, he did get popped a couple times there, which is a little concerning if you're a Tom Aspinall fan. But it was great to see the crowd get behind him. It was great to see the singing. And it was great to see him finally put that fight to bed, put that disaster. Crazy to think that 2 years ago he's on the mat, almost exactly 2 years to the day, blows out his knee, and is just in total shock and pain. And here he is 2 years later, considered by many the best heavyweight in the world, and maybe a few months away from a showdown against John Jones. Right now, Tom versus John, who wins in your opinion this season?
Dealing with information overload, Notebook LM can turn dense documents into dialogue with audio overviews, visualize connections from scattered sources with mind maps, and more. Surface new insights from your sources with Google Workspace.
Bitcoin exposure is just a few clicks away. Meet IBIT.
No wallets, no keys, no crypto exchanges. You trade it just like a stock in your brokerage account. The next wave of Bitcoin investing is here with the world's most traded Bitcoin ETP.
I'm no Tom. I'm no Tom. I mean, just the way that he gets finishes, the way that he finds them, the speed, his timing, everything. I'm not gonna doubt the guy until I have a reason to do it right now.
Yeah, I'd love to. Are there even Austin?
See, I haven't seen it. I would imagine Tom Jones is gonna be the favorite. I mean, I would not discredit anyone for thinking that John Jones would win that fight. I mean,
A lot of momentum. I know, but a lot, that's a legacy award. Right now,
I don't have any odds on it.
I'm surprised not one of those Fugazi sport books didn't put anything out there. I would love to see that fight. And Tom, what about Tom getting crafty and suggesting a four-man one-night tournament? Tom versus Alex. They versus John.
Absolutely love it.
What does that take us to do? Well over $1 million. Adam is magic.
So you got John Jones, where many believe it to go. You have Stipe, where many believe it to be a heavyweight goes. You have Tom Aspinall, who's this up-and-coming young star that has looked unbeatable to this point. And then you have Alex Pereira, who is arguably the hottest star, inarguably the biggest babyface in the UFC right now. All at the top of the bill, all at the heavyweight division. Don Nail, man. Don Nail.
Better chance Tom Aspinall's next fight. Alex Pereira, John Jones.
You're saying,
what would you have to pick?
Coach Stipe?
Just saying, the next time we see Tom Aspinall in a fight.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said John Jones. My mistake. You're asking what is next to Tom Aspinall? John Jones.
Essentially, yeah. Who will be his opponent the next time we see him?
I think it's going to be John Jones. I think that John Jones can go out there. He's going to beat Stipe Miocic. Tom Aspinall is still going to be waiting, and John Jones is the ultimate competitor. People can say that he's talking Tom Aspinall, but this is the greatest fighter of all time. It's not actually just. The Stipe fight means a lot to him, and I think the competitiveness in John Jones will have some fight. I mean, there's a little bit of history there. They've run into each other in public. The MMA fan base seems to want it. I think
I want to think so as well. I'll just say this. If John Jones doesn't fight Tom Aspinall, if he blows by Stipe Miocic and doesn't fight Tom Aspinall, I will say that his run as a heavyweight will be akin to perhaps Michael Jordan on the Washington Wizards, where it's let's not talk about this chapter of the career, and let's just talk about everything else. Let's talk about the Bulls run / the light heavyweight run. Because that will mean he will have had an opportunity to fight Francis Ngannou, and he will have had an opportunity to fight Tom Aspinall, and for various reasons, those fights didn't materialize into the heavyweight, right? Or at least en route to heavyweight. And so, look, he doesn't have to fight Tom Aspinall to be considered the greatest of all time. His legacy is set, but that's the fight that everyone wants to see right now. That is 1,000% the fight that everyone wants to see. And Tom said in the post-fight interview, what did he say? He's like, or I think it was the press conference. He's like, I bet that John was rooting for Curtis tonight. And to his point, John usually pops up on Twitter when he's thinking was pretty quiet.
Fingers and toes crossed that Curtis Blades ended up getting a victory. I did just find for Rational Douglas. Tom Aspinall minus 50, John Jones plus 130. And then there are also odds. John Jones minus 600, Alex Pereira plus 450.
Wow. Okay. Alex Pereira plus 450, huh? Damn.
Heavyweight.
Yeah.
Tom Jones can grapple.
What about Alex Pereira?
That would be a crazy one. Alex Pereira, Tom Aspinall minus 400. Alex Pereira plus 300. That's interesting. They got Aspinall as a favorite over Jones. They got Jones as a minus 600 over Alex Pereira, and Aspinall as a minus 400.
It's all styles.
Yes.
Aspinall is going to grapple Alex Pereira. It has not made any secret about it. He's like, why would I ever strike with this guy who has nuclear take him down?
Switchy what? I need the walkouts. I need like the tension. I need everything about it. I need the build up. I need cause like John Jones locking into like they had the video of Sturbaum playing FIFA, and then it goes to John Jones, and he's just like, oh yeah, he likes video games, the 12th ranked in the world on FIFA or something like that. He's like, I'm not here to do that bullshit. I'm here to fight. And then like of course he goes out there and wins 90 seconds. I need that build up. I need that. I just need it. That is the fight that I want.
Is that, do you think that's the most anticipated fight in the UFC right now? Like the most desired fight in the UFC right now? I mean, I guess anything Conor related is always going to be number one. Non-Conor.
There's a lot about the job that isn't actually that fun that I have now automated away almost entirely. Like, we have a very large code base and we have a lot of contributors and we've got some controlled chaos going on. But here, I'm asking Codex to look at the last day of commits into this section of our mod repo and basically like group them, tell me who worked on what got done, what do I need to know about. And so I wake up in the morning with almost like a, you know, if you've used ChatGPT Pulse, it's like a personalized pulse. I open the app in the morning and sitting there is like, here's what happened yesterday in the code base.
George and Junior are fed up. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today, but they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps them find a deal on the right parts.
Non-Conor, I feel like for real fans that know the sport, that watch at least all of the pay-per-views and are aware of the landscape of the UFC and the heavyweight division, I feel like that's the one. I really do. Because the Pereira moving up to heavyweight is very fun, and I love that idea, and I think it would be tremendous to see how he does. But like, you look at the odds, at least from the odds makers' point of view, they think he's thoroughly outmatched at heavyweight against guys like Aspinall versus John Jones. John Jones and Aspinall is a point split. Legacy's on the line. I mean, what does Tom Aspinall's legacy become if he becomes the one that defeats John Jones? And then John Jones has basically just shut up the up and comer that can't do anything but win in 1 minute against the best of the heavyweight division. It's just so good.
We have a real chance here to exercise the ghosts we never got. This is the one. This is the one. Everybody wants it. I feel like John was more on board with a Francis than he is potentially with the Tom. But I think if you pay him enough, you can get John Jones on board. Let's learn from the mistake that we made that we never got John and Francis, and let's make Tom versus John.
And of course, Steve can go out there and screw all the stuff.
No,
Knock out,
he can't.
knock out John Jones and then retire. Be like, I'm out of here, and then Tom just becomes the undefeated champion. Just like when PSP beat Michael Bisping and retired, and then Robert Whitaker became the undefeated champion. By the way, very quickly, some people were saying it was an early stoppage by one Mark Goddard. I could see hair. I think it was inevitable, but if you're a Curtis guy, if you're a Curtis fan, if you are Curtis, are you pissed? You guys feel that it was early?
I think Tom Aspinall has a pretty good of just like he hit him with the short left, knocks him down, and then he has 250 pounds laying on top of him. He is just landing there's no intelligent defense happening from Curtis Blades. He's just landing shot after shot after shot. And Tom Aspinall said it, man. He was just like, if the ref let it continue, he's just going to go to that point you're defending fighter. I see everyone saying that because Curtis Blades was not out, and he was able to get up and be like, do what? But I think Tom Aspinall got 250 pounds on his back, just and like he is just like the quickness of Tom Aspinall, just like he lands like 10 shots in like 5 seconds straight to Curtis Blades. I think it's don't need to see. Again, Goddard did nothing wrong.
Yes, no, he did everything right.
John Jones did tweet on Sunday, supply and demand at its finest kind of level. So, and he likes to play around. But I do think, he was watching, or at least I don't think he, but usually when he's involved, he's watching when he's tweeting. When the opponent got smacked out of Paul in his face, and I this kind of thing happen, and he didn't have much to say. Hopefully, we didn't see that fight in 2025. What a win for Paddy Pimblett. 6 wins in a row now. A stoppage, a finish, a submission, triangle choke against one King Green. Maybe his best performance, his most impressive performance, considering who he beat. He looked dialed in. He appeared to be in tremendous shape. Green seemed, he seemed ready to go. An ill-advised takedown attempt was his demise. Paddy Pimblett is one of the best BJJ guys in the lightweight division. That is his forte. That has always been his forte. He's phenomenal on the ground. And for one reason or another, Green shot. That led to a guillotine attempt, which led to a triangle choke attempt, which kind of led to like an arm triangle choke. And it appeared as though Bobby Green's arm may have snapped there because, like, I don't think he was out, but he was laying on the ground like he was out. But I think it was because his arm was so messed up. This was impressive stuff. A mistake, yes, by Bobby Green, but Paddy Pimblett with a massive win, a massive submission against a guy who doesn't get submitted. And I would just say to Paddy, like, you see the Paddy of the Cage Warriors days was fun-loving and joyful, and people want that Paddy. For some reason, he has this animosity in his heart so much because of the feedback, and let's not beat around the bush. I think a lot of it stems from what he said about me, and I till this day don't understand why he continues to double and triple down on the story. Till this day, I don't understand why he continues to lie about the story, why he continues to tell this fabrication of what happened, because I've already explained and proved that what he is saying is not true. He continues to say it, and the people are seeing through it. I wish he would drop all that. I have even made attempts through intermediaries to try and finish this, squash this, not to have him on the show, to extend the olive branch so that we can end all of this, so that he could say in an interview we're good, and he doesn't seem to want to do that, and I'm not the one who wronged him. I'm the one in the right, and everyone knows that, and yet it just seems like, even waiting the fight and going out and saying, like, put your balls in my mouth, like, why? Why is there so much animosity towards the public? Why is there so much, I don't know, I don't get it, 'cause I don't think he wants that. There's some guys who want that. I don't think he wants that. I think he wants to be fun-loving Paddy. He has it all. He has the look. He's a great fighter. I've always believed he could be a top 10 fighter in the UFC, and he's proving it now. I don't get why he goes with this approach.
I think a lot of it has to do with how much hate that he's got over the last, year and a half now. Whether it's because of his own doing or not, he has received a ton of hate. And obviously, he's always sort of been, like, claimed as he's a fraud, time to fade him, everything like that. And then, like you said, man, he had such an impressive performance because he was fine on the feet as well. Bobby Green really wasn't doing that much before he shot for the takedown. And then it just looked like these guys were competing in two different sports once they got to the ground. I mean, Paddy Pimblett had him every which way until the finish. And then, gets the first round finish in what the odds makers had was a coin flip fight that a lot of people thought Bobby Green, King Green was going to win. Comes out in front of the home crowd, gets the first round finish. And yeah, I think he was probably feeling a lot of emotions, and that's why he got on the mic and said that.
Oh, more cheese? The Applebee's OM Cheeseburger is back, now with more cheese. Our juicy bacon cheeseburger served on a sizzling skillet of cheese. Too much cheese? Never. The OM Cheeseburger for $11.99, only at Applebee's.
In Orville, you do have a rare opportunity to experience a wide variety of recreational activities. Like I said, we have 5 large lakes and a river runs through it, all to be enjoyed, from powerboating, water skiing, sailboating, rowing. The Afterbay has the windsurfing activity that goes on, to the golfing at the golf course, to just plain kayaking down the river.
I think, creating doubts against you, whether they're real or fabricated, like, assessing or tapping into something of everybody's doubting me, can be powerful, and it seems like he's kind of harnessing that at the moment. I agree with you ultimately. Like, I think the fun-loving Paddy is more enjoyable, and people will jump in with him. But I do think right now he's successfully tapping into everybody doubts me, so I'm going to show you, and he's been showing them. So I think that he's okay, but ultimately, after a while, I think, and it can be mentally and physically draining. do, right? Like it takes a lot of energy to fight against the world, and so he's successfully doing it now. But I don't think he can do it forever. I think ultimately he's gonna have to make a shift at some point. But right now, everybody did think Bobby Green was gonna come in there and just box his ears off. Oh yeah,
I did. Yeah, I know I did. Yeah. If we agree though that there was an improvement with Patty's behavior afterwards, like the sportsmanship that he showed Team Green, that he didn't do as pompous as he's done in the past.
Yeah.
Like maybe he's starting to read the room and just needed to feel his feelings about you doubted me, but here I am. But he wasn't just doing what he's done in the past. He actually got that kind of lack of
the like balls in your mouth and all that stuff. Like, it's just.
By the way, I also say I did love these videos and getting the double bonus and talk about like Undertaker is. I mean that looked like just pure joy that we've seen before. We also don't know, by the way, that if Bobby Green isn't shooting for takedowns, if he doesn't box Patty Pimblett's ears off, but Patty got it done. Like at the end of the day, Patty got it done and got it done impressively. So I think you can, gloat a little bit and celebrate this now. But as I said, like I think ultimately long term, the doubters will the doubters will start to fade, right? Like as you beat King Green, as you beat potentially Nato Moicano, the doubt goes away, and then you have to tap into something else because
winning clears everything.
Winning
solid wins. He already has a very big fan base. The more he wins, the more people are just going there. They've always been fans.
Yeah, that's right. And by the way, that's the one, in my opinion. BST Moicano winner, the BST Moicano winner, that's the one. I don't know if this is controversial. Take freaking Moicano out of the BST fight and have him fight Patty.
I thought you were going to say you saw Patty's idea for season 2. No, I hate that. No, I want it. Nothing season 2 could do that. Nothing season 2.
Yeah, shout out to UNAK. I actually thought you were going to say if Moicano wins or loses.
You could, but
I think still do that. I think still
why not the winner of that fight against Patty?
Because BST could fight a broomstick in France. Like you don't need to have Moicano for that fight. Like
they don't do that. You know they don't do that.
And that I think
yeah. Who knows where BST is at after getting knocked out?
Well, if he beats Moicano, we'll find out.
Sure.
Patty Moicano has so much more juice for me than BST.
So good. There's nothing there for Moicano BST. Like there's like yes, I understand it's a great fight. These two high-ranked guys in the division, but everything behind that, it'll be such a fun story.
But yeah, the winner bare minimum.
Yeah, I mean, can Patty beat those guys?
I wouldn't have said it could be Bobby Green, to be honest. So I'm more interested in that. I'm more interested in finding the answer to that question.
No, this is the appropriate step. Yeah. Find out the swing of those sharks.
This is a sport that proves doubters wrong.
Gregory Rodriguez beats Christian Leroy Duncan. Solid, dominant win. At this point, there's points in the night where it felt like the crowd was fading a little bit. Shout out to AAA though. Arnold Allen back on track with a big win over Giga Chikadze. He had 2 fights. He had a 2-fight losing streak under his belt there, and was starting to feel a little bit of the pressure that comes with being on a 2-fight losing streak. And he even said afterwards, as he was walking out in a very funny video, he's like, I think I broke my hand again. Love the new gloves. But, in fairness to the new gloves, he had broken his hand with the old gloves. He did comment on a video from Giga Chikadze who said that he tore his shoulder or some injury to his shoulder in the first round. Well, first Giga said, I'm not going to make excuses, but then in the next sentence he said, but. And then Arnold was like, well, I think I broke my hand and I'm still waiting to get checked out. So how do you know that you tore your shoulder? In classic Arnold fashion. But I thought Arnold looked great.
What you just said, having 2 losses coming into this one, really needing a victory, and then, in my opinion, and all 3 judges agree, losing that first round pretty clearly. Now back against the wall, has to win these next 2 rounds or get a finish. What we're talking about, we're looking down the barrel of a 2-fight losing streak for a guy that would have only lost 4 fights total in his career to that point. I thought it was incredible for him to bounce back, really put on the gas in that 3rd round, really start hurting Giga Chikadze. Incredible performance, could not be happier.
Shop your new mattress your way at Ashley. Browse our wide selection online from the comfort of your home, or come in and see what feels good at one of our conveniently located stores. Shop Ashley in store or online today.
One of the best. Prior to that, we went through like a weird lull. Nathaniel Wood with the unanimous decision win over Daniel Pineda. But he mentioned afterwards that his newborn has some medical issues that need to be taken care of. So we do wish Nathaniel a great guy, his family, all the best. Good of Brazil beat on Kanji unanimous decision. Jake Hadley beat Alan Loughlin, the unanimous decision. Huge win for him. I'm going to skip one fight for a moment here. Shout out to Oban Elliott, the Welsh gangster, now 2-0. Hard fought win for Preston Parsons. And his promo would have made Chael Sonnen blush afterwards, and the pose was great as well. Modestus Bukauskas beat Marcin Prachnio via triangle choke in the third round. Impressive stuff there. Sam Patterson beat Peter Crosby via triangle choke in the first round. Nick Parkin gets the big first round stoppage as well. Great for him, and Team BFG on fire. 1,000% the best gym in the world now for big men. Also, the Let's Go for Threes, Rico Verhoeven pops in and out there, and people are coming from all over the world. And shout out to Shauna Bannon of Ireland for picking up her first UFC win. She went via split decision. Now, let us go back to one other fight that we need to discuss on this card. Muhammad Mokaev versus Manel Kape. All week long, these two were going back and forth, and they have a history. They got into an incident at the PI, and there was a lot of talking back and forth and back and forth. And apparently, according to Eric Nixick, who is the head coach over at Extreme Couture and Manel's coach as well, they saw each other at the hotel. Muhammad Mokaev said to Manel, let's take a picture, let's bury the hatchet, to send a message to our Muslim brothers and sisters that we should be united. We're both Muslim. Manel, according to Eric, agreed and was down, took the picture, and then according to Eric and according to Muhammad, who pretty much confirmed the entire story in the post-fight interview, Muhammad sucker punched him in the hotel. And he said all of this afterwards as well. And then a whole brouhaha ensued, at the weigh-in. And then in the cage, they were trying to fight each other before the buffer intros. And then something that I've never seen before happened. There were security guards literally physically holding them back, especially Manel, during the intros. I've never seen that. These guys are about to fight, and they're being held back physically in the cage. Then what happens? The fight starts, and neither of them throw a punch. One of the most boring 5 minutes ever. The fight was rather uneventful. Muhammad wins. I thought he won 29-28. He ends up getting the nod by one of the judges, 30-27. Whatever. He won the fight. They embrace afterwards, and then it seemed like everything was okay. But then where it really gets interesting is in the post-fight press conference, Muhammad, again, confirms all of this, says that he had to do it, which to me is not only disgraceful because you're sucker punching a fighter that you're about to fight, but you're using your religion to bait him into the picture. You're using the religion to say, let me take a picture with you so that we can send this message. The guy says, all right, I like that. And then you sucker punch him, double shame. And then in the post-fight press conference, we find out that he's on the last end of his deal, and he has not signed a new deal. By the way, Paddy Pimblett did sign a new deal, so congratulations to him. I believe a 6-fight deal. That was one of the other outstanding items going into the fight night. But Muhammad says he doesn't have a new deal. He said that he was told that if he continues with his wrestling, they won't re-sign him. I highly doubt that was said to him. I do think it's possible that a matchmaker may have said, like, look, your style isn't most fan-friendly, we don't know it, yada, yada. And then Dana White is asked by MMA Fighting Jose Youngs, who I think actually did a great job, worth saying, that he continued to press Dana on this topic and finally got the information, leading to Dana White saying he can essentially leave. The PFL just got a new fighter. Good luck to you. We're not interested in re-signing you. Now, Muhammad Mokaev is still one of the youngest fighters on the UFC roster. He is 12-0. He is undefeated, obviously, in the UFC. He is just 23 years young. This is a guy
who not that long ago was talking about being the youngest champion in UFC history, now essentially UFC didn't cut him, but they're saying we're not interested in keeping you around because you're too much of a liability, you're too much of a headache. There have been issues at the PI, issues on fight week. You're giving us issues in the the build up to a fight. Let's see what ultimately happens here. But this is a shocking turn of events for a young man that we were talking about potentially being the youngest champion in UFC history. He could be out and staring at a world where if in fact he does go to PFL, the PFL doesn't have a 125-pound division. PFL doesn't have a 135-pound division. Only Bellator has a 135-pound division. Who knows how long that lasts? Obviously, the champion there is Patchy Mix, but that's not something that you want to hang your hat on. You were in the UFC. Rick, what do you know? This is an insane thing.
Yeah, it's a bit shocking because ultimately, although there is talent outside of the UFC that I believe are the best in the world, most of the best talent in the world fights in the UFC. And so to have somebody who you consider one of the best and just let them walk away is certainly a bit jarring, but at the same time, he acted like a dickhead all week. Like, let's just call it what it is. He did some things, he acted in a way that if he was still under contract, I don't think they would have cut him. I think they would have let him stay. But because he was out of contract now, it's very easy to just say, hey, we're not going to do a deal. See ya, go do something else. And to be honest, you can go to another place and then come back in 2 years as a more mature person, and they might just resign him and be like, yeah, he's ready for it now. So it's a good business decision by the UFC. It makes a lot of sense to me, but it is a little bit jarring. And also, just for contrast, we've seen people act worse than him and remain in the UFC. But again, I think it really just comes down to a timing thing where they had this easy out of, okay, now his contract is up and we don't have to renew him, as opposed to cutting him. Because if we're gonna do that game, then Manel Kape needs to be cut too, right? He's participated in all this nonsense. So they take the easy out and just say, we're not going to resign you.
But are you surprised, considering the fact that he's so young, considering the fact that he's undefeated, that they don't bite the bullet and keep him around? Like, what does this must have been a nightmare behind this? Like, if they're really saying he's and by the way, it could be a negotiation ploy. They know that PFL doesn't have a 125 or 135. They know that Bellator is on its whatever you want to call Bellator. Like, there aren't a lot of options. They could turn around and say here's $6 if you want to stick around.
It would be tremendous if some point this week we get Muhammad Mahayev posing in a photo with Dana White and Hunter Campbell, says doing good business, all good. Okay, yeah. 2 hours after that, we get Dana White yelling into the camera, this guy's a killer. He's gonna fight Alexandre Pantoja at the start of 2024. It would be great if we just had a complete flip on all this. Unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna get that.
John Morgan tweeted out what's been sent out to the voting panel. A flyweight update proves out that Muhammad Mahayev is availability is completed the last start on his contract and will not be re-signed.
There you go.
Rankings, we please ask that you log back in and reevaluate the flight without Muhammad Mahayev. I mean, it's just insane. I mean, we're talking about. 5 months ago, the dude was fighting Alex Perez, and had he had a better performance, I know he won by decision. Had he finished Alex Perez, he probably gets that title shot against Alejandro Pantoja instead of Steve Erceg, and who knows how that fight goes. It's just crazy, man. Like 2 years ago, the guy was fighting Cody Garbrandt and winning in 60 seconds, and people are like, "This is the youngest champion in UFC history." Like 2 years ago, and now this man, after going 7-0 in the UFC, is not going to get re-signed. For me, it's mind-boggling. I cannot believe this.
It's mind-boggling, but to be honest, I don't necessarily blame the UFC because it sounds like he's a nightmare behind the scenes.
His fights were not exciting.
Right, certainly not the last one. And a word to any younger fighter coming up, maybe don't say the youngest fighter.
It's never worked out very well.
Aspen Ladd, Lacey Barber, Muhammad Mahayev, it appears, it seems to be a death knell.
Rosas is on watch right now.
Did any of them win a title?
No. He doesn't do enough for your business to deal with the other bullshit. Like, it's just what it is. Like, he doesn't help your business enough for you to suffer through whatever else problems he's giving everybody. And the other thing is, the writing is kind of on the wall on this. But the UFC has been known to, you mentioned Paddy Pimblett signing the new deal. The UFC has been known to make you sign the deal before the last fight of your contract. So what they are broadcasting by not having had him do that is, we ain't re-signing you. You should have, if he walked out there and smoked Manel Kape and like had the greatest performance of all time, just absolutely obliterated him, they'd probably go, all right, I guess this guy's the guy to fight Mendoza, we'll re-sign him. Short of that, especially this controversial decision that he earned, there was no chance he was getting re-signed. They probably had this already in their mind that like, if Kape wins, he's gone. If he wins impressively, if he does the wrestling thing that we suggested he not do, wink wink, he's gone. Outside of absolute nuke, he was not going to get re-signed.
Which he doesn't have in his hands, and then like talk about it, he should have gotten a point taken away for almost ripping Manel Kape's shorts off, and then if a point was taken, that fight ends in a draw. Like it's just, the dude seems like he could just do nothing right this week.
You're right. Beltran was all of it.
Do not make me enforce the rules.
By the way, do you guys think he want to come on the show and interview me now, or?
It's not.
He's very vocal about
It'd
that.
be good for courted future employers if you want to go on a big platform and
Don
talk
Davis
about
called him
it.
the highest paid one.
Guess what? Not welcome.
Yeah.
That was in a list of absurd things that have happened in the last few months. Muhammad Makayev publicly announcing that he would refuse to ever come on the show when I never asked him to come on the show in the last few months because I shared a video of the 50-year-old Dagestan storming the airport searching for Jews on a plane. That's what pissed him off. Good riddance, my man. No problem. I'm curious to see where he goes from here. But it is a lesson to a lot of people. You come into the UFC with your chest puffed out, saying you're going to do this and that. It's still the entertainment business, right? And you have to treat people well, and you have to treat people with respect, and you can't go around sucker punching people. And I have no issues with what the UFC is doing here. My feelings about what he has said about me and all that other nonsense aside, like, they run a multi-billion-dollar business. They can have fights in hotels and PIs and things like that. It's absurd. It's absolutely absurd.
All right. His recollection, has anyone ever sucker punched like this? Where it's like, oh yeah, let's take a picture and then hit somebody.
Not like that, but there have been, I mean, Victoria and Patty almost got, into the blows. Obviously, the Connor situation with Khabib with the dollar.
Right.
Like, there's different rules for different people. Paul Daly's sucker punch Josh Koscheck at the end of the fight and did get released. So, yes, people get preferential treatment. And I'm guessing this wasn't like a one. If he would have sucker punched Manel Kape this week, the whole photo thing, and had been like a model employee, I don't think he gets the boot. But there have been a lot of issues, and the contract's up, and so I think, and like, I'm sure they were sitting there saying, okay, let's see how this turns out, and after all that to fight with that, what if, he's lining up to fight Pantoja, or to watch him fight Pantoja, and then speaking of Pantoja, like, there's a real problem on that Pantoja. I don't know who he fights now. There's a lot of people.
Tyra or Kaya Sakura.
That's what they're saying. I say you gotta go with Tyra. You gotta introduce people to Sakura,
Yeah. Well, there's two ways you could do it. You could either do it that way, where you're like, hey, let's get him some reps and now fans are familiar with him, or you have it as like, this guy's coming in to take over, right? You can play that angle.
Rarely.
It's also rarely successful, right? Most people experience the quote unquote octagon jitters, and you want them to get experience fighting in the UFC and having that, having the fight week experience and understanding the flows and rhythms of it before you throw them right into it. But I don't hate it if Tyra can't go and they need to put Pantoja on the card. I don't hate Asakura as
Let Asakura fight like a Schneller or Perez, where you can go out there, you can likely get a finish in an exciting fight, and then you can take it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
After that list, we're getting real thin. Like we're running
it's
out.
thin. It's thin. 125 is.
You could use a guy like Muhammad Makayev if he didn't come with so many problems.
You guys think they ever do this again? The overnight card? I mean, Dana seemed pissed afterwards for performances to blame these guys. I think it's a little bit unfair. There were
It really was like he was angry, man. And any question he got
think the main event wasn't even that bad. Like the main event, the Aspinall fight, the Patty fight, the Arnold fight, like the main card was, we've seen way worse than this.
I think it will depend on the broadcast home, right? Like this was all a construction of the fact that UFC pay-per-views in the primary market of the U.S. sell on ESPN and on ESPN Plus, and it is difficult to break people's habits. And if you're showing it at 2 p.m. in the afternoon, people don't buy it. Like we saw this with Habib in Abu Dhabi. It doesn't matter, how big a star, how good a card. Cards sell worse when you're trying to get people to buy them in the middle of the afternoon as opposed to at 10 p.m. at night. So if they go to a different broadcast home and all of a sudden that's not as much of a concern, I could see a world where we're doing these at regular times and Leon Edwards doesn't have to defend his title at 6 a.m. I could see that.
I hope so. I don't think when you go to a market, go prime time and I think it's 4 to 3 times where the fans are going to watch. Friday was an interesting day, by the way, guys, because Dana White announced that he was going to make an announcement. He did an announcement video for the announcement. And then in the midst of that, we find out that Canelo Alvarez is in fact going to fight on September 14th, Mexican Independence Day weekend against Edgar Berlanga of Puerto Rico. Not exactly the fight that everyone wanted for Canelo. Obviously, there's going to be this fight that everyone's going to.
For procurement managers, Grainger is the go-to partner that helps keep your healthcare facilities ready for patients. Because there's no time to manage orders and deliveries from multiple suppliers, Grainger offers everything in one place, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. All with fast delivery that helps ensure you always have what you need to put patient care first. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Asking for, but it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. And obviously, people are asking for the Crawford fight, but Crawford's fighting next weekend, and so they're not going to have Crawford fight on August 3rd and September 14th. Shout out to Crawford, who showed up on SmackDown. I don't know if you guys saw this, and actually punched Austin Theory. So it seems like there's some sort of cross promotion going on between the Crawford fight and Riyadh season and WWE, and they're all kind of related to fighting August 3rd on his own pay-per-view against Israel Adjamov. But that fight gets announced for the same night at T-Mobile, and then instead of, Dana sticking with the announcement for the announcement, which was supposed to be Saturday, he then comes out on Friday night late with the Spear announcement, which I wonder if that was to try to offset the Canelo, or just being upset about the Canelo announcement, and for people not to be like, oh, I'm going to Vegas to watch. No. You got to come to the Spear to watch UFC 306. So the top 3 fights that were announced, well, the whole card was announced, but of note, it is going to be Sean O'Malley versus Merab Dvalishvili. So, by the way, this Riyadh season's Noche UFC card headlined by the fighter from Montana/Arizona against the Georgian fighter Merab Dvalishvili. Both very popular in Mexico with Mexican ties in their own right. They're not true Mexican fighters. Co-main event is Alexa Grasso versus Valentin Shevchenko. 3 for the 125-pound title. And Diego Lopez is coming back, and he is fighting Ryan Ortega. Commiserations to Dan Ige, who said that he could promise a spot on the card and doesn't appear to be on the card. It's a 10-fight card. Those are the top 3 fights. And so a lot of fans actually were disappointed. A lot of fans were saying that they felt like this was thin, lackluster. This was the kind of card that I was always expecting. And I think it's a solid 2-pack as far as a 2-title fight main event is concerned. That card is very expensive, $17+ million. A couple of months ago, he said that was the price tag. They're not going to put the most expensive fighters on the roster on the card. And I think some people got their hopes up when that erroneous report came out from Quebec television saying that it was going to be Merab and Suga and Max and Ilya on the same card. That was never in the works. That was never happening. We refuted that. So I think some people just may have missed that refutation, if that's a word. Refuting, I don't know. And I was surprised by the reaction of it.
I think it's partially that, but I also think it's the same problem that we had with UFC 300, which is Dana White. Dana White, this main event, it's going to kill you. You're going to die when you see it. Oh my God, I can't believe it. And then, whoops, we didn't even have it. We didn't have the main event set that we wanted. And this one, greatest event ever. You're never going to see anything like it. It's going to be the greatest interview experience. And
A love letter to Mexican mixed martial arts.
Love letter to Mexican mixed martial arts, barely featuring any Mexicans. And it's just, he has ramped up the expectations for these things to a point that becomes unreasonable. I think the lesson to be learned here for Dana White is like, these fans are not sharp enough. they're not figuring out what you're putting down. They think that you're promising something that you're not, and you need to temper it. Like, don't overpromise this, because they let their minds run wild and come up with things that are just not going to happen. The fact that anybody even bought the idea that it was going to feature both the bantamweight and featherweight title fights, like, are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? Like, what would compel them to do that? Like, they need these pay-per-view headliners. Like, it was just never happened. The second title fight,
They're not putting a Spanish-born champion, or excuse me, not Spanish-born, Georgian-born Spanish champion on a Mexican independent state card. Like, the history there, it just doesn't make sense. What I thought was interesting, though, he seems very pissed off. I know he's like, yeah, good luck to them. But if you read the article with Mike Coppinger of ESPN.com, he says that MGM has been trying to F with us for the last 20 years. They have an exclusive deal with T-Mobile. Like, they've been doing shows. What are they doing to F with you? Like, you know, when you go to T-Mobile now, if you go to a Vegas Golden Knights game or a boxing or a wrestling at T-Mobile, there's a UFC logo in the arena lit up at all times. If you go outside, in the front of T-Mobile, right under the sign, there's a UFC massive banner with stars. Like, it's almost like the UFC arena. Like, who's effing with you? I find it fascinating that T-Mobile did it, because you'll recall that when we were supposed to get Ryan Garcia versus Devin Haney in Vegas, they moved to Brooklyn because they said that there was like a 2 or 3 week grace period that when Canelo fights in Vegas, they don't want to have other fights surrounding it. Here you have Canelo and UFC going toe to toe, like within a mile of each other on the same day. It's absurd, but I'm really curious.
It's going to be fascinating to see how this plays out, because Canelo, as great as this UFC steer card is going to be, number one, you have to be a multi-millionaire to get in the door. That's number one. Number two,
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit usps.com/ground advantage to learn more.
Canelo has built such a habit around these specific fight times that, like, you have to think that enough fans are going to be like, yeah, it's Canelo time. Like, this is when he fights, and this is the fight I'm going to go see, as opposed to the UFC, which is doing this as a one-off type of thing, and hasn't built that habit. So I'm curious how that plays out, but I don't think that they'll have any problem selling those very, very expensive tickets. There's going to be enough people that come in from out of town and want to drop the money to be there for the one time they do it.
Great for us. Great for the fans. I'm curious to know what Edward Canelo is going to weigh like that in this.
Canelo in the locker room.
In the locker room, taking it out. I don't think they'll ever do that. I don't think the zone will ever do that again. All right. By the way, so do you guys feel like I'm immersed in it? Like, you know, I'm watching fencing and canoeing and stuff. Like, do you guys like, do you feel when the Olympics are on? I kind of don't want to think about other sports. Do you feel the same way? Like, do you feel like everyone else should take a break from the Olympics, or am I just like so immersed in it? I'm a little bit different.
I think so. Yeah. I like the Olympics. I try to tune into as much as I possibly can, but yeah, like I still wanna get my other stuff.
Yeah, I think on like the mainstream people are like,
Okay, I'm so into it, but obviously I'm looking at it. Like, I could tell you about the Seine River that they pumped $1.5 billion in 2015 to clean up the main river here in Paris, to clean it up so that the triathletes and marathon athletes could swim in it in the river. They pumped $1.5 billion in the last 9 years, and there were doubts that it wasn't going to be clean enough. And last week, the mayor of Paris jumped in and swam to show the world that it was actually clean. And then because of the 2 days of rain, Friday and Saturday, they announced that the E. coli levels and all kinds of weird shit literally was too high, and so they canceled the first practice session on Sunday, thus making everyone wonder where these people are going to swim if it is not healthy. Like, this is absurd that they would do something like this. By the way, like I said, this weekend
season? Am I wrong?
Nah, it's
Right?
Isn't it like October to March?
Yeah, but this is happening in August.
And they've had
Yeah, they're just spreading their wings. They're just, expanding.
now it's just VX. Did you call it VX year? Anyway, it's this weekend, and obviously the UFC is also in action once again. Abu Dhabi card on ABC. The place to be for all the action. DraftKings Sportsbook. It's super easy for first timers to get started. Try betting on something simple like picking a fighter to win. Go to DraftKings Sportsbook apps like the fighter and place your first bet. It's that simple. And speaking of huge, and speaking of simple, if you're new to DraftKings, listen up. New customers can bet $5 to get 150 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code DMAR. That's code DMAR for new customers to get 150 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings account of George Gambling Console 100 Gambler or in West Virginia. www.100gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8 for the market for the run. It's 769. Next, we have to go to the Gambling Console 789-777-777. On behalf of Google Consumer Resorts in Kansas, 21 plus, please verify your system and put the fire with the He turned to end responsible for the research.co/MMA. Also, in addition to those two events, we have August 2nd, PFL playoffs back in action in Smashville. Yes, Nashville, Tennessee. Dennis Goldsov, the number one seed, looks to punch his world championship ticket against Ken Johnson, the former UFC and Bellator non-champion contender. But speaking of champions, the 2023 PFL Europe champion Dakota Decheva. She returns to action against Jenna Bishop, probably her toughest test to date. En route to potentially a final showdown against either Liz Carmouche or Kyla Santos on the other side of the bracket, and that would definitely be Dakota's toughest test to date. Don't miss the action live on Friday, August 2nd. That's at 9 p.m. Eastern on ESPN and ESPN Plus. By the way, tickets available now on Ticketmaster. I hear
Another guy on fire. There's something about this big card that I just seem to have success around. From the very first one, I just always do well. And no different this weekend. Because it's one of those ones that I always do well. I go 8-1. My only lost game on Bobby Greenberg. But I mean, I gotta pat myself on the back. Nick Parkin inside the distance. Everyone was saying all he does is get decisions. Felt it in the plums. Had a feeling he gets it done inside the distance. Nathaniel Wood by decision plus 200. Oban Elliott, the world gangster, shout out as an underdog. And then obviously Arnold Allen. Went heavy on Arnold Allen and a Tom Aspinall parlay. Nice prop parlay in there. And then Tommy Aspinall, KO round 1 and 2. And 8-1, up 10.69 units for the week. The biggest week of 2024. Wow, feeling real good. Feeling real good after that one. Knew we'd bounce back eventually. It's great. I feel like we're really back in the game for Parlay Pals. Unfortunately, did not get it done. Molly McCann, rough performance. Harvey Structure has such a big favorite. He has much better than many times. We'll be back. We've been so hot. We had to get extinguished a little bit. Humble us a little bit.
I was going to say, distinguished, not like the Olympic flame, which I had a chance to see on Sunday, which is like everything under hot air balloon outside the booth. Incredible. I mean, what about that 17-year-old Summer McIntosh? Isn't she something? I mean, what a...
I'm paying attention. You see the hat? I throw on Peacock every morning. I got NBC on. I've been watching. I watched Paris Tonight.
I was going to say, not CBC?
Paris Tonight.
Which episode was that you watched? Because we're on every night. I love your research.
Listen, man, I got to get that. I get this on YouTube. It's incredible. And I really did enjoy the first episode, man. It was very, you guys didn't take yourself, too seriously. It was more fun than I was expecting to be. I was expecting, you at a desk, papers, stacking up the papers, tonight on Paris Tonight.
Nah.
Summer
The whole thing
McIntosh.
is having fun. You could get that stuff elsewhere. Fun one on Sunday. Go check out Sunday's episode. I went to the Louvre and asked all the tourists there, well, not all of them, but a bunch of them, if they still like Canada. I said, Canada's feeling very down
about themselves, our confidence down, we feel like everyone hates us, we feel like we're cheaters, because of the Jerome story. So I was, as a low confidence Canadian, getting reassurance from the rest of the world that they still like us, they still think we're kind, that we're not cheaters. And I got some good interactions.
I'm surprised that they were so willing to go along with it.
Oh, a lot of people were like,
wow, they're cheating.
No, they were like, chill out, we would do the same.
You guys are actually literally cheaters.
You're actually cheating.
It's two or the lose. Grab on the Nintendo DS's.
Yes, you could do that.
That's what guides you through the lose. It's a Nintendo DS, and it's almost like gamified tour. Yeah, it's amazing.
No, I did not do that. I did do the touring. In fact, at the very end of the game, my family is coming. And,
I didn't know that. Yeah.
My family's coming, and we are going to do that stuff. And I didn't really understand how the ticket situation was, so I wanted to get the lay of the land. And then I finally figured out how to buy tickets, and I looked. They're only essentially here for 2 days of the game, and I looked on the website. There wasn't a lot available for the days that they're here, unfortunately. Things like weightlifting, badminton,
even better,
ping pong.
Yeah.
There was one thing that stood out, a pretty penny. Pretty much my salary for this gig out the window, but I think worth it. Saturday afternoon, bronze medal men's basketball, which I think I'm guaranteed a banger. I know it's not gold, but bronze, like, there's a very good chance Canada's in that.
I was gonna say, there's a chance you could thread the needle and watch Canada compete for
a medal. Men's basketball.
That'd be sick, man.
Even if it's not, there's a very good chance it's like a France, a high level squad. I know bronze medal, like, people hear about bronze.
Here's the best news. Yeah, of course you're medaling in the Olympics. Here's the best news. You just need Canada to make the semifinals. Because then if they make the semifinals, they win, you're like, we're getting gold or silver, this is incredible. And if they lose, you're like, now I get to see Canada live.
I know. By the way, you literally just gave me chills.
Let's just get Canada to the semifinals. I'm now all on board to get Canada to the semifinals.
I'll be there on Tuesday in Australia. I will not be here on Wednesday. It's the GC and Rich show. It's another episode of that. Great job on Wednesday, on the nose, and whatever hijinks you guys want to come up with. Preview of the weekend, preview of the Riyadh card and the Abu Dhabi card, and maybe a little as well. I enjoyed on the nose, by the way. I enjoyed it. You guys went in some interesting directions. I think that's always fun. And thank you for holding down the fort. And thank you to everyone who watches our program, who continues to support, and thank you to you, Frank, for your contributions today were immense. And thank you to Rick's Wi-Fi. Oh yes, for the first time I think ever, being great on the live.
It's not the Wi-Fi. The picture is crystal. It's amazing. It's beautiful. There's something else going on. I'm not sure what it is.
Usually when there's a lag, it's the Wi-Fi's fault, not the camera's fault.
Hey, did you get to watch all of the musical acts during the opening ceremony?
When I was done with the red carpet, I was like, I go home and I just look at like, you want to watch it? I was like, no, I don't want to watch this. The opening ceremony is a made for TV event. There's no word, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it looks sick. I know exactly what you mean. That's kind of how the Main Street felt.
Yeah. And I know people were very upset about it. I missed most of it. I got back and Celine Dion was singing. No, I got back and Zidane came to Nadal and the vote. It was all very, it was all very exciting. And then I saw people go crazy online. So, listen, I'm here to cover sports, all right? I don't know about all that other stuff. Stick to sports, I don't know. Yeah, hashtag stick to sports. I'm out of here, guys. I gotta go cover the Olympics. Yeah. Fencing is damn cool, though, I must admit. Judo, taekwondo, wrestling, I love it all. Rugby 7, France beat Fiji. Fiji back-to-back champions. It was amazing. They have like 100,000 people in the stadium. It's great to see the fans. It's great to see the enthusiasm. It matters. Anyway, hope you all enjoyed the program. Hope you enjoyed the Olympics, wherever you may be. I hope the countries are doing great. And thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for tuning in. And that's it for me. All right. Back on Wednesday. Thank you.
So you want to start a business. You might think you need a team of people and fancy tech skills, but you don't. You just need GoDaddy Aero. I'm Walton Goggins, and as an actor, I'm an expert at looking like I know what I'm doing. GoDaddy Aero uses AI to create everything you need to grow a business. It'll make you a unique logo. It'll create a custom website. It'll write social posts for you and even set you up with a social media calendar. Get started at GoDaddy.com/Aero. That's GoDaddy.com/AIRO.
Eight losses in a row. For newer fans, I feel like they look at that and they say, that doesn't tell the whole story of Tony Ferguson.
No, they don't know. They don't know what the rise of Tony Ferguson looked like. That was the fun of it, and it wasn't necessarily like every single performance in the cage was like this knockout that you couldn't miss. He was certainly an exciting fighter, but it was always the vibe. It was always what Tony was saying. It was always the, hold on, brother, I'm talking. Like it was just these random moments, and the Ninja Turtles thing. He's just a super unique fighter and a one-of-one. I think you touched on something. You can't tell somebody, hey, you need to retire. We're not close enough to Tony, right? We don't know Tony like that. Tony's gonna have his own decision making. He's a grown man. It's the family, it's the people around him that need to say, do we need to keep doing this? As a fan, though, if you are a Tony Ferguson fan, I'm sure there's a point where you start to wonder, do I want to keep watching this, right? Like, I am a fan of this person. I've been here. I've been here with BJ Penn. BJ Penn is my favorite fighter. I've been here. It was 7 in a row. I was right here. And there's a certain point where I just wasn't sure I wanted to keep watching my favorite fighter fight anymore. And it's a sad thing, and it's a rough thing to think about. But if you're Tony Ferguson, are you doing service to your legacy? Are you doing service to your fans at this point? If your goal is, hey, I want to, financially secure my family's future, I can't say a word about it. Like if that's what this is about and that's what it needs to be, go after it. Like I can't sit here and say and concern troll. Like it's your decision ultimately. But I do wonder, like at a certain point, are his fans even the ones who are getting value out of this anymore? How many times can you watch the guy go in and just look older and slower? It's unfortunate, but Father Time is undefeated. So we can't retire Tony Ferguson. That's going to be his decision. But like at this point, are even the fans, even his fans, wanting to see Tony Ferguson fight?
Yeah, he was happy walking out, so I'm happy to see that. He seemed content. I'm happy he didn't get knocked out. Getting choked out is way better, healthier, I guess you could say. But he just seemed old. He just.
Every time it looks, and also, not for nothing, it's going through I'm back with my old coach. Oh, now I'm with David Goggins. Now I'm doing this. Now I'm doing that.
Now I'm sparring. That was what it was this week. Now I'm sparring. Yeah,
now I'm
it was,
sparring 120 rounds.
And not like he's getting finished when he goes out there. I mean, a guy that was known for durability is now getting finished almost every time he goes out. I thought Chiesa handled it incredibly well. Class, being like this is his microphone and everything, and yeah, I mean, if you're a Tony Ferguson fan, which there are a lot of, I can't imagine you want to see him get bumped. I feel like if you're a Tony Ferguson fan and you want to see him fight again, you want to see him fight in some other promotion, in a fight that he can definitely win.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
But what is that fight?
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But I can promise you they don't want to see Tony Ferguson be at plus 750 to some unranked lightweight at this point.
I mentioned it last Wednesday, but like, not for nothing, Sam Alvey was on a 7-fight losing skid. Everybody, on the UFC comes over. Karate Combat, he kind of found a home. I'm not trying to be the guy that's like, yeah, we really need to shove Tony in there.
Right.
But I am saying, like, once you get outside the UFC, the waters are not as deep. They're not as choppy, and there's opportunity there. And if he wants to keep fighting, like, if he is going to fight, if you tell me Tony Ferguson is going to fight no matter what, I just hope it's anywhere but the UFC, and it's something that is a competitive fight. That's all I would ask. And so you can find that in certain places.
Carnival citizens, the LEGO Galaxy needs you! Come to the Spaceport Launch Facility and prepare for a secret mission to customize and fly a spaceship! Come quickly, cadets. Your secret mission awaits. 3, 2, 1, lift off!
just like a very cool way to prototype extremely quickly. If I go here in Figma, I just have this design here that I pulled together. I can just take the link, I can copy a link to selection, and then I can go to Codex and I can just paste the link. Use the Figma skill to implement the automations page in my app. It was like 90% of the way there.
I hope that he has something to show for this incredible run.
Yeah.
That's the part that, you know, I don't want to say makes me sad, 'cause I obviously don't know the answer, but, you know, you are fearful of the fact that he didn't get compensated what he was supposed to be compensated during all those fights. In fact, he didn't get the big title win and all that stuff. So, yeah, let's see. But it doesn't seem to me like he is done. Definitely done in the UFC. I would think at this point, and that seems to be the consensus, but not as far as fighting is concerned. One guy who's definitely not done is Sharmagomedov. What a story this guy is. What an enigma. What a character as well. And he remains undefeated. He gets the fight of the night. Him and Mikhail Shishov had a great fight. And I don't know if he'll be able to turn around and fight in Abu Dhabi. We're gonna, again, you know, like in October, we're gonna have to figure this out. He calls out Nick Diaz afterwards, which I don't really want to see as well. But the dude is fun, you know, like the look is fun, the vibe is fun. I was gonna say the medical situation is a fun thing to talk about. I'm sure it's not fun to deal with, but you know what I mean? Like he's just an enigma. The guy's an enigma.
Yeah, he's I was just gonna say, yeah, and he puts on fun fights, and he seems to be game. And yeah, don't love the Nick Diaz call out. I mean, like you're this young 30-year-old undefeated, 14-0. Like we don't need to give you Nick Diaz. But yeah, I mean he's definitely a player for the UFC, especially when they do these Middle Eastern cards.
Yeah, I liked when he was on the Kevin Holland track. Like that feels like the type of names that you want to be, you know, in there with, and names that I think make sense. I get the Nick Diaz thing though. You know, big name. Look, throw a Hail Mary. If you land it, you land it. I doubt that ever happens. Like I don't see what Nick's motivation will be to take that fight. But yeah, he's a fascinating character for the UFC. He has the look. He's intriguing. We'll see how far he can push it. Maybe it will either be a sideshow or it will be something that is, you know, actually legitimately engaging and people come along and he climbs the ranks. But for now, it's too early to kind of say. We'll see what happens when the level of competition increases. But for now, like he's a guy you could throw on a card and people are like, oh, Sharkle, the one-eyed guy, like they know him, and that helps you in a major way. He has something that not a lot of people on the rise have. There's a lot of prospects who are just like, they're undefeated or they have this record. He has something that is beyond that. He has some kind of gimmick that people want to tune in for. So yeah, good. You know, another win for Shara. And I'll tell you this, like on social media, when we post about Shara, it goes big. People are interested in him. So yeah, good for Shara.
The one thing that I'd love to get some clarity on is, they said, yeah, you know, they're going to keep him here. That's what Dana said last time he fought. And they've not really made clear as to why that is. We assume it's because of the eye, because it'll be hard to get licensed. But here's the thing, when he fights in the Middle East, the UFC acts as the commission. And so if it's good enough for the UFC, could they not have, you know, the influence to tell, I don't know, a random, I don't know, Utah commission, like, hey, we're good with this? You know what I mean? Like, if it's good for the promoter, usually these commissions tend to listen to them, as we've seen with slap fighting and whatnot. And so I'm curious if they'll ever be able to flex their muscle and get them into the U.S. Not like they have to, there's enough shows over there, but at some point, like if the guy continues to win and he wants to fight for a belt, it's going to be problematic if he can't fight in the U.S.
I believe I saw him or his management at some point address this and say that there wasn't going to be an issue fighting in the U.S. Now, forgive me, I don't remember the source of where I saw that and who was speaking and who they were speaking to, but I do recall reading that that there was confidence that like it wasn't that. Again, I'm pulling this out of, you know,
he could fly to States. He's filming a movie in the States, right? So it's not like a visa.
He's here. No. I think a lot of people naturally, as you alluded to, you know, it's the eye. We wonder, hey, we've heard all these stories about Michael Bisping going, I had to trick the commissions and they wouldn't have let me fight and all this stuff. And then all of a sudden you go, oh, this guy literally has one eye and he's not hiding it. You know, what is that going to be like for a commission? So, yeah, but at the same time, obviously there's going to be an uptick in these shows in the Middle East, and you can just go there and make him that type of fighter. Like, for all intents and purposes, is Hamzat not a Middle East fighter at this point? You know, like there's certain guys where you just.
I don't think they were banking on that.
I know. I don't think they wanted it. But that is what it's become.
By the way, do you know which movie he's filming? Like, what is?
I don't know the name of it, but I
Is it
know.
a big time one?
I don't know. I think I saw some picture of him. He's like a UPS driver, and he's like I think that's like a disguise.
Yeah,
as a
he's a
villain.
hitman. He's like a sneaky hitman. He's like a villain apparently.
Yeah, it says he reveals a villain role set to star in upcoming.
So there's a lot of different things of why you should be to Oroville. But the reason why I moved to Oroville is because I just like Oroville. If a person was interested in coming to Oroville, I would tell them that probably the number one reason would be the small town atmosphere. We don't have the hustle and bustle of like down in the city, and also too, this is a good place to raise kids.
At Farmers, we know compromises can be compromising.
You would stop this?
Yeah, even had a few screws left over.
Is it supposed to sound like that?
Cutting corners can leave you drowning in regret. If it's important, it's not worth compromising. That's why with Farmers, you can get quality and savings. A for effort, though. A minus, baby.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum. Shooter / slasher film.
Wow. I wonder if that's a byproduct of the Endeavor relationship, or there's some like MMA fan out there who saw him and was like, that guy needs to be a movie film.
Yeah.
That's how he got this role, because I doubt Charbot is out there auditioning. For
Sending out tapes.
Yeah.
His manager told him about the idea. They did 3 days shooting, and it's a short film.
Good management right there.
Be a straight to DVD release.
Hey, listen, I love those.
Yeah, this one might go right to screen.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of those.
That doesn't happen. There's no DVDs anymore.
No, it's VOD now, but it's like there's a lot of the B movies, the action movies that I love. So I'm definitely going to see the Shara Bullet B movie very soon.
Congratulations to Mackenzie Dern. She gets back on track. She had lost 2 in a row to Jessica Andrade and Amanda Lemos. She beats Lupi Godinez, and what a difference a year makes for Lupi. Last year, she had an incredible run. She won 4 fights in 2023, and we were talking about her in the discussion for one of the best female fighters of the year. Obviously didn't win a belt, so she didn't get the nod in the end, but certainly an incredible year. And now she's lost 2 in a row in 2024. She lost to Virna Jandiroba in March, loses to Mackenzie Dern. And I felt for Lupi. In case you guys don't know, her sister is on the Canadian women's wrestling team, and she competes in the 62 kilogram women's freestyle event. In just a few days, her name is Ana Godinez, she's always in Lupi's corner. Lupi was sad that she wasn't there. I understand she is coming to Paris to support her sister, but did they have to book her on the same week that her sister's competing? Like, of all the cards, and they had not like made her like fight 3 weeks ago? Why did it have to be now? Anyway, would have made for a great story. She wins against Dern, and then her sister maybe wins a medal in wrestling, but not to be. But Dern, still kind of hanging around. She's come such a long way as far as her striking, come such a long way in terms of like weight cutting. She's had trouble with that. She seems to be in much better shape. I said come a long way, and Rick, you made a bit of a face. You're not buying this. I'm not saying she's going to be a champion or anything, but she's hanging. I don't think a lot of people thought she'd stick around this long. Remember there was the whole
That's
thing
fair.
to get like
Yeah.
punch in the face.
There were a lot of people though that I think had championship aspirations for her. Like once she started, like the early part of her UFC run was impressive, and I think a lot of people started to believe that like there could be a progression beyond kind of what she's shown. And I just think she is who she is, which by the way, is no shame. Like to be one of the most decorated female grapplers of all time, and then jump into MMA and be one of the most exciting fighters that the UFC has on the roster, and somebody who hangs around the top 10 of the rankings for your entire UFC career. Like, that's a hell of a career. I just think the championship aspirations, I think, have finally subsided, right? Like, I don't think she's going to be able to climb back up there, but when Mackenzie Dern fights, you know you're going to get a great fight. Like, every single time, she's extremely tough, and the striking has progressed to a certain extent, but ultimately I think it's the not being able to mix the things together, right? When she's in the striking phase, she's in the striking phase, and when she's in the grappling phase, she's in the grappling phase, but she doesn't quite have that ability to blend them all together to make this complete package that could have made her maybe potentially a championship fighter. But I will, if Mackenzie Dern's on, I'm watching, period. Like, every single time she steps in there, it's an exciting fight. And she's fighting the best of the best of the best. Like, these are the best fighters on the planet, and she is one of them. I just don't think she will be the champion.
No, but she, hanging around out there, and
Oh yeah,
Luffy's no joke.
No.
So that was a solid win. Also a solid win for Yoel Alvarez. Very impressive when he got a bonus as well. Let's get Yoel and Ilya at the Bernabeu, all right? Come on. They've got two studs from Spain.
Yeah, I mean, he's 21-3, and he's won all 21 of his wins by finish. Like, he's an exciting fighter. He's fun to watch.
Fun to watch. A lot of power, tremendous physique. The guy is ripped. Yeah, 100%. Speaking of Ilya Topuria, okay, so they made that main event, UFC 308, and I think you may have noted this. The real crime is that I guess Armachukin's not going to have to do the PSA because he doesn't have to fight October 26th, but his manager, Danny Rubenstein, tells me they're still going to do the PSA.
Let's go. Oh,
That's a mensch move right there. But it does lead to a really interesting scenario on a couple fronts. Number one, that was slated to be the main event for Utah, and now there's a massive hole there. Are they going to go with Juliana Pena versus Raquel Pennington?
What has been announced so far for Utah, and like how can they beef up that card?
Well, it hasn't been announced, but everyone's sort of alluding to it, including Juliana. Also reports out there that Kayla Harrison is fighting Caitlin Vieira. That was confirmed by MMA Fighting. I've heard the same.
Carlos Esparza's retirement fight.
Carlos Esparza's retirement. It's 2-0 women's fight.
We're always a little bit of fun, but not too much fun. Let's do this. Let's start, shall we? We feel ready to play.
So guys, just smile and say, switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes and get an iPhone 17 on
Why
that.
can't we just say cheese?
Okay, cheese.
Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes and get a new iPhone 17 on us.
Joseph. Perfect. Maybe the fans would love that.
Okay, so I don't think they'll put John Lanning on there, but maybe, crazy things that happen. Obviously, John Jones not to be on there. Pereira, let's leave him aside for now. Drickus is fighting in a couple weeks. Bilal isn't going to be ready. Islam clearly not ready. He's supposed to fight in Abu Dhabi. Ilya fighting Abu Dhabi. O'Malley fighting September 14th. It's really just Pantoja or Pereira.
Well, potentially, but last time they were in Utah, they made up a BMF title fight. So,
who would Pantoja fight? Didn't Tyra just get booked?
Yeah, Tyra's booked. Tyra's booked.
Yeah, so
you think they're going to
Kaya
strip?
Sakura?
You think they're going to strip all the way of BMF or just create like a
Okay, but is there a real video progression of the BMF?
Yes, of course.
Come on,
Taporia
it's stupid as it
Who
is.
did Dustin?
Is
who did
Taporia
Dustin
fighting
win it
for it?
from?
Is Holloway putting the BMF on the line, or is that the 155 BMF?
I mean, sorry. Who did
question?
Who did Gaethje and like that? That was just given.
No, but that
one
was the
had it.
vacant BMF belt.
It wasn't. It didn't. This thing's a trinket. It's not real. Come on.
It's not real. Tell that
So
to
you
the
can't
man
take the
Silver.
BMF. You can't take the BMF away from Max 3 weeks before he fights.
You
You know they need him to have the BMF title to validate.
All right,
the
so
belt.
make up a new fake trinket. Who cares?
Why?
if
What?
you need a
Are you
main
saying-
event-
Are you saying Juliana and Pennington can't headline?
It sounded like this is the tone of the conversation. Maybe
No.
I'm misreading.
People are asking me, what's going on with
misreading the
Utah?
room.
What's going on with Utah? And I'm here to say that's going on with Utah.
We support our parlay boy doing it.
Wow, we're gonna do a Pennington card, huh? T-shirt
Yeah.
Pennington.
And
Rocco Pennington closing it out.
That's big. That's big.
Um,
Shout out to Carlos Barza retirement fight.
To your point, like there's just not a lot of options there, and you know that title needs to move. Like we need to advance that division. So
Is Pereira going on an extended break?
Who knows?
I
Like,
think Ankalaev was next.
oh yeah,
For sure, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
That
we
was
did.
Vince, I mean, Uncle Ed went to Twitter and
Here-
sent out 80 million tweets about how he's going to stand and bang with Pereira once he gets his title shot, and now he's fighting Alexander Rakic.
Now let's be honest. I don't know if all the fans were like, "Yeah, Ankalaev." I think that was more just Ankalaev. You know, like
I
don't know.
think
Yeah,
during
but-
Uncle Ives tweet storm, he got like 500 likes
Yeah,
on it, and then
yeah, yeah.
Shop got tweeted afterward something like, "I'm ready for the title," and it was just like 25,000
10
likes,
billion.
and people are just like clamoring for this guy.
Yeah, I think I don't know. Like, obviously, Magomed's manager came out and said that there were other plans for Alex and Magomed as a fight. I don't know what those other plans could be. I think it makes a little bit of sense to have Alex on the sidelines for the moment. For one, he's just so hot right now. Like, you don't need to like rush him back in there. Like, he's the guy, and you can kind of wait on that a little bit. For two, he's kind of fought injured a bunch of times. Like, let him heal up for a bit. Like, probably deserves that. Alex Pereira needs that. And then for three, let some business play out. Let Israel Adesanya versus DDP play out. You could do Israel Adesanya versus Alex at light heavyweight. Maybe there's interest in that. You wait to see how the heavyweight picture shakes out. You could do something with that once that business resolves. I don't think you need to necessarily press Alex Pereira into action. And it might make a little bit of sense to kind of have him on the sideline and see how these things kind of play, and then know where you can slot him in. Because there wasn't a ton of interest in Magomed versus Alex. But maybe we end up there anyway. Maybe Magomed gets the win, and we do Magomed versus Alex next. So I'm okay with Alex kind of surveying the scene a little bit, and then we see what happens next.
What happens if Rakic beats Magomed?
Then you go heavyweight or something. You know what I mean? Like, now you pivot. Now you take a different direction. So you kind of see, you kind of survey, you kind of sit back for a bit.
The one we haven't mentioned is the real heavyweight champion.
I'm in if they want him. I'm in.
Tommy Aspinall gets out for her, and
But unless I'm mistaken, it feels like Tom's gonna sit on November and just.
I was gonna say, we're
back up in
just
case.
gonna start racking up interim title defenses.
Yeah.
I wouldn't gonna get.
Yo, Tom
Before-
Aspinall versus Alex Pereira, interim title fight.
Yeah, exactly. Before
I
Gon
mean, I
got
agree
booked,
with you. I'm just saying.
before Gon got booked against Volkov, I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if Tom has to take out Cyril too. Like, he's just gonna go on a streak of interim title defenses. But no, I think we'll get some resolution in November one way or another. But yeah, I don't mind Alex not having an opponent right now. I think it's good to kind of see what plays.
The other side of that coin, by the way, is when does Armin versus
Oh,
Islam
yeah.
happen?
That's a good
Because
point.
November is John Jones, and I guess maybe they could put it there. And then December, if December really is Conor
Islam
McGregor,
co-main?
to John Jones? Yeah.
No, I know too. Like, I'm not trying to say like, oh, it can't be under John, but like, Islam's that's a pay-per-view guy. Like, you gotta figure out a way
Here's
to
the
name
problem. Then you've got, if December 14th is Conor, they're not putting him on the Conor
it.
card.
Yeah, no,
Now
definitely
you're
not.
talking January.
January.
Yeah.
In my Legoland, I'd ride on a dragon, and its breath would melt the clouds. Oh, or be a spinjitzu master in Ninjago, for real. And I'd have a super cool car. I said a super cool car. Then go to an awesome sleepover, then have loads of adventures every single night forever.
Galactic Coaster lands March 6th. Get your annual passes to be among the first to ride.
Pittsburgh is built to perform. From America's #1 selling floor jacks to sockets, ratchets, and shop equipment, Pittsburgh delivers the reliability you need at prices that can't be beat. Only at Harbor Freight.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, maybe you just stack MSG. Is that too much though? Now you've put like 3 of your most like important fights on the calendar in November and December. Like, that's a lot of pay-per-view money right back to back. That's 3 guys that you kind of want to headline. I don't know. They're not in a great spot.
Yeah, they're not
Nah,
in a
I
big
mean,
spot.
it's a good problem to have, but
It is, but then it's not. Like the pay-per-view wise.
I'm just bummed because my well, I didn't put any money on it, but I did say Armin by the end of the year.
Yeah.
And it was close, but I don't think the timing is gonna work. I don't know if
Am I
they-
crazy? Is there any world where they do interim lightweight? Well, he's on the side. I don't know how hurt he is, right? He kind of seems banged up more than like really injured, but I don't know.
I would be surprised, but you know, crazy things have happened.
I mean, this is the top. Like they just make up these F it. Interim. Armin versus Dustin. Armin versus whoever. Like make it happen maybe.
So it was a really busy Saturday in combat sports because you had the Abu Dhabi card, and then you had going on simultaneously SummerSlam in Cleveland. What a show that was! And I told you when Roman Reigns came back, whenever he was going to come back, the place was going to explode. If there was a roof on that Paul Brown Stadium, it would have blown off. There isn't a roof, but it was still incredible. What a scene that was! He comes back, punches Solo Sikoa. Amazing. Logan Paul had a great match against LA Knight. CM Punk and Drew McIntyre with Seth Rollins, a special guest referee. That was amazing theater. Dom Mysterio turns on Mommy and teams up with Liv Morgan now. That was crazy. Braun Breaker, new U.S. champion. Gunther, new heavyweight. I mean, it's just a lot. There's a lot.
Yeah, a lot, man. There's so much
It's a
happening.
lot.
I was just locked in for every second of it.
But
So
at the
I
same
feel you.
time, we had the Riyadh season card in LA, stacked at BMO Stadium, solid crowd. They announced a sellout. Eminem's performing. Terrence Crawford moving up to 154 to fight the then WBA champion who just won the belt in March on the Ngannou Joshua card, Israel Madrimov, and a very close fight. But in the end, Crawford wins. Some people, including Eddie Hearn, of course, Madrimov's promoter, said that he didn't agree with the decision. As a result, Terrence Crawford wins the title in 4 weight classes. This is 4th. And his streak of stoppages ends. First decision win in 8 years, but he's still the man, arguably the best pound-for-pound fighter in the world. Close fight, fun fight, but confirmed to me that I think Canelo is too big of a jump. I stick to my Boots Ennis, sentiment. I'd rather that than Canelo. I feel like it would just be too big of a jump. Madrimov was tight, and I know that a lot of people don't know him, and that he only had like 11 fights on his resume and all that stuff. But like the guy is legit, unbelievable amateur career. That was a tough fight. How did you score, Rick? Did you think?
I thought Crawford won. I had it 116, 112. Like I thought that was the right scorecard. I can grant that Eddie Hearn is disappointed, and many people are disappointed because what inevitably happens in a lot of these fights is if somebody's even just doing well against an all-time great against Terrence Crawford, you start to Francis and Tyson. When you start to see the momentum there and start to go, oh, this person is hanging in there with what we consider the best, or one of he's top 3, right? He's in there with Inoue and Usyk. Those are the 3 names. And so if you see somebody who's hanging in there, which he did, you start to go, oh wow, this is happening, and you lean that way. Ultimately, it was a close fight, but I didn't feel like Madrimov was going to win the fight. I felt like he was getting some rounds, but Terrence was the one trying to push. And then at the end, the last 2 rounds, Terrence really seemed to have figured it all out. I've never been stylistically interested in Terrence Crawford versus Canelo because I already knew I don't think he's going to be big enough. I think Canelo is just going to be too big, but I am interested in the idea of Terrence Crawford getting a shot at greatness. I believe he deserves that opportunity, and that is where I fall on that fight. As somebody who thinks he's number 1 pound for pound, I've had him number 1 pound for pound. I think he deserves that opportunity. I don't think he will win it, and I didn't before this fight, and I don't after. I will say we have to give some credit to Madrimov, whose style is very difficult to figure out. He is a very unique boxer and somebody who it's really hard to sit down and time. It seemed like at the very, very end, at the 11th to 12th round, that's when Terrence finally had found it and felt like he could have really pressed and put it on him. But it was too late by that point. I think Madrimov had taken some rounds off in a certain way, he wasn't aggressive enough, and the points just stacked up against him at the end. I'm interested in that fight between Crawford and Canelo because I think those are 2 of the best boxers on the planet and chasing greatness. But I don't think he's going to win. I don't think he's going to win that fight.
Yeah, it's a legacy fight, and if they did it next year, Cinco de Mayo weekend, it would be insane. And Turkey Al Sheikh, there's a lot about
the job isn't actually that fun, that I have now automated away almost entirely. It's really common that you run into merge conflicts. You're finally ready to merge something and it's a conflict. Your CI is failing. But I have a Green PR's automation here that uses some of our skills. And this is going to go through and it's going to say, like, do any have CI failures because of like something linted wrong or like didn't get caught in the pre-push, or maybe it's going to merge conflict because someone is like also changing it because we're rushing to finish up a project or something like that. My PRs are always green.
Bitcoin exposure is just a few clicks away. Meet IBIT. No wallets, no keys, no crypto exchanges. You trade it just like a stock in your brokerage account. The next wave of Bitcoin investing is here with the world's most traded Bitcoin ETP.
Seems to really want
No,
it.
he wants it.
He's
Yes.
pushing hard. Turkey was having a grand old time.
Hey.
Gets inducted into the Nevada Hall of Fame, the boxing
How
Hall of
about
Fame.
that? How about that?
On a card in California, they've never put on a card in Nevada.
Never.
Somehow it's done well.
I was gonna say, and he still feels like he's still fairly early into this boxing journey that he's on.
He
Right
just
now.
got here.
He's already
He's
a
all
Hall of Famer. It's incredible.
It's amazing. Eminem, what do we think?
No, I say can the concerts.
Yeah.
Can
Oh,
the
okay.
concerts, man. It's too late at night. We're here to watch the fights. I understand that it's like this great promo. You can throw Eminem on the poster. It adds this star power to it. Just don't need it. I just don't need it. It's just like
It costs so much money.
it costs so much
You know what I
money and
mean?
it takes up
Give me
so
a
much
fight.
time.
Give me like an amazing fight instead of that. Where you can like, I want that money.
100%. And it's just like, especially when, being an East Coaster and typically main events are going to start around midnight, 12:30. And like, we've already watched the entire UFC card for the day. And George is just sitting on the couch like, yeah, I could do without like the half-assed Eminem concert. I don't need
That's
it.
what it kind of feels like, right? From him.
It feels like a halftime show at like have you ever been to like an NFL game and it's like 2 Chainz is performing at halftime, or like you go to like a Knicks game and it's just like, oh, we got whoever
Run
performing at
DMC.
halftime.
It's
Yeah,
only
Run
2
DMC,
members
and then
of
they
it.
come out, they do like 2-3 songs and like the audio's terrible, and then it's just like, all right, they're out. It's just like, man, that felt kind of unnecessary. I say candy concerts. Food.
I don't need a lineup. Listen, it's cool. Having Eminem sit in the front row is good enough for me.
Yeah, invite him out
Somebody's
there. Or have
Eminem's there.
him walk out.
Walk out. Yeah.
That's
He did that
cool
with
way to do
Errol
it.
Spence and the Errol Spence fight. He did that with Crawford for the Errol Spence fight. I agree. The pacing, they just have to figure out the pacing. The pacing is hard. But again, it was a great fight on paper. Excuse me, great fight card on paper, and it delivered. Jose Valenzuela with a surprising win over Isaac Cruz, Andy Ruiz Jr., and the other big baby, Jarrell Miller. It ends in a majority draw. That one a little bit controversial. But what about Jared Anderson? Getting stopped, getting dropped multiple times, first time in his career. Our guy, he was just on the program, losing to Martin Bacoli. Oh my God. I'm really curious to see how he rebounds from this, because this is a guy who, as an undefeated superstar or rising star, is saying, like, I don't know if I love this. I don't know. He's about to find out if he loves this, because that was a bad loss.
Yeah, I mean, Bacoli looked awesome. Like, what a performance by him. What's crazier is that, did he not say this was supposed to be like Wilder? Like, we're supposed to have gotten
If
him versus
Wilder would have beaten John, that was the
Yeah,
plan.
if Wilder steps in there, I don't know if it goes this way, right? Like, he didn't look great, and so yeah, it's a bit of a setback. He's so young in his career. We've seen this. Like, the boxing, it's harder, right? No doubt. When you lose in MMA, your first loss in MMA, like, it's not as big a deal as it is in boxing. The longer you can kind of push that undefeated thing, the bigger your star grows. But we have seen guys lose, and I'm sure he will be back. He's young enough in the game. But heavyweight's fun right now. There's a lot of guys that are kind of like bouncing around, trading wins, trading losses. I'm interested to see how he bounces back into the mix, but I'm not putting the fork in him yet.
No. By the way, this is what boxing needs. Like, it's okay to lose. We see this in MMA all the time. It's okay to lose. Bacoli's really good. And I noted this on Twitter, like, after that fight, you have Eddie Hearn, matchroom promoter, saying, let's see Martin Bacoli, boxer fighter, promoted by Ben Shalom, go up against Zhile Zhang, Queensberry fighter. And you know what I mean?
Yeah.
2 years ago, people would be like, why are you talking about this, Eddie Hearn? But now, in this era,
all thanks to Turkey, that's a possibility that we could see the Queensberry fighter fight. I mean, you can see, I'll be honest with you guys, like 2-3 months ago, without saying too much, like I was talking to Ben Shalom, on the phone, and he's like, how do I get into the Riyadh cards? And there he is in the ring, yeah. And Frank Warren and Eddie, they're not the best of friends of him, and it's like everyone's there. Oscar's there, Bob Arum is there. It's surreal to see all this, all these promoters together. Like this is exactly what hasn't happened in boxing for years. Like that whole card, Andy Cruz, the Cuban Olympian on there, gets another win. David Morrell is on there, gets a win. It's this is what boxing needs now. If they can just figure out the timing, the pacing, and
Turkey's a Hall of Famer.
Well, I mean, there's no denying what he is delivering. There is no denying that it is very well received. It just needs to tighten it up a little bit.
Yeah, please.
Forget the fights that he is delivering, right? Or forget the fights that Saudi, or forget the fights that these promoters are delivering at this point. It's the promise that there's no fight that's off the table, right?
Exactly.
It used to be every single time the biggest boxing fights would come up, it would be, it's never going to happen. We're never going to get it, or it's going to happen 10 years too late. It's going to be past its expiration date. There's nothing that can't potentially be done. Now, there's some difficulty, right? It seems like he's wanted to do Crawford, Canelo for a bit and just hasn't been able to materialize. But it's not. It does not feel impossible. Nothing feels impossible anymore from a boxing perspective, which is a nice feeling to have as somebody who enjoys like the highest levels of boxing.
Oh yeah.
Very very refreshing. Valenzuela though, man, what a freaking performance that was. Like that was. I was on the edge of my seat and just like, can he possibly stick this for the all 12? And he did it, and it was incredible.
And for those that don't know, Isaac Cruz is a great fighter. He probably gave Tank Davis his toughest fight of the last, 3-4 years, and took that fight on short notice as well. So that's a huge win.
You just have to watch his style. He's Mike Tyson there. Like he's just sitting there winging these hooks, and he's an incredible puzzle to solve. It just a great night of boxing. Really enjoyed it.
And also in Sturgis, South Dakota, there's Conor McGregor showing up.
Conor
McGregor. What was he doing? Was he pounding Fort George style?
Fort George style in the ring. Hopefully we'll still get that Chandler fight this year. What do you think McGregor made of old Sturgis, South Dakota?
Have you ever been? I've never been to that. What is it called? It's called like
I've never heard of it before.
You never heard of that? No,
I've only heard it called Sturgis. I don't know like what the motorcycle thing is called, but Sturgis Motorcycle Rally, maybe?
There's like hundreds of thousands of people showed up. Back in the day, WCW used to do a pay-per-view from that same scene called Hog Wild. And it would be the same thing where everyone's on their bikes outdoors. And so
they just call it the motorcycle rally. Like
Sturgis Motorcycle Rally. You're honestly surprised that I haven't heard of this. I mean, this is the town that's
it's a known thing. It's a
huge deal. Huge deal. I mean, maybe I only know because of WCW back in the day. But Dennis Rodman and Karl Malone wrestled in WCW at that event. That's how big of a deal it was. In their heyday in the 90s when they were like playing in the NBA finals against each other. So good old days, WCW. Man, he's really loving this.
He's all in. He's all in. All his posts are about it at this point.
The lockout was great.
Yeah.
He's really pushing it. Gonna be interesting. 2 fights left on that deal. What happens when he's done? Is he going to bare knuckle? I feel like there's a part of him that really wants to do it.
Oh, I fully believe that. There is a huge part of him that wants to do it.
You didn't inherit this. You built it. Every late night, every dollar earned with Relay. See your cash flow clarified. Every account, every move, instantly visible. Real-time dashboard. Mobile controls built for action without friction. Relay is built to run how you run. Separate, sync, and automate all in one place. Fast transfers, smart permissions, zero guesswork. This is business banking and money management for the self-made. Join the self-made nation. Discover more at relayfi.com.
The network of support in Orville, the business next door to you, really cares about your success. And so right from the beginning, you just have other small businesses surrounding you. As a Chamber of Commerce, we bring those folks together. We provide coffees or luncheons, and opportunities just to share stories, just to collaborate. Everyone is committed to your success. So come and live life here in Orville, where you'll have an amazing experience.
All right, so that's as far as the weekend is concerned. And by the way, speaking of boxing, I want to give a shout out back to the Olympic theme. Wyatt Sanford of Nova Scotia made it to the semifinals of the 63.5 kilogram weight class. In doing so, I don't know if you guys know this or not, there is no bronze medal match in Olympic boxing. So by making it to the semifinals, he guaranteed Canada its first Olympic medal in boxing since 1996, back to Atlanta. He was hoping to make it to the gold medal match, the final, and become the first Canadian to win a gold medal in boxing since 1988 when Lennox Lewis did it. A lot of people don't know that Lennox Lewis, or may have forgotten, or may have, I don't know, never read about it, but Lennox Lewis did represent Canada in 1988 and Solon won a gold medal. Unfortunately, on Sunday, he lost in the semifinals in a bit of a dicey decision, split decision loss to a Frenchman. And so he goes home. I was thinking it was a weird moment in the first round where there was a standing 8 count and it was just like off the jab.
Where are the Olympics this year?
Yeah. But I'm not suggesting any of that. All I'll say is a valiant effort by one of Canada's own, and congratulations to him for bringing home a medal for the first time in 28 years. So a lot going on. And that also means that we need to know how the Parlay Pals did as the boys. I'm still actually unsure every time I say it.
It's always been Pals. We're all in on alliteration. See it. Parlay Pals.
But by the way, on our text thing, isn't it boys?
No.
It's boys. I'm looking at it right now.
I'm a
boys guy. I'm a boys
I
guy.
did not change it. I've never been a Parlay
I
Boys.
think
It's the worst thing.
Juliana
Juliana
changed it.
named us Parlay Boys because we are the boys. She joins. That makes us the pals.
Okay. So Parlay Pals, PP.
Always alliteration. If you have an opportunity to use alliteration, you have to capitalize on it.
Okay, all right, there it is. Now, a lot coming up. Obviously, there's a lot going on in the world of sports right now with the Olympics. Massive UFC card on Saturday. I mean, this is, would you say, the rematch that everyone's been talking about? There it is.
Tiberius Spivak too. Yeah, I got the poster right here, baby. I got the full size one on the way in living HD color. Yeah, I can't wait for this one, man.
Yeah, that's a good one.
For them to go UFC 304,
Yeah.
then UFC Abu Dhabi,
Yeah.
straight into Tiberius Spivak 2, into UFC 305.
Yeah.
I mean, probably like essentially maybe the greatest one the UFC's ever done on a 4-week stretch.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. So that is coming up this weekend. There's also Invicta, Jennifer Maia making her Invicta debut. So a lot to like there, and of course the place to be for all your action is DraftKings Sportsbook. Yes, and by the way, super easy for first timers to get started. Try betting on something simple like just picking a team to win, a fighter to win. Go to DraftKings Sportsbook app, select your guy, select your team, and place your first bet. It's really that easy. It couldn't be easier, any simpler. And if you're new to DraftKings, by the way, you've got to check this out. New customers get bet $5 to get 150 bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code VMMAR. That's code VMMAR for new customers to get 150 in bonus bets instantly. And bet just $5 only on DraftKings. The time is yours. Gambling call for 100 Gambler, or in West Virginia, visit www.100gambler.net. In New York, call 8778 Open Live or Open Live at 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for Palm Gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Blue Casino Resorts in Kansas. 21 plus age varies by jurisdiction. Bonus bets expire 168 hours of issuance. Deposit and eligibility restrictions apply. See terms and responsible gaming resources at kg.co/combat. All right, what do we got?
Yeah, unfortunately, Parlay Pals can't get back in the win column. That Bullet versus Oleg Sachev fight, we had that one to not go to the distance. Unfortunately, exciting one. Yeah, I mean,
Sorry.
No apologies necessary. We've been running so hot. We're gonna get unlucky every once in a while. It just is what it is. I thought strongly that one was not gonna go to a decision. Did we mention something on Wednesday about?
Yes, I jinxed it.
Yeah, Bisping it.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we Bispinged it where we we said that there's no way we're gonna go to a decision, and then of course, yeah, immediately went to a decision. So, you know, we 2 losses in a row now, but what better way to bounce back than with Tabora versus Spivak too. In my own bets, kick things off great with Guram, my boy, my guy from Georgia. But then I struggled from there. Lost on Logan, lost on Cheeto. Had the Bulldogs say check fight under 2.5. I did get Anderson Bacoli to not go to a decision. That was nice. You know, a little cross sport prop parlay too, so over 1.5 from Terrence Crawford. David Morrell, I had him by KO in a parlay, but he ended up winning by decision. But it doesn't even matter because I had Isak Cruz in that as well. So yeah, I was all over the gap. Lost about 4 units. I mean, it's just the year continues of just up and down and up and down. But
Meet the all-new Maddox Code Readers. Smart, reliable diagnostics for every skill level. Packed with advanced features that make tackling auto repairs easier than ever. Plus, with lifetime software updates and free access to repair solutions too, you'll always be ready. Diagnose with confidence. Diagnose with Maddox. Only at Harbor Freight.
In my Legoland, I'd ride on a dragon, and its breath would melt the clouds. Oh, or be a Spinjitzu master in Ninjago, for real. And I'd have a super cool car. I said a super cool car. Then go to an awesome sleepover and have loads of adventures every single night forever.
Galactic Coaster lands March 6th. Get your annual passes to be among the first to ride.
yeah, we'll be all right. Project 55 parlay, all of the Russians going. Unfortunately, the British heartbreaker would have won it anyway if she had won. But it is what it is. So bounce back. Everyone's be done too.
Yeah. By the way, shout out to you guys. Aljo on the show last week, 45 minutes strong.
Shout out to Rick, man. Rick had it dialed in on the interview.
I saw you guys debating, like, who deserves props for the booking. Like, oh, thanks, Ariel. No, thanks, Ariel. No, thanks, Ariel. Thanks, Ariel. It's like back and forth.
I'm glad you saw that because I know which side of the history I'm on. So
we want to keep you on your toes now.
No, I appreciate that. I enjoyed it from afar. I enjoyed it, and congrats to him. On his
Fun
run.
Harbor, baby.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, well done. He's been talking about that for a while. So.
Oh yeah, he had it before the O'Malley fight.
which I think is smart, by the way. You build that like interest in it before it's available, and now you've heard of it for a while, and then you watch it.
It's rum, right?
Rum, yeah.
Yeah, it's rum. Maybe some daiquiris. Boys, back some daiquiris, poolside, and
Raisin ice cream.
Okay, yeah.
They're making ice cream. All right, this is getting complicated now. I feel like.
Rum ice cream. Are you a big rum guy, Frank?
It used to be.
Wow. What happened?
You know, you get bored of it. Move on.
Okay.
Wow, ever since the release of Punk Harbor, what even is rum raisin ice cream?
Oh, it's a classic. It's a I think it's a Baskin Robbins classic.
Oh no, it's a popular flavor. It's you get it pretty much anywhere, but I'm saying like is it rum flavored ice cream with raisins in it?
Yeah, that's
Oh yeah.
that's the.
It's good. Alcohol flavored ice cream is good.
Yeah, because I mean, like, there's
I'm
like,
not a huge fan. I'll be honest. I'm not a huge fan.
Okay, well, we're hyping it up.
No, but it's just like
Really,
that's
you're
what I
sitting
think of.
there like, hey.
I don't know if I've ever actually had rum. So when I think of rum, I just think of rum raisin.
We'll have some Punk Harbor.
Yeah, like rum is good at
That's where I
like
get back.
sweet, so it makes sense.
yeah, people use it for flavoring more so than like the alcohol. It's not like that strong.
There's a lot of desserts where there's like a drizzle of a rum
Yeah.
on fire or whatever. Yeah.
I'll tell you, Frankie loves a cognac with dessert.
Oh, yeah, it's
Frankie at dessert with Frankie.
Isn't there another alcoholic ice cream?
Yeah, I think there's a few.
Rum raisin, if I'm just gonna come out and say it,
Sounds awful.
A, but also B, I just feel like old people eat it. I just feel like
Oh, yeah, for
grandma
sure.
eats
Oh, man.
basically.
Bourbon
banana-
is used for flavoring all the time.
Right.
So there's like
Rum raisin is like Werther's, you know?
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's
I
like,
love Werther's.
But that's
Well, Werther's too. I just had one like last night. Yeah.
Oh, I'll throw some Werther's in the old.
But Connor, do you remember the
Frankie
bananas
has that-
Foster we did?
Frankie has that glass dish.
Oh yeah, I do remember that banana spot.
It was like 90% rum.
Yeah, I felt like I was taking a shot of rum while I was eating.
When I was in Tampa for the Jake Feynman fight, I had a banana cluster and it was pretty damn good, I must say.
Oh wow, I actually was not a fan of it. Did they light it on fire at your table?
No, but it was just delicious. I'm not a big alcohol guy, but he said it was the specialty of the place. I treated myself.
It was
Nice,
just two bananas essentially swimming in a pool of rum.
No. Is that banana? No, it was like a cake.
See, that's what I was expecting.
Yeah.
Dude. We went and got it, and they come, and it's basically just like it was like a hot tub of rum and ice
that's
cream with two
gross.
bananas in it.
It was really
and lit this thing on fire. I was like, I thought bananas Foster was just like a banana cake.
Yes, it was a cake. It was fantastic.
I remember the first time I had it, it was a pastry as well, and I was disappointed the second time.
I think real bananas Foster, there is no pastry. I think it is literally rum soaked bananas with ice cream, and then it's lit on fire.
I tell you,
Rum.
the pastries here are to die for. The macaroons.
Are they?
Feel free to drink some of that.
I've heard that
No?
Paris doesn't have good pastries.
No, the coffee is shite, but the food is great. There's a plethora of options.
Still haven't found the coffee though.
No, there's actually honestly there's a place. Here was the big mistake, and I figured it out. A cappuccino no good for whatever reason, but if you get a latte, it actually is more like the cappuccino that we have back home.
Oh, okay.
The foam and everything.
With the foam and everything.
Interesting.
That was the switch that I had to make. There's a little bit more. It's the spot. So now I go latte, same spot, and we have reached the point of the trip where they're like,
There he is.
Oh, wow.
There he is.
What's up, man?
You said you go to a Starbucks, right?
Nah, fuck the Starbucks. It's like a 5-minute walk on the water. I've gone every day, and I'm like sitting there on this little table outside. They bring it out. Bonjour, bonjour. Yeah, cool. I'm sitting there, loving life, and it's not bad. Sometimes I forget that I'm actually in Paris doing all this.
Oh, more cheese? The Applebee's OM Cheeseburger is back, now with more cheese. Our juicy bacon cheeseburger served on a sizzling skillet of cheese. Too much cheese? Never. The OM Cheeseburger for $11.99, only at Applebee's.
You installed this?
Even had a few screws left over.
If it's important, it's not worth compromising. That's why with Farmers, you get quality and savings.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Because like you're surrounded by Canadians and you're surrounded by, and you're like, oh shit, you know, I'm too good. But no, it's a grand old time. I'm enjoying it immensely, and I got to go back to work.
Wow.
Soon? Just like that. So thank you very much to everyone. Congrats all the winners. By the way, one last thing before I go, just wanted to quickly update. This antitrust lawsuit is taking all kinds of twists and turns. A settlement has been denied by the judge, and there's now a tentative date for a trial on October 28th. Judge Richard Boulware denied the planned settlement after the UFC agreed to pay out $335 million to close out two separate antitrust lawsuits filed by the fighters. This, according to an article on MMAfighting.com written by Damon Martin. And it continues to get very, very interesting. So the judge is essentially saying, no, I don't like this. And remember, when this came out, we were all like, why did they settle now? They were so close to going to trial. Well, apparently the judge can deny it and say we're going to trial. So stay tuned. This is going to get very, very interesting over the next few weeks.
Did you catch the additional drama?
I saw the additional drama. I don't know what to make of it, but yes, Dana White, interviewed with Kevin Iole, saying that both he and Peter went to high school with this Judge Boulware, and he feels like it's getting personal now between them. He doesn't know what they did to him. If they had some beef, or like, Vegas, man.
Interesting.
This is
Interesting
a
stuff.
drama show at this point.
Yes, an absolute drama show. So that was one last item that I wanted to update. Thank you very much to everyone for watching, for listening. We appreciate you all very much. And the boys will be back on Wednesday
for another edition of the GC and Rick Show. You guys are doing a great job answering your questions, previewing the weekend. Maybe another guest, who knows? I mean, listen, you're still the booker of the show, even when you're not. So you throw us somebody else. Maybe we'll
Can we
take
get a Tybura? Can we get a Steve?
I think I can make that happen, by the way.
I think he could.
I think I could, if you want. Consider it. But for now, though, we are out of time. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, GC. Thank you, Frank. Back on Wednesday, same time and place.
That rivalry, that genuine dislike, is the perfect making for a fight. This is the best of what we get when it happens this way. You don't need to sell it. There doesn't need to be manufactured drama. This is it. This is it.
It's incredible, man. It's why you're a fan of this sport. Like for moments like this, and there's so many different directions that the middleweight division can go after this fight.
God.
Like it's just like the options are endless depending on who wins. It's incredible stuff, man. And yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen. It's
What-
very closely lined. I don't know
I was just
where
gonna say, what
Izzy's gonna be at.
What about from a fight perspective? Where are you thinking right now? Like, I have no idea. I have no
I just
idea.
don't know, dude. I have no idea. It might just be one of those that I just have to sit and watch. Like it's just, I just don't know. I don't know where Izzy's at. I don't know, man. It's
Conventional-
fascinating.
Conventional wisdom would say to me, if I thought Israel Adesanya at his best would have mopped up DDP at the time, the Sean Strickland evidence might not change my mind because it's a very specific style and because it maybe was Israel's off night, right? I'd really have to see Israel lose like that again to believe that that's the Israel that we're going to see, right? I really do believe Adesanya had an off night, and I really do believe Sean Strickland had a perfect style for